Chapter 1028. The strange black box filled Fang Chen's heart with confusion. Catcher. The little mouse grabbed a bone from the white bones and swallowed it directly. What a hard bone. Catcher sounds came from the little mouse's mouth, and then it complained. Fang Chen was even more stunned when he heard this. The little mouse's teeth were famous for being hard. If the little mouse called it hard bones, then how hard were these bones? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's gaze once again fell on these white bones. He discovered that these white bones were far from as simple as he had imagined. These white bones should have been elites when they were alive. Fang Chen thought to himself. The little mouse could even casually swallow the bones of heavenly body tier elites, and the little mouse actually felt that the bones here were hard. Then there was only one possibility. The white bones here were elites that surpassed the heavenly body tier when they were alive. With Fang Chen's current cultivation level, he couldn't come into contact with elites that surpassed the heavenly body tier at all. There was a bit of confusion in his eyes. At the same time, his heart was extremely heavy. What exactly was inside this black box? Once it contained evil things, would it be dangerous if he released them? If he didn't open it, Fang Chen would be unwilling to accept it. The golden heart was beating rapidly, which meant that the things inside the black box must be extremely precious. Catcher. Although these white bones were very hard, the little mouse still swallowed a few. The heaven-devouring divine mouse could eat anything as food. Try this black box. In a daze, Fang Chen made a decision. He was going to open the black box. However, there was no way to open it, so he let the little mouse's teeth try. The little mouse's eyes lit up when it heard this, and it immediately scurried onto the black box. Then, it opened its little mouth and directly bit on it. Catcher. The little mouse actually couldn't bite it on its first try. The little mouse was shocked. What was this black box made of if it couldn't even bite it? This time, Fang Chen was in a predicament. He had discovered the black box but was unable to open it. What should we do? Fang Chen thought for a while and finally came up with a solution. Using the power of the bloodline, he forced the blood essence of the undying bird to appear, and then used the black flame to burn the black box. As Fang Chen's strength increased, he became deeply aware of how powerful his bloodline power was. It was actually suppressing the essence blood of the undying bird. When Fang Chen fully activated the power of his bloodline, the essence blood of the undying bird hidden in the golden heart was instantly released and spread all over Fang Chen's body. The next moment, a scorching black flame appeared above Fang Chen's hands. Immediately, Fang Chen covered the black box with his hands. Hiss, hiss, hiss. They could clearly hear the sound of the black box being burned by the black flames. There's movement. In an instant, Fang Chen felt that the black box trembled. It seemed that there was movement. Crash. The essence blood of the undying bird all over his body was forced into the black flame by Fang Chen's bloodline power, and immediately increased the intensity of the black flame. Suddenly, the aura of the undying bird's essence blood spread out and enveloped the black box. At this time, the black box trembled even more violently. Crack. In this way, it burned for a full hour, and the black box made a cracking sound. Fang Chen was overjoyed because the black box was opened. What is this material? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask himself. This was the hardest material he had seen so far. After the black box was opened, Fang Chen used the essence blood of the undying bird to protect his body, and then gently opened the lid of the black box. Suddenly, something like a heart appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. What is this? Fang Chen was shocked. When it saw this heart-like thing, the golden heart beat even more abnormally. Boss, it seems to be a heart. The little mouse's little paw reached into the black box and grabbed this heart-like thing. After Fang Chen took this thing, he found that there was a layer of seal on it. Crash. Before Fang Chen could study it carefully, the heart-like thing was absorbed by the golden heart. Hiss. After the golden heart absorbed this thing, it suddenly became very active. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the golden heart was refining this thing. Fang Chen's heart was full of shock. He carefully observed the golden heart. After about 2 hours, the golden heart stopped moving, and a shrunken heart suddenly appeared from the golden heart. Fang Chen recognized this thing. It was the heart-like thing from before, but it was much smaller. What's going on? Fang Chen was very puzzled. What was this thing? Why didn't the golden heart refine it? What happened next was even more amazing. This heart-like thing gradually disintegrated, turned into specks of light, and finally drilled into Fang Chen's limbs and bones. In an instant, Fang Chen felt that his physical strength was gradually improving. The perfect sword body is improving. After his constitution became the perfect sword body, Fang Chen found that although the perfect sword body was very powerful, it was very difficult to improve. But now, the perfect sword body was improving. It must be because of that heart-like thing. Fang Chen excitedly observed his body. After a while, the perfect sword body reached a new level. Fang Chen's sword hero chi became more and more intense. Fang Chen had completely stepped into the first step of the advanced level of sword truth and had a thorough understanding of it. He had also reached the end of the sword hero realm and reached the peak. At the same time, some new information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. It seemed that this information came from the golden heart. Low level, middle level, advanced level, and peak level. These 4 simple levels covered the strongest constitutions in the world. The creator of the perfect sword body must be an amazing expert who stood at the peak of the human race. My perfect sword body is invincible in the world. Even at the low level, it can rival the most powerful constitutions in the world and even fight against the ancient race. This sentence flashed across Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen was shocked. The more he cultivated, the more he found that the perfect sword body was not as simple as he thought. Even at the low level, it could rival most of the constitutions in the world. This sentence was so shocking. After a long time, Fang Chen finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he withdrew the sword hero chi and calmed down. "Boss, what's wrong?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head and did not say anything. Although he did not know what that thing was, it helped him improve the level of the perfect sword body. It must be an incomparably precious treasure in the universe. Previously, Fang Chen's perfect sword body had just been condensed. Now, it had finally reached the low-level perfect sword body. Just as the creator said, even at the low-level perfect sword body, it was still something that the world looked up to. Fang Chen stopped thinking and looked at the black box. This black box is so hard. It must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, I can't take it away. Fang Chen felt a little regretful. However, he still did not give up. He covered the black box with his hands and was ready to try. However, this test actually caused the black box to move a little. Is it because of the perfect sword body? Fang Chen was excited. He immediately activated the perfect sword body and a strong force suddenly emerged. In shock, Fang Chen lifted the black box with his hands. Great! Fang Chen put the black box into the space ring. Then, he left with Little Mouse. Although the mission this time was not challenging, Fang Chen was very happy to have obtained such a heaven-defying treasure. After leaving the village, Fang Chen made some inquiries about the Red Head Blade Adventurer organization on his way back. After asking around, he found out that the Red Head Blades was quite famous in the Sealed Sky City. Its leader was a high-level Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist. It's easy for such a martial artist to kill me. There's no need for bandits to do it. Moreover, it's the place where I'm carrying out the mission. Fang Chen felt that this was not a coincidence. Thinking about it, someone must have wanted to kill him and contacted the Red Head Blades martial artists. When I first came to the Sealed Sky City, I didn't have many enemies with me. Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of the Wu Tian brothers. Could it be them? Fang Chen was not sure if it was the Wu Tian brothers. After returning to the 9th mountain, Fang Chen found the 9th mountain lord and handed in the mission. How was the harvest? The 9th mountain lord asked. Not bad. Fang Chen smiled. The 9th mountain lord nodded in satisfaction. If Sanguinati could return safely, it meant that the Heaven Star Border Stage 1 martial artist in the bandit group had been killed. The 9th Mountain Lord thought that Sanguinati was right. He meant that killing a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 martial artist felt good. Cultivate the Heart Illusion Sword well. With your strength, You won't have any problems getting first place in the upcoming Disciples Grand Competition. You might even get first place in the 9 Mountains Tao debate. The 9th Mountain Lord smiled. Fang Chen bid farewell to the 9th Mountain Lord and returned to his courtyard. On the way, Fang Chen met the Wu Tian brothers. "Big brother, look." Wu Shan, who was walking, suddenly cried out involuntarily. Wu Tian followed Wu Shan's gaze and saw Sanguinati. "How is it possible? He's not dead." Wu Tian's eyes flashed with shock. Wu Tian and Wu Shan's expressions were caught by Fang Chen. At this moment, he was certain that it was the Wu Tian brothers who had ordered the red head blades to kill him. How ruthless. You want to kill me after your disciple was defeated by me in a competition. Fang Chen looked coldly at the Wu Tian brothers and turned to leave. He could not make a move in front of everyone, but he would not let them off easily. Chapter 1029. Sanguinati's return made Wu Shan very worried. However, Wu Tian was shocked. So what if Sanguinati returned? He had no evidence to prove that they were related to Red Head Blade. Mph, he's lucky, Wu Tian thought to himself. Fang Chen's gains from this mission were shocking. It was very difficult to improve his perfect sword body. However, after absorbing that heart-like thing, he had successfully improved it. The improvement of the perfect sword body brought Fang Chen many benefits. The most obvious was that his understanding of the sword Dao had deepened. After returning, Fang Chen cultivated the heart illusion sword technique every day. One day, Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up abruptly, held the hidden star sword in his hand, and directly performed the heart illusion sword technique. The illusory aura around him instantly spread out, and countless resplendent sword lights appeared in the sky. Swoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, the sword lights blasted towards the ground. Finally, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword, and a smile appeared on his face. Perfect realm. The heart illusion sword technique was very difficult to cultivate, and to be able to cultivate it to the perfect realm in an extremely short period of time was already very heaven-defying. After calming himself down, Fang Chen calculated the time. It was about time for the disciples' competition of the 9th Mountain. After cultivating the heart illusion sword technique to the perfect realm, Fang Chen believed that no one among the disciples of the 9th Mountain could defeat him. His goal was the Sword Mountain, and the disciples of the 9th Mountain were nothing to him. The disciples' competition of the 9th Mountain was finally about to begin. The square was filled with disciples. Their eyes were burning with excitement. Whether they could stand out and be noticed by the higher-ups depended on this. Many martial artists joined the Sword Firmament sect to improve their cultivation and be noticed by the higher-ups. Once they were noticed by the higher-ups, they would receive a large amount of resources, and their cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. The 9th Mountain Lord personally presided over the competition. He stood on the rostrum with a smile on his face as he looked around. Then, he said, "The disciples' competition of the 9th Mountain officially begins today. The rules are simple. 100 disciples will fight in pairs. The first round of the competition was that simple. Next, the drawing of lots began. Soon, the drawing of lots was completed, and the battle list appeared. Then, according to the name list, everyone began to fight. The first to fight was Wu Shan. His opponent was a newcomer who was slightly weaker. Bang Wu Shan's attack was extremely powerful. He defeated his opponent with a single move. After Wu Shan won, he looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. One martial artist after another stepped onto the martial arts practice platform and started battling. After an entire morning, most of the warriors had already finished their battles. At some point, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. However, what Fang Chen didn't expect was that when he stood on the martial arts stage, his opponent actually admitted defeat. This opponent was smart. He knew that he was no match for Sanguinati, so he admitted defeat in front of everyone. Just like that, the first round of the competition ended very quickly. 50 people were eliminated, and 50 people were promoted. The second round of the competition was the same as the first round. This time, Fang Chen's opponent was Wu Shan. When Wu Shan found out that his opponent was Sanguinati, A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Last time, he was humiliated by Sanguinati due to his carelessness. This time, he wanted revenge. After the first round of battles, Fang Chen also found a few strong martial artists. However, they were no match for Fang Chen. The second round of the competition continued. After about an hour, Wu Shan defeated his opponent. It was Fang Chen's turn. Sanguinati, today I will wash away my shame with blood. Wu Shan stood on the martial arts stage and said coldly. You are still no match for me, Fang Chen said casually. Yes or no, it's not up to you to decide. Wu Shan growled. He clenched his fist and punched out fiercely. Fang Chen stood there quietly without moving. His eyes were filled with disdain. Seeing that Fang Chen did not move, Wu Shan thought that his attack had intimidated Sanguinati. He was overjoyed. Immediately, he increased the strength of his fist, and it whistled through the air. Go to hell. Wu Shan's fist was filled with murderous intent. He punched fiercely at Fang Chen. The disciples below were surprised. Why didn't Sanguinati dodge? Was he confident that Wu Shan could not break through his defense? Under everyone's gaze, Wu Shan's fist fiercely hit Sanguinati's body. Bang! After a loud sound, a figure was sent flying. All the martial artists looked at the other side of the martial arts stage, dumbfounded. The martial artist who was sent flying was not Sanguinati, but Wu Shan. What? Wu Shan was sent flying? What did Sanguinati do? Sanguinati did not seem to move. Why was Wu Shan sent flying? Many disciples were confused. Could it be that Sanguinati's attack was so fast that they could not see it clearly? Below the martial arts stage, Wu Tian's face was gloomy as he stared at Sanguinati. He wanted to see through Sanguinati, but after staring for a long time, he finally shook his head helplessly. Wu Tian walked to Wu Shan's side and helped him up. I can't accept this. Wu Shan roared. But he was awakened by Wu Tian's slap. You are not his match, Wu Tian said in a low voice. Wu Shan immediately became depressed. On the martial arts stage, Sanguinati's figure was so dazzling. Of all the people present, only the 9th Mountain Lord understood the mystery. This Sanguinati's physical defense is also very strong. He knew that Sanguinati did not move at all. He did not even counterattack. Wu Shan was sent flying because his fist landed on Sanguinati's body, and the rebound force sent him flying. From this, it was enough to see how strong Sanguinati's defense was. The 9th Mountain Lord smiled and nodded his head in satisfaction. Because Sanguinati was too dazzling, almost no one paid attention to the second round of battles. Only 6 hours had passed since the end of the second round. At this time, there were only 25 people left. The 9th Mountain Lord explained the rules of the third round. They would draw lots to determine their opponents, and one person would be given a bye. After drawing lots, Fang Chen looked at the lot in his hand with a smile on his face. The lot was blank, which meant that he would be given a bye this round. This was good. It would save him a lot of trouble. After knowing that Sanguinati would be given a bye, Wu Tian was very unhappy. The third round of battles had gone on for 12 rounds. Most of the martial artists who could reach this stage were at the peak of the Mystic King realm. There were even some who were half a step to the Heaven Star border realm. Their strength was considered outstanding in the entire 9th Mountain. The third round ended in 2 hours. Coincidentally, Fang Chen was given a bye again in the 4th round. This made many martial artists envious and jealous. 2 byes sent Sanguinati straight to the top 7. Sanguinati's luck is too good. He actually got a bye again. Yeah, 2 byes. Even if he loses the next round, he will at least be in 7th place. Many of the disciples were discussing this in secret. Among the remaining 12 disciples, there were a few who stared at Fang Chen unkindly. Fang Chen did not care about this. There was no challenge in the 9th Mountain, so it was better for him to get a bye. It would save him a lot of trouble. The 4th round of battles had officially begun. The first to go up was Wu Tian. Wu Tian's attacks were very strange. In addition, his cultivation was half a step to the Heaven Star border realm. His combat strength was comparable to a Mystic King realm martial artist. Bang 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 every time Wu Tian attacked, it would cause a lot of trouble for his opponent. Heart Illusion Sword Technique. Facing a strong opponent, Wu Tian used the Heart Illusion Sword Technique for the first time. Whoosh! Instantly, a grey illusory aura appeared on the martial arts stage. Then, countless rays of sword light shot out. Seeing Wu Tian use the Heart Illusion Sword Technique, his opponent followed suit. The two of them had similar cultivation methods, so it would depend on whose cultivation was more profound. Boom! In the end, Wu Tian defeated his opponent with absolute strength. His Heart Illusion Sword Technique had been cultivated to the Greater Mastery realm. He was only one step away from the Perfection realm. Wu Tian's Heart Illusion Sword Technique is not bad. On the main platform, the Ninth Mountain Lord thought to himself. There were a few good contestants in the next round. However, none of them had cultivated the Heart Illusion Sword Technique to the Perfection realm. Pu Tsong, the strongest person in the Ninth Mountain, had the combat strength of a Mystic King realm martial artist. He was the only disciple who had not used the Heart Illusion Sword Technique. Even in the fourth round, his opponent was very strong, but he did not use it. Instead, he sent his opponent flying with a punch. Below the martial arts stage, Fang Chen smiled and nodded. Pu Tsong's physical strength was also very strong. In the blink of an eye, the fourth round was over. There were only 7 disciples left. These 7 people would compete for the top 7 positions. Of course, many of them were aiming for the top 3 or even first place. However, the most powerful competitors were Wu Tian and Pu Tsong. Many people thought that Pu Tsong's strength should be the undisputed number 1. Although Sanguinati's performance was strong, many disciples did not know much about Sanguinati. They did not know that Sanguinati had already killed a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 martial artist. He was the undisputed number 1 in the Ninth Mountain. Seeing that it was getting late, the Ninth Mountain Lord decided to postpone the next round to tomorrow. Hearing this, Fang Chen turned and left. Big brother, that Sanguinati is too arrogant. Wu Shan walked to Wu Tian's side and said in a low voice. "Mph, so what if he's arrogant? Go find Elder He." Wu Tian's eyes shot out a soft light as he said in a low voice. Other than Wu Tian, Pu Tsong was also secretly observing Fang Chen. As the number 1 in the Ninth Mountain, he naturally had high standards. He had long noticed Sanguinati, although the latter did not display much strength. However, his intuition told him that this person was very well hidden and should not be underestimated. No matter what, tomorrow's battle would reveal all his doubts. Chapter 10:30. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the square. They drew lots as soon as they arrived at the square. The person in charge of drawing lots was Elder He. When Wu Tian saw Elder He squinted his eyes and smiled. The latter nodded at Wu Tian as a response. 7 disciples, come up and draw lots, Elder He said loudly. Immediately, the 7 of them went up the stage to draw lots. However, when Fang Chen went up on stage to draw the lots, Elder He's palm pressed gently on the bottom of the box without batting an eyelid. Immediately, the order of the lots in the paper box changed. After Fang Chen drew his lot, he opened it on the spot. Pu Tsong, in other words, his opponent was the strongest person of the Ninth Mountain, Pu Tsong. When Elder He saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The drawing of lots is complete. Wu Tian has drawn a bye. 3 groups of contestants will take turns to fight on the stage, Elder He said. The first group was Fang Chen against Pu Tsong. Pu Tsong stood on the stage and stared at Fang Chen. The latter leaped up and stepped onto the martial arts stage. From the corner of his eye, he saw Wu Tian, who was gloating below the stage, and then fell into deep thought. Sanguinati, why aren't you attacking? The battle had already begun, but Sanguinati was still standing there with his head lowered, deep in thought. This made Pu Tsong a little confused, so he asked. Pu Tsong's words interrupted Fang Chen's thoughts. He raised his head and looked at Pu Tsong with his pitch-black eyes, then glanced at the other 5 disciples. In the end, he spread out his hands and said softly, "It's too troublesome." What? Pu Tsong didn't understand what Fang Chen meant by that. Fang Chen didn't explain. He continued to shake his head and said, It's too troublesome to do it one by one. The 6 of you can come at me together. Boom. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Fang Chen's words caused an uproar in the square. Even Elder He and the others were astonished. Sanguinati's tone was too arrogant. It was too troublesome to deal with them one by one, so he asked the 6 of them to come at him together. Sanguinati, you are too arrogant. After recovering from his shock, Wu Tian was the first to speak. The other disciples also glared at Sanguinati. Sanguinati's actions had undoubtedly offended all 6 of them. Clearly, he was looking down on the 6 of them, thinking that even if the 6 of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. "Mph, I alone am enough to defeat you." Pu Tsong sneered and said disdainfully, "You are no match for me. The 6 of you can come at me together. My goal is only to be number 1 in the 9th mountain. As for 2nd to 7th, you can fight for them yourselves," Fang Chen said calmly. Fang Chen's words were sincere. However, this angered the 6 of them even more. "I, Pu Tsong, have joined the Sword Firmament sect for such a long time, and I have never seen such an arrogant person," Pu Tsong said coldly. Even the elders on the rostrum frowned slightly, thinking that this kid was too arrogant. However, it was at this moment that the 9th Mountain Lord spoke. "The 6 of you, come at me together." Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Could it be that even the 9th Mountain Lord thought that the 6 of them wouldn't be a match for Sanguinati? Was Sanguinati putting on an act, or was he really hiding his strength? "Good, very good. Since he wants to die, the 6 of us will work together." Wu Tian jumped onto the fighting ring and said fiercely. The other 4 also went up the fighting ring. "Sanguinati, you asked for it. Sanguinati, today, we will let you know that there is a price to pay for your arrogance." "You talk too much," Fang Chen said as he looked at the 6 of them. Buzz. The 6 of them were completely enraged. The 6 of them worked together and launched a fierce and overbearing attack. "Go to hell." Wu Tian was the first to attack. He used the Heart Illusion Sword skill. The other 5 people quickly followed suit and unleashed their Heart Illusion Sword technique. The fighting ring was instantly enveloped by an overbearing illusory aura. When the 6 of them used the Heart Illusion Sword skill, their combined power was comparable to a martial artist who had just entered the Heaven Star Border realm. However, Fang Chen didn't have the slightest fear on his face. Heart Illusion Sword skill? Competing with Fang Chen using the Heart Illusion Sword skill was equivalent to courting death. Boom. Fang Chen used his Heart Illusion Sword skill. Instantly, the few elders on the rostrum were shocked. What complete realm? Mountain Lord, did you already know that Sanguinati had cultivated the Heart Illusion Sword skill to the complete realm? The 9th Mountain Lord shook his head. He didn't know. To be honest, when Fang Chen used the Heart Illusion Sword skill, he was also shocked. However, he was relieved in an instant. The man who had created the Sword Firmament sect's historical record. What else could he not do? Swoosh. Sword light filled the sky and shot towards the 6 of them like raindrops. Instantly, the 6 of them felt an overbearing pressure. Bang! 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 The 6 of them's Heart Illusion Sword skill was broken by Fang Chen. Then, the illusory aura was devoured by Fang Chen's aura. Boom! The martial arts practice stage shook. Then, the illusory aura gradually dissipated. Everyone looked at the martial arts practice stage with their mouths agape. Sanguinati was nowhere to be seen. Only 6 figures were left on the martial arts practice stage. Where's Sanguinati? Was he sent flying? I told you. Sanguinati is just putting on an act. Some martial artists were confused and thought that Sanguinati was sent flying. However, the 6 people on the martial arts practice stage were dumbfounded and speechless. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. The 6 of them joined forces and their combat power was comparable to a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist. However, they were still defeated by Sanguinati. Moreover, it was a clean defeat. Did we lose? The 6 of them thought to themselves. Their faces were filled with loneliness as they walked down the martial arts practice stage slowly. Many of the disciples were confused as they didn't know who had won the battle. However, the 9th Mountain Lord's next words caused an uproar in the square. In this disciples' grand competition, Sanguinati is ranked first. The 2nd to 7th still need to be selected. Whoosh! The square was in an uproar. Sanguinati won. He really won against 6. Then why was Sanguinati nowhere to be seen? However, the disciples soon realized that Sanguinati had left after defeating the 6 of them. It was just that they didn't see it. Thinking of this, the crowd was even more shocked. Sanguinati was undoubtedly the strongest person in the 9th mountain. In front of him, Pu Tsong and the others were dim. It was as if they had received a blow from the Bloodsword Saint. In the following ranking battles from the 2nd to the 7th, everyone was listless. In the end, the disciples' grand competition ended hastily. The 9th mountain lord had expected this result. Fang Chen was much more outstanding than he had expected. However, the other disciples of the 9th mountain were shocked. The news of the 9th mountain's disciples' grand competition spread to the other 8 mountains as if it had grown wings. It just so happened that the other 8 mountains' grand competition had also fallen. A mere mystic king realm martial artist is nothing to be afraid of. That's right. An 8th level mystic king realm martial artist was able to get first place. It seems that the 9th mountain has really fallen. Ch. I will definitely humiliate Sanguinati during the 9 Mountains Dao exchange. The top disciples of the other mountains were not afraid of Sanguinati at all. Although Sanguinati defeated 6 people by himself in the end and shocked the 9th mountain. However, the other mountains did not buy it. The standard of the disciples of the 9th mountain was not high to begin with. If it were the top disciples of the other mountains, they would be able to defeat 6 people by themselves or even more. This was the rule of the Sword Firmament sect. After the disciples' grand competition of the 9 mountains, the Dao exchange would be held. The top disciples of each mountain would spar with each other. The person who got first place would be able to enter the Sword Mountain. This was the dream of every martial artist who entered the Sword Firmament sect. Therefore, the Dao debate of the 9 mountains was the most intense and tragic. Ever since the disciples' grand competition of the 9th mountain ended, Fang Chen returned to his courtyard. As for the other mountains' discussion about him, he had no idea and did not care. On this day, the lord of the 9th mountain came to Fang Chen's courtyard. Your improvement is really shocking. The lord of the 9th mountain grinned. He was overjoyed that such a heaven-defying genius had joined the 9th mountain. Now, in the entire Sword Firmament sect, other than him and the sect leader, no one knew that Sanguinati had broken the Sword Firmament sect's record. Therefore, many people thought that Sanguinati's strength was only temporary. Lord, when will the Dao exchange begin? Fang Chen asked. Every year, the Dao debate of the 9 mountains is extremely important. Therefore, every mountain has its own arrangements. The lord of the 9th mountain said, if I'm not wrong, the other 8 mountain lords must be personally teaching their disciples, hoping that they can get first place in the Dao exchange. Do you need any help? The lord of the 9th mountain asked. I just want to know when the Dao exchange will be held, Fang Chen said. In a month. The lord of the 9th mountain smiled. With your talent, I have nothing to teach you. How about it? Are you confident that you can cultivate the heart illusion sword technique to the transformative realm in a month? Hearing this, Fang Chen spread his hands. The heart illusion sword technique is harder to cultivate in the later stages. It will be difficult to reach the transformative realm in a month. At that moment, the lord of the 9th mountain took out a small booklet and handed it to Fang Chen. Now! Fang Chen took the booklet and flipped it open. His eyes lit up. I'm very confident. The reason why the heart illusion sword art was difficult to cultivate was because of its unpredictable attacking moves. The booklet that the lord of the 9th mountain gave Fang Chen contained the experiences of countless seniors of the 9th mountain who had cultivated the heart illusion sword technique. With this booklet, it would save him a lot of trouble, and he would be able to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. Thank you, Lord. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. You don't have to thank me. You are the disciple with the strongest comprehension ability in the history of the Sword Firmament sect. I also want to see how high your achievements will be in the future. The Lord of the 9th Mountain said, also, To be honest, with your strength, the 9 mountains are no longer a challenge to you. Only the Sword Mountain. Ever since they knew about Fang Chen's strong comprehension ability, the Lord of the 9th Mountain and the sect leader had been paying close attention to him. All right, I won't take up any more of your time. Cultivate well, and remember to return the booklet to me in a month. The Lord of the 9th Mountain turned and left after he finished speaking. Fang Chen looked at the booklet in his hand with a determined gaze. Chapter 1031. After obtaining the booklet, Fang Chen began to cultivate day and night. The heart illusion sword art was an opportunity for him. He was an illusion sword principal cultivator. Once he cultivated the heart illusion sword art to the transformation realm, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. In fact, he might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. Heaven Star Border realm martial artists could already absorb the vital spirit in heaven and earth. Vital spirit was of a higher grade than spirit chi. Absorbing vital spirit would allow one to condense vital spirit in one's chi to increase one's cultivation. Therefore, it was very difficult for a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist to improve. Although the current Fang Chen could already kill a Heaven Dipper realm level 1 martial artist in seconds. However, this was only a relatively ordinary warrior. Once he faced a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist, he would still need to put in some effort. After cultivating for about half a month, Fang Chen stopped. He had successfully cultivated the Heart Illusion Sword art to the Minute Subtlety realm. If I continue to cultivate like this, I won't be able to increase the power of the Heart Illusion Sword art. Fang Chen muttered to himself in the courtyard. However, at this moment, Little Mouse suddenly appeared. Boss, I found some powerful demonic beasts in a mountain range not far from Sword Mountain. I'm currently in the process of breaking through and want to go there to train myself, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It seemed like he could also go to the mountain range that Little Mouse mentioned to train himself. You're going to break through to the Heaven Star Border realm? Fang Chen asked excitedly. Little Mouse nodded with a smile on his face. When Little Mouse was in the Mystic King realm, he was already so powerful. What realm would his strength reach after breaking through to the Heaven Star Border realm? Fang Chen was also looking forward to it. Let's go together, Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen greeted the 9th Mountain Lord. He then left Sword Mountain with Little Mouse and headed towards the mountain range. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the mountain range. In this mountain range, there are Heaven Realm demonic beasts. You have to be careful, Fang Chen warned. The Little Mouse nodded. Then, its figure flashed, and it scuttled into the weeds. Seeing that the Little Mouse had left, Fang Chen walked straight ahead. Not long after, they encountered a demon beast at the limit of the profound King realm. A cheetah. Roar! The cheetah roared angrily at the sky. In the next moment, a majestic power surged from the cheetah's claws and blasted towards Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen executed the Heart Illusion Sword technique and slashed at the cheetah. Instantly, the cheetah was killed easily. At this moment, a few figures were watching Fang Chen's battle not far away. This kid's sword Dao cultivation is very strong. He should be a disciple of the Sword Firmament sect, a scarred man said softly. Let's go and take a look. Another beautiful lady smiled. After Fang Chen killed the cheetah, he noticed 4 martial artists approaching him. He turned his head and looked into the distance. The 4 of them were in front of Fang Chen. Brother, you must be a disciple of the Sword Firmament sect, right? The scarred man grinned. That's right. Fang Chen nodded. May I know your name? The beautiful lady asked with a smile. Fang Chen pondered and did not answer. Seeing this, the beautiful lady knew that she had misspoken. She hurriedly said, Brother, please don't misunderstand. The 4 of us are disciples of the Fengtian sect. We are here to look for opportunities. When we passed by, we saw that you were strong and wanted to make friends with you. Hearing this, Fang Chen let down his guard. The Fengtian sect was the same as the Sword Firmament sect. They were the top 3 forces in the Fengtian city. He did not expect the 4 of them to be disciples of the Fengtian sect. Among the top 3 sect, the Fengtian sect had the longest history. There were even rumors that the Fengtian sect was related to the Fengtian city. Of course, no one knew if this rumor was true or not. The Fengtian sect had a heavenly technique. It was said that when cultivated to the peak, they could seal the sky. So you're disciples of the Fengtian sect? Fang Chen said, I'm Sanguinati of the Sword Firmament sect's 9th mountain. Brother Shui, the 4 of us received some news. There seems to be a phenomenon of a supreme treasure appearing in this mountain range. Why don't we work together? The beautiful lady continued. A phenomenon of a supreme treasure appearing. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The 4 of them were all in the 9th level of the profound king realm. They were probably not the core disciples of the Fengtian sect. If we find a supreme treasure, how do we split it? Fang Chen was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he asked. Let's rely on our own abilities. The scarred man said. The other 2 nodded as well. Okay. Fang Chen immediately agreed. After that, the 5 of them went deeper into the mountain range. Along the way, the beautiful lady introduced the 4 of them to Fang Chen. The 4 of them were ordinary disciples of the Fengtian sect. The scarred man was called Dao Wuzong. The beautiful lady was called Li Qingxue. The other 2 were called Wen Chou and Dick. Although the scarred man's cultivation was the highest among the 4, he was not the leader. The real leader was the beautiful lady, Li Qingxue. The reason why she was the leader was because she was the woman of the top disciple of the Fengtian sect, Feng Feng. Feng Feng had a high status in the Fengtian sect. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Heaven Star Border realm not long ago. He had great potential and was one of the disciples that the Fengtian sect valued the most. Along the way, the 5 of them moved quickly and soon, they arrived at the depths of the mountain range. According to the information, the phenomenon of a supreme treasure appearing should not be far away. Dao Wuzong said in a low voice. The others also looked around cautiously. Whoosh whoosh suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew past without any warning. Following that, the cries of countless demonic beasts could be heard. Oh no, there's a demonic beast. Wuzong Dao yelled and immediately took out the saber in his hand. Pucha seeing the black figure rushing over, Dao Wuzong slashed at the black figure without hesitation. The others also launched their attacks one after another. Even Fang Chen used the heart illusion sword. More and more demonic beasts appeared in the open space. In the end, even the 1st level of the Heaven Star Border realm appeared. Let's attack together. Li Qingxue noticed the Heaven Star Border realm demonic beast and shouted. Immediately, the 5 of them joined forces to fight the Heaven Star Border realm demonic beast. Bang! The heart illusion sword was used. The sword light was sharp and domineering. Fang Chen rushed to the front and blocked the Heaven Star Border realm demonic beast's attack. While the other 4 were shocked, they exchanged glances with each other. Let's go. Dao Wuzong and Li Qingxue had a tacit understanding and communicated telepathically. Originally, the 4 of them wanted to use Fang Chen to search for the supreme treasure. However, they did not expect to encounter a Heaven Star Border realm demonic beast before they found the supreme treasure. Fortunately, Sanguinati was strong enough to block the Heaven Star Border realm demonic beast. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Qingxue and the other 3 escaped. The Mystic King realm demonic beast was no match for the 4 of them. Damn it! When Fang Chen saw the 4 of them running away, he was furious and cursed inwardly. However, the 4 of them were afraid that Fang Chen would catch up to them. Together, they set up a powerful seal to trap Fang Chen and the Heaven Star Border realm demonic beast. Sanguinati, you can only blame yourself for being too strong. After doing all this, Dao Wuzong and the other 3 easily made a bloody path through the Mystic King realm demonic beasts and left. Buzz! Fang Chen, who was fighting with the Heaven Star Border realm demonic beast, suddenly realized that there was a seal around him. Is this the Fengtian sect's method? The Fengtian sect was best at sealing techniques. The Fengtian sect's sealing techniques were many times stronger than ordinary sealing techniques. Even the top-level array set up by an array master could not compare to the Fengtian sect's sealing techniques. Heart Illusion Sword. Fang Chen bellowed as he executed the Heart Illusion Sword technique, which was at the minute subtlety realm. Instantly, his mind was filled with the strong aura of a sword hero. Unknowingly, Fang Chen merged the sword hero chi into the Heart Illusion Sword. In an instant, the power of the Heart Illusion Sword increased rapidly. Fang Chen's mind was shaken, and he instantly understood. Indeed, only in battle could he train himself. In a flash, the Heart Illusion Sword reached the transformative realm. The transformative Heart Illusion Sword was even more powerful. Pucci. The hallucinatory aura spread out and caused the Heaven Star Border Realm demonic beast to fall into an illusion. The hallucinatory aura has become stronger. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. When the cultivation technique reached the transformative realm, the hallucinatory aura would become stronger. The Heaven Star Border Realm demonic beast struggled with all its might but to no avail. Fang Chen's figure flashed and entered the illusory realm. He performed the Heart Illusion Sword again and stabbed the Heaven Star Border Realm demonic beast's head. Crack! This demonic beast was killed by Fang Chen. After killing the demonic beast, Fang Chen hurried to the seal to check it out. After a long time, Fang Chen's face turned pale. This seal was a little more tyrannical than he had imagined. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the seal. He had tried, but it was impossible to break the seal with brute force. At least, his current strength was not enough to break the seal. The Fengtian sect's sealing technique is indeed worthy of its reputation. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. A Mystic King Realm martial artist's sealing technique could easily trap him. What if it was a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist? While Fang Chen was comprehending the seal, Dao Wuzong and the other three also encountered some trouble. Although they had found the place where the treasure was born, they were in a predicament. What should we do? We are trapped here. Dao Wuzong's face darkened. Break it! Li Qingxue shouted. The four began to look for a way to break the seal. 7 days later, the four of them walked out of the predicament as they wished. The treasure was right in front of them. Ha ha ha, the treasure is ours. Dao Wuzong and the other three laughed. The four of them walked out of the predicament and walked to the stone platform in the depths of the ground. At this moment, there was a thick iron rod on the stone platform. This iron rod was pitch black and contained a vast amount of energy. Before they could get close to the iron rod, they could feel an extreme pressure. The iron rod was emitting a 5-colored light. That's it! Dao Wuzong shouted excitedly. Li Qingxue's eyes were burning as she looked at the iron rod. This was because she recognized that this iron rod was a rank 3 divine weapon. Chapter 1032. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Qingxue would have no problem fighting a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 martial artist with a rank 3 divine weapon. The power of a rank 3 divine weapon was too strong. The four of them looked at the rank 3 divine weapon with burning eyes. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be a rank 3 divine weapon. Traceless Dao laughed excitedly. Wen Chou and Dick were also excited. At this moment, Li Qingxue woke up from her shock and a trace of killing intent flashed across her eyes. She subconsciously took a few steps back. She looked at the three of them and a dagger appeared in her hand. Pucci. Without a sound, the dagger stabbed into Traceless Dao's head. This dagger was specialized in soul attacks. When it stabbed into Traceless Dao's head, his soul was already severely injured. Ah! Traceless Dao screamed and fell to the ground. He hugged his head in pain. Traceless Dao's scream attracted Wen Chou and Dick's attention. Traceless Dao, what's wrong? They didn't even notice how Traceless Dao fell to the ground. When Wen Chou and Dick ran to Traceless Dao's side, Li Qingxue attacked again. Traceless Dao, who was on the ground, raised his arm and pointed at Li Qingxue. He wanted to tell the two of them, but before he could finish, he heard a Pucci sound. Dick's soul was weak to begin with. After being stabbed by the dagger, he fell to the ground and died. Wen Chou felt Dick fall to the ground and moved to the side in a flash. He looked at Li Qingxue in disbelief. Li Qingxue, you, Wen Chou's eyes were red and filled with rage. The rank 3 divine weapon is mine. No one can fight with me for it, Li Qingxue said coldly. For benefits, Li Qingxue could do anything. Ah! Just as Li Qingxue finished speaking, Traceless Dao, who was the strongest in the team, died. Only Wen Chou was left. Li Qingxue, I won't fight with you for the rank 3 divine weapon. Let me go and I'll pretend that I didn't see anything. Wen Chou thought to himself. He couldn't fight against Li Qingxue with his strength alone. In order to prevent Li Qingxue from killing him, he said that. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain, Li Qingxue's beautiful face was filled with madness. Li Qingxue, we are both disciples of the Fengtian sect. There is no need to kill me. Besides, you're Feng's woman. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to tell anyone about this. Wen Chou retreated as he spoke. I, Li Qingxue, will not do such a stupid thing. Li Qingxue's figure instantly shot towards Wen Chou. Seeing this, Chou desperately. Pucha Li Qingxue, the daggers is Li's sword. Immediately, Wen Chou's body softly fell to the ground. Li Qingxue. Li Feng. In the past few years, in order to improve her cultivation, Li Qingxue had constantly used her beauty to seduce people who could help her. Li Qingxue had lost a lot to climb from the lowest level disciple to her current position. Step by step, she walked towards the black iron rod. Li Qingxue's heart raced. She reached out her hand and grabbed the black iron rod. Suddenly, the 5-colored light around the iron rod disappeared. Ha ha ha, I finally got it. Li Qingxue shouted excitedly. Fengtian sect's Li Qingxue was speechless. However, on this day, Fang Chen received a piece of news. Boss, where are you? I will be able to step into the Heaven Star Border Realm in a few days. I will come and find you then. Fang Chen told Little Mouse the address. A few days later, Little Mouse really came. Boss, where are you? Little Mouse asked curiously outside the seal. I am trapped in the seal. Fang Chen told Little Mouse about his encounter with the Fengtian sect disciples. Hearing this, the Little Mouse was infuriated. Damned Fengtian sect. The Little Mouse cursed loudly. Then, he used his innate ability, extreme piercing. Whoosh! It was as if the darkness before dawn was pierced by a white light. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. A resplendent ray of light pierced through the seal with lightning speed. Extreme piercing. Fang Chen was shocked. Little Mouse's extreme piercing was really domineering. Boss, how is it? Little Mouse asked as he retracted his aura. No problem. Now that there was a gap, things would be easier. Fang Chen immediately used the star sky technique. A huge hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the gap in the seal. Then, it tore the seal apart. The seal was torn apart and dissipated in the void. Fang Chen saw the Little Mouse. Little Mouse's aura was dense. It was obvious that he had broken through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. Did you break through? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded. Then, purple light surged around him. Suddenly, the Little Mouse disappeared and a human figure appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a little stunned. Boss. This figure looked similar to Fang Chen. Little Mouse? Fang Chen asked. Boss, it's me. Little Mouse smiled. You can transform into a human? Fang Chen grinned. Little Mouse nodded and transformed back into his original form. I don't like to appear in human form. God-devouring rats had their own pride. They didn't like to appear in human form. Fang Chen gently patted Little Mouse's shoulder. The latter jumped onto Fang Chen's body. Boss, let's go find the Fengtian sect. Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and brought Little Mouse with him as he rushed forward. After walking for about 2 hours, Fang Chen found an underground cave. Fang Chen entered the cave. When he reached the end of the cave, he saw 3 corpses. Fengtian sect disciples. Only Li Qingxue's body wasn't there. This puzzled Fang Chen. However, after a few steps, Fang Chen saw Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue was in front of a stone platform. She was trying her best to pick up the black metal rod, but it was to no avail. Damn it, why is it so heavy? Li Qingxue said angrily. What a vicious woman. For the sake of a rank 3 divine weapon, She actually killed her own companion. Fang Chen said. Li Qingxue hurriedly turned around and saw Fang Chen. Why are you here? Li Qingxue was surprised that Sanguinati was able to break Fengtian sect's seal. You vicious woman. How dare you plot against my boss? You're dead. Little Mouse said fiercely. Li Qingxue's heart was filled with fear. She knew Sanguinati's strength. He could withstand a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 demonic beast and still be fine. Sanguinati, we can work together. Li Qingxue tried her best to calm down. Work together. Fang Chen's lips curled up as he sneered. I'll give you the rank 3 divine weapon. I only ask that you let me live. In front of life, a rank 3 divine weapon was not worth mentioning. You plotted against me before. Now you want me to let you live. Fang Chen said disdainfully. Li Qingxue was silent for a moment. Then, she raised her head. Instantly, a seductive smile appeared on her face. She walked towards Fang Chen step by step. The clothes on her body were being taken off piece by piece. Can you exchange my body for my life? Li Qingxue asked. As long as you're willing to let me live, you can do whatever you want. Li Qingxue's words were very provocative. If it was an ordinary person with an unstable Dao heart, they might lose themselves. However, Fang Chen only had his wife, Star and Moon, in his heart. Get lost. Fang Chen bellowed. With a wave of his hand, he sent Li Qingxue flying. Poochie. The only piece of clothing on Li Qingxue's body instantly slid to the ground. Her snow-white skin was exposed to the air. Li Qingxue's face was filled with confusion. In Fengtian sect, many people fantasized about doing something with her. But the person in front of her did not have any protective feelings for her. Li Qingxue was unwilling to be sent flying by Fang Chen. She secretly used her charm to seduce Fang Chen. Don't embarrass yourself here. My sister-in-law is 10,000 times prettier than you. Little Mouse's voice rang out. Suddenly, Li Qingxue felt that she had been greatly humiliated. Sanguinati, do you really want to kill me? Li Qingxue said coldly. A few days ago, I've already informed senior brother Feng Feng. He'll be here soon. Feng Feng. Fang Chen knew that Feng Feng was one of the best in Fengtian sect's younger generation. Once senior brother Feng Feng arrives and finds out that I've been killed, he'll definitely avenge me. Li Qingxue said with a ferocious expression. So, you can die now. Using the heart illusion sword, a sword light pierced into Li Qingxue's body. Li Qingxue opened her mouth and fell to the ground. After killing Li Qingxue, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the rank 3 divine weapon. You've just broken through to the Heaven Star Border realm and don't have a good weapon yet. This black iron rod is just right for you. Fang Chen said to Little Mouse. The latter seemed to like the black iron rod. With a whoosh, it jumped onto the stone platform. Then, it turned into human form and held the iron rod with both hands. Up. Little Mouse was a heaven-devouring divine rat. Its physical body was extremely terrifying. It easily picked up the heavy iron rod. Holding the iron rod, Little Mouse's face was full of smiles. Let's try it. Little Mouse lightly swung the iron rod, and it smashed into the wall. Instantly, the entire cave shook. Is it going to collapse? Seeing this, Fang Chen hurriedly shouted and retreated out of the cave with Little Mouse. Rumble. Just as they retreated, the cave completely collapsed. Fang Chen and Little Mouse exchanged glances, then looked at the black iron rod. Boss, this rank 3 divine weapon is too powerful. Little Mouse scratched its head and said. Chapter 1033. The black iron rod was much stronger than expected. The Little Mouse couldn't bear to put it down. This is really good stuff. The Little Mouse grinned. Let's go. Now that they had achieved their goal, it was time to go back. When Fang Chen and the Little Mouse were about to leave, a strong wind blew past. Feng Feng had arrived. The address that Qing Shui mentioned is here. Feng Feng stood in the air and looked down. The cave had collapsed, and the entire ground was caved in. It was very embarrassing. What happened? Did the cave collapse? Feng Feng's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. At this moment, Feng Feng saw Fang Chen and the little mouse. You killed Qing Shui. Feng Feng saw the rank 3 divine weapon in the little mouse's hand and instantly connected the dots. So what if we did? Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Feng Feng was furious and immediately launched a fierce attack. Feng Feng had just advanced to Heaven Star Border Stage 2, and he was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the sealed Sky City. However, he was mocked by a mystic King Trash. How could he not be furious? Rumble. Feng Feng's attack was very strong. He punched out with both fists and directly dove down. Instantly, the ground shook. Noisy. Fang Chen didn't move, but the little mouse attacked. He held the black iron rod and directly smashed it towards Feng Feng. Crack. Feng Feng's attack was instantly shattered. Feng Feng was also sent flying by the black iron rod. Feng Feng, who had stabilized his body, was shocked. This little mouse was so strong. His eyes were filled with a fiery passion. It must be a rank 3 divine weapon. Feng Feng suppressed the greed in his heart and regained his rationality. Now that the little mouse had a rank 3 divine weapon, he was no match for it. Run. Feng Feng made a decision subconsciously. He shook his wrist, and a tyrannical seal instantly blocked the little mouse and Fang Chen's pursuit. Then, his figure instantly disappeared. Too weak. The jet-black cudgel smashed into the seal, instantly shattering it. However, Feng Feng had already escaped. Boss, should we chase after them? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. A second-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist was extremely fast, and he must have set up a lot of seals along the way. Chasing after him would be a waste of time. Moreover, he did not care about Feng Feng at all. Let's go back. Seeing the iron rod in Little Mouse's hand, Fang Chen was very happy. After running for a long time, Feng Feng finally stopped. His eyes were bloodshot. Originally, the rank 3 divine weapon belonged to me, Feng Feng said in a low voice. Sanguinati, I will not let you off. When Li Qingxue sent him a voice transmission, she had mentioned Sanguinati from the Sword Firmament sect. Even though he didn't pay much attention to it at the time, now that he thought about it, that person must have been Sanguinati. Feng Feng made a mental note of the name Sanguinati and returned to the Fengtian sect. As for Fang Chen and Little Mouse, they also returned to the Sword Firmament sect. Brother Blood, you're back. Piyu Tsong saw Fang Chen and cupped his hands. Ever since Fang Chen defeated everyone, Piyu Tsong's attitude towards Fang Chen had changed a lot. Now, he completely approved of Fang Chen. Yes, I'm back. Fang Chen nodded. Piyu Tsong knew that the 9 Mountains Dao discussion would be held in 3 days. Fang Chen didn't care about it. At night, the 9th Mountain Lord came. How is it? The 9th Mountain Lord asked directly. Fang Chen nodded and said, I've reached the Transcendent Realm. Fang Chen said and handed the booklet to the 9th Mountain Lord. The latter was very excited when he heard it. That's crazy. The 9th Mountain Lord chatted with Fang Chen for a while before leaving. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the 9 Mountains Dao discussion. This year's 9 Mountains Dao discussion was held at the first mountain. The 9th Mountain Lord led Fang Chen to the first mountain early in the morning. The 9 Mountains Dao discussion was simply a battle between the number 1 disciples of each mountain. In the end, the final winner would be decided. The 9 Mountain Lords and the 9 disciples gathered at the first mountain. Ha ha ha, it's the day of the annual 9 Mountains Dao discussion again. The first mountain lord laughed. Yeah, the last person to watch the 9 Mountains Dao discussion was probably the 9th Mountain Lord. Everyone laughed when they heard it. All these years, the 9th mountain had been going downhill. There wasn't a single disciple that could be considered outstanding. Every time the 9 Mountains Dao discussion was held, they would mock the 9th Mountain Lord. Over the years, the 9th Mountain Lord had gotten used to it. Jiang Ruri, bring them around the first mountain. The first mountain lord said. Jiang Ruri nodded and left the place with the other 8 disciples. The 9 mountain lords also gathered together and began the Dao discussion. In the 9 Mountains Dao discussion, The competition between the disciples was secondary. The most important thing was the Tao discussion between the mountain lords. Every year, the 9 mountain lords would exchange their cultivation experiences. This way, the 9 of them would help each other improve. Although some people looked down on the 9th mountain lord, they were still from the Sword Firmament sect. The Tao discussion between the 9 mountain lords was a little long. During this time, the number 1 disciple of the first mountain, Jiang Rui, brought everyone around. Brother Jiang, the number 1 spot in this 9 mountains Tao discussion will definitely be yours. The second mountain lord's disciple grinned. Jiang Rui's cultivation had reached the peak of Heaven Star Border Stage 1. He was only 1 step away from Heaven Star Border Stage 2. In this 9 mountains Tao discussion, he was the most likely to be the number 1. Yeah, Brother Jiang. If I remember correctly, you were the number 1 in the previous 9 mountains Tao discussion. The third mountain lord's disciple smiled. The others were also complimenting Jiang Rui. Only Fang Chen followed behind the crowd and did not say a word. When Jiang Rui heard these compliments, his face was full of smiles. However, when he saw Fang Chen at the end, his face darkened. Jiang Rui waved his hand and said, "Before the results are out, who knows? I heard that a fierce person appeared in the 9th mountain this time. He challenged the 6 disciples by himself and won in the end. Maybe he will be the number 1. Although Jiang Rui said this, everyone knew that he was mocking Sanguinati. Ha ha ha, do we still need to talk about the standard of the 9th mountain's disciples? Yeah, let me go. Not to mention 6, I can even defeat 60 of them easily. The few of them laughed and ignored Fang Chen's feelings. Unknowingly, the crowd came to a tall tower. Brother Jiang, is this the sword tower of the first mountain? The second mountain lord's disciple asked. That's right. This tower is the sword tower of the first mountain, Jiang Rui said. Which level did Brother Jiang reach? The third mountain lord's disciple asked. No, I just reached the 7th level, Jiang Rui said humbly. When the others heard this, they praised Jiang Rui again. The sword tower was divided into 9 levels. It was a place to train the disciples' comprehension. The higher one's comprehension, the more they could reach the higher levels. Jiang Rui was considered an old disciple and his comprehension was not bad, but he had only reached the 7th level. Ordinary disciples could not even reach the 5th level. Bang! Just as everyone was talking, a mysterious king disciple was blasted out of the sword tower and left in a sorry state. In front of the sword tower, there was a stone tablet with a record on it. Chu Qiong reached the 8th level. When Fang Chen saw this name, he was slightly stunned. Among the disciples who entered the Sword Firmament sect with him, the ones with the highest comprehension were Chu Qiong and Dong Tianhao. He did not expect Chu Qiong to reach the 8th level. As expected, the higher one's comprehension, the easier it was to pass the tower. The highest record is Chu Qiong. If Dong Tianhao from the second mountain was here, he might be able to reach the 8th level too. Let's try too. Suddenly, a disciple from the 5th mountain suggested. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Then, one disciple after another began to challenge the tower. The first person to challenge the tower was Jiang Rui. He easily reached the 7th level and walked out of the sword tower calmly. Brother Jiang is amazing. Next, the disciples from the 2nd and 3rd mountains challenged the tower one by one. After the disciples from the 8th mountain finished challenging the tower, only Fang Chen was left. During this period, other than Jiang Rui who reached the 7th level, the other disciples had at most reached the 6th level. There were even some who reached the 5th level. This sword tower has a high requirement for comprehension. From this, we can see how strong Brother Jiang's comprehension is. Don't we have a newcomer who ranked 3rd in the comprehension test? Back then, he was in the top 3 with Chu Qiong and Dong Tianhao. Chu Qiong could reach the 8th level. I wonder if he can reach the 6th level, a martial artist from the 7th mountain said in a jealous tone. Immediately, the gazes of the 8 people landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the 8 people, then looked away and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Challenging the tower? I'm the best at it. With that, Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the sword tower. Mph, this sanguinati thinks he's the best in the 9th mountain. Does he think he's so arrogant? What a narrow-minded guy. What a joke. I bet that sanguinati can reach the 6th level at most. They remembered that sanguinati was ranked 3rd in the newcomer's assessment. The 6th level should be his limit. They didn't have a good impression of the 9th mountain to begin with, and sanguinati said that he was the best at challenging the tower. The 8 of them were even more disgusted with sanguinati. However, this didn't affect sanguinati's challenge at all. Inside the sword tower, Fang Chen easily entered the 2nd level. That's too easy. Fang Chen curled his lips. Then, he continued to challenge the tower and reached the 8th level in less than a minute. At this time, he still didn't feel any pressure. Chu Qiong reached the 8th level because his comprehension was limited. Fang Chen's comprehension made history in the sword firmament sect. The sword tower was a joke to him. Whoosh! He walked slowly and stepped into the 9th level. When Fang Chen came out of the sword tower, the 8 people were mocking and ridiculing him. Sanguinati, which level did you reach? Someone sneered. When Fang Chen heard that, he ignored it. It must be because the level is too low. I'm too embarrassed to say, a martial artist from the 3rd mountain said. Chapter 1034. When they saw Fang Chen come out, the 8 of them started mocking Fang Chen. Mph, with your level, we overestimated you, sneered the cultivator from the 2nd mountain. That's right. Your level is too low, so you don't dare to say it. But you still have the face to be here. If I were you, I'd have already scrammed, said the cultivator from the 3rd mountain. The other cultivators all nodded. However, Fang Chen raised his head, a trace of pride in his eyes. A bunch of idiots. Fang Chen sneered. The 8 of them were instantly enraged. They immediately wanted to argue with Sanguinati. However, at that moment, the stone stele began to move. The stone stele began to emit a resplendent light. The light directly enveloped the stone stele. The 8 of them felt the stone stele tremble. What's going on? Normally, the stone stele would only react like this because someone had broken the record. But now, no one had broken the record. Why was it like this? The 8 of them stared at the stone stele in confusion. Hiss. The stone stele was enveloped by the light. The 2 words Chu Qiong on the stone stele also gradually disappeared. In its place were the words Sanguinati. Buzz. Under the gazes of the 8 people, the resplendent light gradually disappeared, and the stone tablet returned to normal. What? But when the 8 of them saw the words on the stone stele, they cried out involuntarily. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Sanguinati, how is the 9th level possible? Shouted the 1st mountain's Jiang Rory. No one knew better than him just how high the sword pagoda's requirement for comprehension was. Even he had only reached the 7th level. As for the 1st mountain's Chu Qiong, he had only reached the 8th level. This Sanguinati had actually reached the 9th level. Impossible. Your comprehension is inferior to Chu Qiong's. How could you reach the 9th level? Said the 2nd mountain's cultivator. Mph, he must have cheated. The other mountain's cultivators all said the same thing. They simply couldn't believe that the person they had just mocked had reached the 9th level. If I were you, I'd have already scrammed back. Fang Chen returned the words that they had just said to him, word for word. After that, Fang Chen left. Fang Chen did not have a good impression of these 8 people. He didn't want to stay with the 8 of them, so he left first. Looking at Fang Chen's back as he left, the 8 people's eyes flickered as they looked at each other. Brother Jiang, the martial artist from the 3rd mountain, called out. Jiang Ruri tried his best to calm the shock in his heart, then waved his hand and said, let's go. A day had passed since the Dao discussion of the 9 mountains. The sparring session between the 9 mountain lords lasted for a very long time. At their level, it was very difficult for them to advance any further. Therefore, they would often discuss matters of cultivation together. Fang Chen didn't expect to wait for 5 days. 5 days later, the sparring session between the 9 mountain lords ended. Ha ha ha, said the mountain lord of the 2nd mountain with a grin. Who knows, Maybe I'll be able to make a breakthrough after I get back. The other mountain lords also burst into laughter. Every mountain chieftain had a great harvest, and they were all very happy. Finally, the 9 mountain lords walked out of the main hall. They informed the 9 disciples to come to the square. The Tao discussion of the 9 mountains will end today, said the first mountain lord. In fact, the most important part of the Tao discussion of the 9 mountains was the sparring session between the 9 mountain lords. As for the competition between the disciples, it was already about to end. The 9 disciples all came to the square in a short while. The first mountain lord looked at the 9 of them and said, "The 9 of you will fight in pairs. The winner will directly enter Sword Mountain and become a disciple of Sword Mountain." Hearing the first mountain lord's words, Jiang Rui's eyes lit up. However, before the first mountain lord finished speaking, Fang Chen walked directly to the martial arts arena. "I, Sanguinati, will be the winner this time," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "It's too troublesome to fight one by one. I, Sanguinati, will stand here and accept anyone's challenge." Fang Chen's words were very obvious. He was determined to be the winner. If anyone was not convinced, they could come up and challenge him. Seeing Sanguinati's actions, the first mountain lord's expression changed. "Old 9, is this a disciple of your 9th mountain?" asked the first mountain lord. The 9th mountain lord nodded and said, "That's right. This kid is a little arrogant. I wonder how strong he is," said the other mountain lords. "Old 9, your disciple has broken the rules," said the first mountain lord. "Old 1, my disciple will be the winner this time." "There's no doubt about it," said the 9th mountain lord confidently. "Oh, so confident." Seeing this, the first mountain lord said, "Since that's the case, as you wish." The first mountain lord had spoken. The disciples of the other 8 mountains could challenge Fang Chen. Jiang Rui understood the meaning behind this and signaled for the disciples of the other mountains to challenge him first. Using a tag team battle to deplete Sanguinati's strength, Jiang Rui would be the winner in the end. "Let me have a go at you." The disciple of the 8th mountain went up to the martial arts arena and sneered. He was not convinced by Sanguinati. Why was he able to reach the 9th level of the sword pagoda? Swoosh! The disciple of the 8th mountain took out a soft sword and performed a very complicated sword technique. In the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. These sword shadows contained a majestic power. Heart illusion sword technique. Fang Chen did not hesitate and performed the heart illusion sword technique. He defeated the disciple of the 8th mountain just by performing the heart illusion sword technique. "Next," said Fang Chen. It seemed that he did not care about defeating the disciple of the 8th mountain at all. In front of the martial arts arena, the 9 mountain lords stood side by side. The 8th mountain lord looked at the martial arts arena with an ashen face. He was a little unhappy. "Interesting," the first mountain lord said. Next, the disciple of the 7th mountain went up. Just like the disciple of the 8th mountain, Fang Chen performed the heart illusion sword technique at the perfection stage and defeated his opponent easily. Just like that, Fang Chen fought several rounds in a row. They were too weak and could not force Fang Chen to use his full strength. Finally, it was the turn of the 2nd mountain's disciple. "Sanguinati, your winning streak ends here." The disciple of the 2nd mountain performed the ultimate skill of the 2nd mountain. It was an exquisite sword technique that dazzled everyone. It was obvious that the disciple of the 2nd mountain had a higher cultivation than the disciples of the other mountains. However, he was still no match for Fang Chen. Heart illusion sword technique. Fang Chen performed the heart illusion sword technique at the minute subtlety realm and defeated his opponent. At this moment, other than the 9th mountain lord, the other mountain lords were slightly shocked. This kid's heart illusion sword technique has reached the minute subtlety realm. Before this, they were not too shocked when Sanguinati easily defeated a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 martial artist with his Mystic King realm cultivation. But now, the heart illusion sword technique at the minute subtlety realm had really shocked them. As the mountain lords, they knew how powerful the ultimate skills were. Moreover, among the 9 great ultimate skills, the heart illusion sword technique was the hardest to cultivate. This was because the heart illusion sword technique involved illusions. It was much more time-consuming to cultivate compared to the other ultimate skills. However, the other martial artists' ultimate skills were only cultivated to the Great Circle realm. Sanguinati had actually cultivated it to the minute subtlety realm. No wonder he dares to speak so arrogantly. He has something to rely on, the first mountain lord said in a low voice. The heart illusion sword technique at the minute subtlety realm is indeed powerful, but that's all there is to it. Jiang Ruri will definitely lose once he enters the arena, the second mountain lord said. Jiang Ruri's cultivation had reached the peak of Heaven Star Border Stage 1. He had the highest cultivation among the 9 great disciples. Moreover, Jiang Ruri was the most popular person in this 9 Mountains Dao discussion. Darkness Sword Technique, the ultimate skill of the first mountain. Jiang Ruri performed the Darkness Sword Technique as soon as he entered the arena. Splash! The Darkness True Intent was activated, and his body was filled with dense darkness aura. In the next moment, the long sword in Jiang Ruri's hand shot out streaks of dark sword light. These dark sword lights were extremely fierce and domineering. Under Jiang Ruri's control, they blasted towards Fang Chen. Heart Illusion Sword Technique. Fang Chen continued to perform the Heart Illusion Sword Technique at the minute subtlety realm. Crack! The illusion created by the Heart Illusion Sword Technique was instantly shattered by the darkness light. Sanguinati, what else do you have up your sleeves? Jiang Ruri, who was attacking, laughed wildly. Under his Darkness Sword Technique, Sanguinati was nothing to be afraid of. No one could stop him from entering the Sword Mountain and becoming a disciple of the Sword Mountain. Even the mountain leaders of the other 8 mountains nodded their heads slightly. The strength that Jiang Ruri had displayed was already very strong. The Darkness True Intent has reached the 3rd grade. Although it's slightly low, it's not bad. Combined with the Darkness Sword Technique, it's extremely powerful, the first mountain lord commented. It seems like Sanguinati is going to lose. The second mountain lord glanced at the 9th mountain lord and said. No one was optimistic about Sanguinati's chances, except for the 9th mountain lord. This was because he knew that Sanguinati still had a trump card. Below the arena, the 7 people who were defeated by Fang Chen had faint smiles on their faces. Mph, Sanguinati is too arrogant. After being defeated by Brother Jiang, let's see if he still has any face left. That's right. We'll find a way to get back at him for today's humiliation. On the arena, Jiang Ruri's Darkness Sword light was about to hit him. Fang Chen grinned and displayed the Heart Illusion Sword Technique, which was at the Transcendent Realm. Rumble, a strong illusory aura instantly swept across the entire arena and enveloped Jiang Ruri. What Transcendent Realm? At this moment, the other 8 mountain lords were also shocked. They originally thought that the Arcane Realm was Sanguinati's limit. They did not expect him to cultivate the Heart Illusion Sword Technique to the Transcendent Realm. Transcendent Realm, he actually cultivated to the Transcendent Realm. How is this possible? The Lord of the Second Mountain cried out in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ruri was trapped in the illusion. At this moment, the first mountain lord also regained his composure. However, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He already knew the result. The Transcendent Realm Heart Illusion Sword Technique was too powerful. With Jiang Ruri's Darkness Sword Technique, he could not block it. Chapter 1035. What a powerful illusion. Jiang Ruri was enveloped by the illusionary aura. After saying his last sentence, he was completely immersed in the illusion. Fang Chen had used the Heart Illusion Sword skill to defeat Jiang Ruri easily. Whoosh! The illusionary aura disappeared and Jiang Ruri suddenly woke up. He instinctively held his sword and was about to use the Darkness Sword skill to attack Fang Chen. However, the first mountain lord stopped him. Stop! Jiang Ruri was confused when he heard the first mountain lord's reprimand. However, he still stopped in his tracks. Jiang Ruri, you've already lost. The first mountain lord said calmly. No, I haven't lost. Jiang Ruri said stubbornly. You can't even break through his illusion. The first mountain lord said. Jiang Ruri was helpless when he heard that. His expression was hideous and he gave up on attacking in the end. Damn it. It's all because of you. Jiang Rui's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Jiang Rui longed to enter the Sword Mountain, but Sanguinati took the first place. He was filled with hatred. He was only one step away, but all his efforts were in vain. The 9 Mountains Dao discussion has ended. Sanguinati is first. The first Mountain Lord announced. The 9th Mountain Lord laughed when he heard that. The news of the 9 Mountains Dao discussion spread throughout the entire Sword Firmament sect like a gust of wind. All the disciples of the 9 Mountains were shocked. What? Sanguinati took first place in the 9 Mountains Dao discussion? In a courtyard in the first mountain, Chu Qiong had just finished his cultivation when he heard the news. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. He had entered the Sword Firmament sect at the same time as Sanguinati. In terms of comprehension, he was stronger than Sanguinati. However, who would have thought that in less than a year's time, Sanguinati's strength had increased to such a level? Chu Qiong knew how strong Jiang Rui was. If Sanguinati could defeat Jiang Rui, his strength should be close to Heaven Star Border Stage 2. As for himself, he had not even reached Heaven Star Border Stage. I will definitely surpass you, shouted Chu Qiong in his heart. After that, he went into seclusion. If he didn't break through, he wouldn't come out. Other than Chu Qiong, the one who was most shocked was Dong Tianhao of the second mountain. He defeated Jiang Rui and took first place in the 9 Mountains Dao exchange. Sanguinati, what kind of person are you? Dong Tianhao's Bo Ao was in the same situation as Chu Qiong. I think Chu Qiong is the same as me. It was as if Sanguinati had become the most popular martial artist in the Sword Firmament sect overnight. Except for some martial artists who had grudges with Sanguinati, everyone else was curious about Sanguinati. On this day, Fang Chen had just finished cultivating. Wu Tian came. Brother Shui, please forgive me for my previous offense. Wu Tian apologized. Glancing at Wu Tian, Fang Chen didn't say anything. Brother Shui, we're from the same sect. Furthermore, you're the winner of the 9 Mountains Dao exchange. Your status is much higher than mine. There's no need to hate a nobody like me. Wu Tian continued. Fang Chen stood up and stared at Wu Tian. Do you know Red Head Blade? Wu Tian's heart tightened. Could it be that Sanguinati knew about his relationship with Red Head Blade? Red Head Blade, Wu Tian pretended not to know. Don't do it again. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain and reprimanded sternly. After that, he ignored Wu Tian and entered his room. Wu Tian's eyes flickered, but he still left. When he returned to his courtyard, he bumped into Wu Shan. Big brother, how was it? Asked Wu Shan. Wu Tian shook his head with a gloomy expression. Big brother, what's wrong? Asked Wu Shan. He knows about our relationship with Red Head Blade, said Wu Tian. What do you mean he knows? Wu Shan was shocked. After pondering for a moment, Wu Tian clenched his teeth and made a decision. As disciples of the Sword Firmament sect, we have contacted Red Head Blade and attempted to kill our own sect's disciples. Once the sect finds out about this, we will definitely die. Wu Tian said slowly, rather than that, why don't we strike first? Wu Tian believed that Fang Chen was in control of their life gate. He was too dangerous, and they needed to eliminate him. Big brother, what do you mean? Wu Shan's eyes widened. We just need to send word to Red Head Blade that their fellow disciples died at Sanguinati's hands. Wu Tian sinisterly laughed. Wu Shan thought for a moment and then gave his big brother a thumbs up. Big brother, this method of using someone else to do your dirty work really is brilliant. Fang Chen had no idea that Wu Tian and Wu Shan were scheming against him. Today was the day that Fang Chen would head to Sword Mountain. The Sword Firmament sect's 9th mountain was no longer interesting to Fang Chen. He needed to enter Sword Mountain. Let's go, Sanguinati. The 9th mountain lord personally brought Fang Chen to Sword Mountain. Soon, they arrived at Sword Mountain. This is the Sword Firmament sect's sect leader. The 9th mountain lord said slowly. Greetings, sect leader. Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted. In front of him, there was a white-robed elder. There was no aura around him, as if he was an ordinary person. However, Fang Chen knew that this person's cultivation must be terrifying. That's right. The Sword Firmament sect leader chuckled. Then, the Sword Firmament sect leader introduced Fang Chen to the situation of Sword Mountain. Up until now, including you, there are only 13 disciples in Sword Mountain. Although there were only 13 disciples, they were all elite disciples. The weakest of them was at Heaven Star Border Stage 2. With such cultivation, they would be considered the best of the younger generation in the entire Tongtian Island. The strongest one was at Heaven Star Border Stage 3. Your cultivation is only at Heaven Star Border Stage 8. You are the disciple with the lowest cultivation in Sword Mountain. However, you have to work hard. The Sword Firmament sect leader said. I will definitely. Fang Chen said. I know you are curious as to why our Sword Firmament sect is not as prosperous as the outside world says. The Sword Firmament sect leader looked at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen remained silent. That's because our outstanding disciples have all gone to the central region of Tongtian Island. The Sword Firmament sect leader said. If it wasn't for Fang Chen's powerful comprehension that broke the Sword Firmament sect's record, the Sword Firmament sect leader wouldn't be willing to waste his breath. Right now, he was already treating Fang Chen as his heir. Our Sword Firmament sect has always been cultivating talents for a major force. All of our outstanding disciples have been sent to that force. Some of them have become commanders while others have taken up other positions. The Sword Firmament sect leader revealed this secret. Fang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that the Sword Firmament sect, one of the top 3 forces in the Sealed Sky City, was actually cultivating talents for a major force. The Sword Firmament sect leader didn't say what that major force was called. Fang Chen didn't ask either. He was shocked. After the Sword Firmament sect leader made arrangements for Fang Chen, he left with the 9th Mountain Lord. As soon as they left, someone came to Fang Chen's courtyard. You are Sanguinati? The martial artist stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded and looked at the person in confusion. I heard that your cultivation is only at Heaven Star Border Stage 8, but you can fight a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 martial artist. The person asked. I really want to try and see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. After speaking, the person didn't care if Fang Chen agreed or not and directly attacked. Rumble, the two of them fought with their sword techniques. Fang Chen performed the Heart Illusion sword technique, but he couldn't do anything to the person. Bang! When the sword light collided, the person took a few steps back. He steadied himself and stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he stretched out his hand and laughed. Not bad. I acknowledge your strength. Let's get to know each other. I am Wang Da. Through Wang Da's words, Fang Chen could feel that this person's character was good. Then, Fang Chen reached out and shook Wang Da's hand. Sanguinati. Nice to meet you. Wang Da said. Originally, some disciples of the Sword Mountain were unhappy when they found out that a profound king had joined the Sword Mountain. However, after Wang Da fought with Sanguinati, he announced the result of the battle. Many disciples were no longer hostile towards Sanguinati. As for Fang Chen, he gradually adapted to the environment in Sword Mountain. Fengtian Mountain, one of the 3 famous mountains of the Fengtian city. The Fengtian sect was located here. On a mountain peak in the Fengtian sect. Feng Feng's face was gloomy. He had been in the Fengtian sect for a long time. His injuries had only healed in the past few days. He had been thinking about the rank 3 divine weapon. Just as Feng Feng was thinking, a cultivator quickly came to his side. Senior brother Feng. The cultivator cupped his hands. From today onwards, you will hide under the Sword Mountain and keep an eye on a cultivator called Sanguinati. As soon as he leaves the Sword Mountain, send me a message. Feng Feng said in a deep voice. Yes, senior brother Feng. After this cultivator left, Feng Feng took out a scroll from his bosom. The scroll slowly unfurled and a complicated pattern appeared in front of him. Feng Feng looked at these complicated patterns with an excited smile on his face. As long as I master the absolute seal art, I won't be afraid of anyone in the younger generation in the Fengtian city. Feng Feng laughed. in a courtyard in the Fengtian city. It was very remote and quiet. This was the Red-Head Blade's stronghold. They had been waiting for their two brothers, but they had not returned. "Why aren't they back yet? Did something happen?" asked a Red-Head Blade cultivator. "I have a bad feeling about this," another person said. The Red-Head Blade leader sat on a stone bench, motionless. There was a small note in the Red-Head Blade boss's hand. There were some words written on the note and the leader was looking at them. The person who killed the two brothers was Sanguinati of the Sword Mountain of the Sword Heaven sect. Suddenly, the leader held the note in his hand and burned it. "Leader, what's wrong?" the Red-Head Blade members asked in surprise. Chapter 1036. Sword Mountain was the foundation of the Sword Firmament sect. It was also the core of the Sword Firmament sect. The disciples of the Nine Mountains could only be considered as official disciples of the Sword Firmament sect. As for the disciples of Sword Mountain, although there were very few of them, they were all elite geniuses. In the future, they would all enter a powerful force and become a commander-level figure. Therefore, the Sword Firmament sect really valued the disciples of Sword Mountain. After Fang Chen joined Sword Mountain, he could enjoy countless cultivation resources. Usually, the sect leader would even personally come to teach Fang Chen. Sect leader. Half a month after entering Sword Mountain, the sect leader once again came to Fang Chen's courtyard. "Sanguinati, is there anything you don't understand about cultivation?" the sect leader asked. Fang Chen had long been used to the sect leader's actions, so he spoke frankly with assurance. "Sect leader, the Heart Illusion sword skill has been cultivated to the transformative realm. Logically speaking, I should be able to condense 99 sword lights in an instant in the illusion realm. However, I can't do it." "Why is that?" Fang Chen asked in confusion. For the past half a month, Fang Chen had been thinking about this question. Fang Chen had already cultivated the Heart Illusion sword skill to the transformative realm. However, he was still unable to condense 99 sword lights. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would ask." It seemed that the sect leader had already expected Sanguinati to ask this question. After hearing it, he laughed out loud. "Sect leader, please tell me." Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked. The sect leader nodded and stopped laughing. He then looked at Fang Chen and said, "Actually, your Heart Illusion sword skill has not been cultivated to the extreme." "What do you mean by not reaching the extreme?" When Fang Chen heard it, he was shocked. He immediately asked in a hurry, "Could it be that there is a higher realm above the transformative realm?" Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. However, what the sect leader said next made Fang Chen heave a sigh of relief. Whether it was a cultivation technique or a secret skill, the transformative realm was the highest realm. There was no realm above the transformative realm. Even though you've cultivated the Heart Illusion sword skill to the transformation state, you're still lacking a certain type of tempering. Grandmaster Jian Xiao said casually. "Sharpen." Fang Chen was puzzled. What did he lack? "Take this token and go to the illusory sword valley to sharpen yourself. You will know." After saying that, Sect Master Jian Xiao turned and left. Fang Chen glanced at the token that the Sword Firmament sect had tossed to him, and his face was filled with astonishment. The next day, Fang Chen arrived at Illusory Sword Valley as promised. The Illusory Sword Valley was a famous place in the Sword Firmament sect. The Illusory Sword Valley could not only sharpen the disciples, but also let them feel the feeling of a life and death battle. There was another important use, and that was to temper Illusory Sword Dao martial artists. In the Illusory Sword Valley, illusions were extremely powerful. Usually, even if a Heavenly Dipper Realm second-layer martial artist enters it, it can't persist for too long. Almost none of the 12 disciples of Sword Mountain were willing to enter the Illusory Sword Valley. Thus, when Fang Chen arrived, it was completely empty. There was only a single Guardian Elder present. Before the Guardian Elder could speak, Fang Chen took out the token. "There are many dangers in the Illusory Sword Valley. If you can't hold on, come out quickly," the Guardian Elder warned. Fang Chen nodded and entered the Illusory Sword Valley. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the Illusory Sword Valley, he found that the surrounding environment had undergone a tremendous change. What a powerful illusion! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The illusory Sword Valley's illusionary aura was extremely powerful. Fortunately, he could still maintain his original state in the outer area of the illusory Sword Valley. The illusory chi here is so dense, it's just right to sharpen my illusions, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen walked forward step by step. When Fang Chen walked 20 meters, he finally stopped. At this moment, his soul was shaking in his mind, and he was in a state of madness. He could fall into an illusion at any time. I can't go any further, Fang Chen said with difficulty. It was also at this moment that sword light suddenly shot out from the surrounding grey air. Bang! Bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen was hit by these sword lights. Fortunately, the perfect sword body was instantly activated and barely blocked these sword lights. Not only illusions, but also sword attacks, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, he used the heart illusory sword technique. Whoosh! Streaks of swordlight shot out from the hidden star sword and blasted towards the swordlight shooting from afar. Just like that, Fang Chen began to cultivate crazily. In the illusory Sword Valley, Fang Chen crazily cultivated the heart illusory sword technique. His illusory sword Dao was also improving with the passage of time. Half a month later, Fang Chen had already advanced 90 meters. This was already the depths of the illusory Sword Valley, and the illusions here were even more powerful. However, Fang Chen was able to stand there without changing his expression. As expected of the illusory Sword Valley, the sharpening effect is very good. There was a hint of joy in Fang Chen's eyes. In the half a month of training in the illusory Sword Valley, his achievements in illusions had become even more profound. Most importantly, the heart illusory sword technique had reached the true pinnacle. Voila! With a thought from Fang Chen, the vast illusory aura above his head condensed into 99 sword lights. 99 sword lights was the pinnacle of the heart illusory sword technique. It's about time. In the beginning, the illusory Sword Valley had a great effect on Fang Chen, but now, half a month later, the effect was very weak. Fang Chen calmly walked towards the exit of the illusory Sword Valley. At this time, outside the illusory Sword Valley, a man in purple walked towards the illusory Sword Valley. Guardian Elder, I want to enter the illusory Sword Valley. As the man in purple spoke, he took out a token. There are people in the illusory Sword Valley. You can't go in now, the Guardian Elder said. This was the rule of the illusory Sword Valley. In order to prevent the disciples from being unable to resist the illusions and falling into a state of madness, only one person could enter at a time. Oh, who's inside? The man in purple asked in surprise. Almost none of the 12 disciples of Sword Mountain would come here. It's a new disciple of Sword Mountain. His name is Sanguinati, the Guardian Elder said. So it's him. Hearing this, the man in purple nodded and instantly understood. The Blood Sword Saint was from the 9th mountain, and he cultivated the Heart Illusion Sword technique, the ultimate technique of the 9th mountain. He also cultivated the illusory Sword Dao, so it was normal for him to come here. While waiting, the man in purple casually asked, "How long has he been in there?" "It's been more than half a month," the Guardian Elder said. Hearing this, the man in purple's calmness disappeared and was replaced by surprise. "Half a month?" the man in purple asked again. The Guardian Elder nodded heavily. "Can he last half a month in the illusory Sword Valley?" the man in purple muttered to himself. However, just as he was speaking, a figure walked out of the illusory Sword Valley. "He's out," the Guardian Elder said. Fang Chen greeted the Guardian Elder and turned to leave. As for the man in purple, he didn't know him and didn't greet him. Interesting. The purple-clothed man smiled as he watched Fang Chen's departing figure. After reaching the peak of the Heart Illusory Sword technique, Fang Chen returned from the illusory Sword Valley. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Sect Master Jian Xiao appeared. "Sect Master Sanguinati, how was your harvest?" Sect Master Jian Xiao asked. Fang Chen nodded with a smile. "Well, it's good to have a harvest." Sect Master Jian Xiao continued, "I came to find you because of something." "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "Recently, the foreign tribes have been very active in the Sealed Sky City. There are even many sects that have been secretly controlled by the foreign tribes. After a discussion, the three sects have decided that each sect will send some top disciples to destroy these sects that have been controlled by the foreign tribes, sect leader Jian Xiao said. In fact, the leaders of the three top sects could easily destroy these sects. However, this decision was made because the three top sects wanted to train their younger generation. Ancient Dao sect and Fengtian sect will also send disciples, Fang Chen asked. Sect master Jian Xiao nodded. When do we depart? In fact, Fang Chen had a question in his heart. Why 12 people when there were 13 in Sword Mountain? Tomorrow. The next day, the 12 disciples of Sword Mountain gathered together. Jiyu Fang will be the leader of this operation, sect master Jian Xiao said. Then, the group left Sword Mountain and headed to the controlled sect in the sealed Sky City. On the way, Wang Da came to Fang Chen's side. Brother Shui. Wang Da smiled. Brother Wang, we have 13 people in Sword Mountain. Why are there only 12 of us this time? Fang Chen asked in confusion. I heard that senior brother Shi Qing is breaking through to the Heaven Star border stage 4, so sect master sent us. Wang Da smiled. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. After meeting up with the other 11, he realized that the missing disciple was the purple-robed man he met outside Illusory Sword Valley. And now, according to Wang Da, the purple-robed man was the senior brother Shi Qing of Sword Mountain. He is Shi Qing. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Brother Shui, our first target is the Demon Mark sect, which is not far from our Sword Mountain. Wang Da reminded, the strongest person in the Demon Mark sect is at the Heaven Star border stage 4, and there are about 20 low-level Heaven Star border realm martial artists. The rest are all Mystic King realm martial artists. At that time, senior brother Jiyu Fang and the others will deal with the Heaven Star border stage 4 martial artists. We only need to deal with the weaker martial artists. Demon Mark sect. Fengtian sect. This is a chance. Sanguinati has left Sword Mountain. I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Feng Feng was still thinking about the rank 3 divine weapon, the jet black iron rod. This time, the three sects would leave their respective sect. He had been paying attention to Sanguinati, so how could he let go of this opportunity? As long as I get the rank 3 divine weapon, I will be able to fight against a Heaven Star border stage 4 martial artist. Senior brother Feng, everything is ready. At this moment, a Fengtian sect martial artist ran over and whispered. All right, let's go. Feng Feng's eyes were filled with greed as he said loudly. The three sects' movements naturally attracted the attention of the foreign races. The sect controlled by the foreign races was strengthening their defenses. A war that spread throughout the Fengtian city was quietly beginning. Chapter 1037. The atmosphere in the Demon Mark sect was heavy. In the meeting hall, a red-robed martial artist sat quietly on the armchair. Beside him was the sect leader of the Demon Mark sect. Sir, the people from the Sword Firmament sect should be here soon. The Demon Mark sect leader said softly. The three major sect are too arrogant. They only sent their disciples here. This time, they won't be able to return. The red-robed martial artist said. Just as the two of them were talking, the Demon Mark sect leader's heart skipped a beat and he said, they're here. After that, the two of them looked at each other and walked out of the meeting hall. The 12 disciples of the Sword Mountain stood in the sky above the Demon Mark sect. Demon Mark sect betrayed the human race. Kill them all. As soon as Jiyu Fang finished speaking, the 12 disciples launched a powerful attack on the Demon Mark sect. Suddenly, there were screams in the Demon Mark sect. The Sword Firmament sect is too much. In the blink of an eye, there were casualties in the Demon Mark sect. At this moment, the Demon Mark sect leader's angry roar resounded through the sky. Demon Mark sect leader, you're a human but you betrayed the other races. What is your crime? Seeing the Demon Mark sect leader, Jiyu Fang stopped fighting and stared at him. Bullshit. What evidence do you have? Betraying the human race was a serious crime. How could the Demon Mark sect leader admit to it so easily? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, the Demon Mark sect will cease to exist from today onwards. Jiyu Fang grinned. You have to pay the price if you want to destroy my Demon Mark sect. Demon Mark sect leader shouted as a metal rod appeared in his hand. Then, he held the metal rod in his hand and swung it at Ji Yufang. Poochie. Ji Yufang and the Demon Mark sect leader instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. The battle was very intense. The ordinary martial artists of the Demon Mark sect below were killed by the other disciples. Puff, puff, puff. Fang Chen used the Heart Illusion sword art. His attack power was too strong. It was comparable to a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 2 martial artist. Wherever the star-concealing sword passed, the Demon Mark sect's martial artists would die instantly. Wang Da and the others were also having a great battle. Interesting. Ji Yufang was in an intense battle with the Demon Mark sect master when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. He instinctively dodged. As soon as he dodged the attack, the space where he was previously was torn apart. Ji Yufang's gaze landed on the red-robed man. Sect Master Jian Xiao sent you here to die, right? The red-robed man grinned. Ji Yufang could feel the powerful aura coming from the red-robed man, and his face turned solemn. The Demon Mark sect master by the side laughed out loud and said, "Kid, you are dead meat." Ji Yufang's cultivation had reached Heaven Dipper Realm Level 3. However, with the Sword Cloud sect's unique skill, he was able to fight against the Demon Mark sect leader. This caused the Demon Mark sect master to be extremely furious. Now that the red-robed martial artist had made a move, he, Ji Yufang, would definitely die. Everything is over. The red-robed cultivator said softly. At that moment, Jian Xiao sect leader stood quietly in the clouds in the sky. Beside him were the 9 mountain masters. Sect master, if we don't act now, Ji Yufang will be in danger, the first mountain master said in a low voice. Jian Xiao sect leader remained silent, as if he had no intention of taking action. The purpose of destroying the Demon Mark sect was to train the disciples of Sword Mountain. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not take action. It has been a long time since the disciples of Sword Mountain felt the threat of death. This training will be beneficial for them, Jian Xiao sect leader said after a long while. Crash. The red-robed martial artist below made his move. He stretched out his palm, and layers of red ripples gathered on his palm. A terrifying aura spread out. Not good. Fang Chen, who had just killed a few Heaven Dipper Realm Level 1 martial artists, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Immediately, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ji Yufang. Senior brother Ji Yufang, I will deal with this person. You go and hold back the Demon Mark sect master, Fang Chen said in a low voice. In the face of danger, he could not care less. You are not his match, Ji Yufang said in a low voice as his eyes flickered. Do I have any other choice? Fang Chen shrugged. The red-robed martial artist did not care about a mystic king realm ant at all. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. As soon as the red-robed martial artist finished speaking, the red light in his hand blasted out, whistling towards Fang Chen. Roar. Just when Ji Yufang thought that Fang Chen could not withstand the red-robed martial artist's attack, a deafening beast roar came from the heavens and earth. Innate ability, extreme piercing. The little mouse appeared at the first moment, and then used its tyrannical innate ability. A resplendent ray of light pierced through the darkness and shot towards the red luster at lightning speed. Poochie. The dazzling light pierced through the red luster and mercilessly pierced the red-robed martial artist's body under everyone's stupefied gazes. Bang! The red-robed martial artist's body was actually sent flying. How is this possible? Ji Yufang, who was behind Fang Chen, was completely dumbfounded. Even the Demon Mark sect master was shocked. However, after a short moment of shock, the Demon Mark sect master once again launched a fierce and domineering attack towards Ji Yufang. The two of them instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Fang Chen used the Heart Illusion sword art, which was at the transformative realm, to create a powerful illusion that enveloped the red-robed martial artist. As for the little mouse, it took out a rank 3 divine weapon, the jet black iron rod, and smashed it towards the red-robed martial artist. Bang! Bang! Although the rank 3 divine weapon combined with the little mouse's strength could not defeat the red-robed martial artist, it could block the latter's attack. Damn it, why does it have a rank 3 divine weapon? The red-robed martial artist cursed inwardly as he blocked the attack. Under the joint attack of Fang Chen and the little mouse, the red-robed martial artist was actually helpless. In the clouds, the hearts of the 9 mountain lords were filled with shock. Even the sect master Jian Xiao was silent. Is this Sanguinati's spiritual pet? Sanguinati's spiritual pet is very strong. Its innate ability's penetrative power is too strong. Moreover, it has 3 sections of a divine weapon. The 9 mountain lords were deeply shocked. When the other Sword Mountain disciples saw that Sanguinati blocked the red-robed martial artist, their faces were filled with excitement and smiles. Good job. Everyone's attack speed was getting faster and faster. In a short while, all the martial artists of the Demon Mark sect were killed. The entire Demon Mark sect was completely turned into ruins. At this moment, the red-robed martial artist was still entangled with Fang Chen and the little mouse. Brother Shui, let us help you. Wang Da and the others shouted after killing the enemy. Let's go help senior brother Jiyu Fang first. Fang Chen said. Everyone nodded and no longer hesitated, joining Jiyu Fang's battle group. Damn it. The Demon Mark sect master was a Heaven Star Border Stage 4 martial artist after all. His attack power was extremely strong. Even when the 11 of them joined forces, they were still unable to kill the Demon Mark sect master in a short period of time. However, as time went by, the 11 of them used their ultimate skills and finally injured the Demon Mark sect master. I'm not satisfied. The Demon Mark sect master screamed miserably as his head was chopped off by Jiyu Fang. Go and help Sanguinati. Jiyu Fang shouted. Suddenly, the 12 disciples of Sword Mountain and the little mouse began to besiege the red-robed martial artist. The red-robed martial artist knew that he was no match for them, and his face was extremely gloomy. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a mouse. Boom. As soon as the red-robed martial artist's voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and a blood-red light appeared in front of him. Under his control, the blood-red light instantly blasted toward Fang Chen and the others. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Jiyu Fang shouted. The 12 of them joined forces and used their strongest attack to bombard the red-robed martial artist's body. In an instant, the red-robed martial artist was sent flying. However, the red-robed martial artist used the recoil force to escape. Go after him. Fang Chen took the lead to use the space-time true meaning and chased after him. The others were far slower than Fang Chen. In a short while, he was nowhere to be seen. Fang Chen chased closely behind the red-robed martial artist. Little Mouse held the black iron rod in his hand and swung it from time to time. After about an hour, the red-robed martial artist was exhausted and could not run anymore. He simply stopped in a bush. Boy, let me live, the red-robed martial artist said in a deep voice. Is that possible? Fang Chen asked in reply. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price, the red-robed martial artist said coldly. As long as you let me go, I can agree to any condition you have. Sorry, you don't have anything that can move me, Fang Chen said. Seeing this, Little Mouse waved the black iron rod and attacked directly. Boom. The black iron rod, filled with majestic aura, smashed into the red-robed martial artist's body in an instant. Crack. The red-robed martial artist was scared out of his wits. When Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly sensed several auras approaching. Soon after, he saw someone approaching. Feng Feng. Sanguinati, you're dead. Feng Feng shouted eerily as he flew. Why are you here? Fang Chen did not understand. Shouldn't the Fengtian sect be fighting against other sects right now? Could it be that Feng Feng had been secretly watching him all this time? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. Trash, believe it or not, I'll smash you to death with my rod, Little Mouse said disdainfully. Feng Feng stopped in his tracks with a smile on his face. Sanguinati, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Feng Feng said. Is that so? Fang Chen said. Crash. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Feng Feng's wrist shook. Suddenly, a vast amount of vital spirit power spread out from his body. Then, He waved his hand and the vital essence in the sky intertwined into a web-like structure that covered Fang Chen. Buzz. The Absolute Seal Technique, the Fengtian sect's top sealing technique. Feng had been painstakingly cultivating the Absolute Seal Technique. Now, it was finally put to use. It was said that the Absolute Seal Technique, when cultivated to the extreme, could seal the sky. Feng knew that he did not have the ability to seal the sky, but sealing a mystic king was more than enough. The Absolute Seal Technique is the top sealing technique of the Fengtian sect. Once trapped, even if you have the strength to fight against a Heaven Star Border Stage 4, you won't be able to break free, Feng said grimly. Chapter 1038. Inside the Seal. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings and sensed the power of this sealing technique. What an ingenious method. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Let me try. Little Mouse held the black iron rod in his hand and smashed it on the seal. Immediately, ripples spread out, but the seal did not move at all. After that, the little mouse pursed its lips and felt slightly helpless. The seal is too strong. I can't break it, Fang Chen said in a low voice. He fell into silence as he tried to think of a way to break the seal. He had tried many methods, but none of them could cause the seal to change. Fang Chen was having a headache. Although there was no danger in the seal, he couldn't get out. At some point, he thought of Tongtian Peak. With a thought, he entered Tongtian Peak. Master. The weapon spirit and the half-beast man greeted respectfully. I'm trapped in a seal. What can you do? Fang Chen asked directly. Master, what seal is it? The weapon spirit asked. Fengtian sect seal. Fang Chen described it briefly. The weapon spirit's eyes lit up and said, if I'm not wrong, this seal should be Fengtian sect's absolute seal. Absolute seal. It was Fang Chen's first time hearing about this seal. Master, the absolute seal is Fengtian sect's secret art. When cultivated to the extreme, it can seal the sky. The weapon spirit explained, under normal circumstances, even a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist can't break it. Fang Chen's heart sank upon hearing this. But I have an idea. The weapon spirit changed the topic. Fang Chen was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, what idea do you have? Back then, before the old master rose to power, he had once fought against the people of the Fengtian sect and was trapped in the Absolute Seal. The weapon spirit said slowly, however, the two of them didn't have any deep hatred. In the end, Fengtian sect released the Absolute Seal and released the Old Master. When the Old Master rose to power and became the Island Lord of Tongtian Island, he was invincible. However, he still remembered the Fengtian sect's Absolute Seal technique. Later on, the Old Master successfully researched a method that specifically countered the Absolute Seal technique. After listening to the artifact spirit, Fang Chen was extremely excited. What method? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. The artifact spirit flicked its wrist, and a speck of light entered Fang Chen's mind. The next moment, a large amount of information surged into his mind. What an ingenious method! With a glance, Fang Chen realized that this method was too ingenious. Master, with this method, you'll be able to easily break the Absolute Seal, said the artifact spirit. Fang Chen nodded and left Tongtian Peak. Inside the seal, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the method to break it. This time, Fang Chen even used the time acceleration of the true meaning of space-time. Although the true meaning of space and time was at the peak of the 4th grade, Fang Chen only had a superficial understanding of time acceleration. However, he could still achieve simple acceleration. Under the effect of time acceleration, Fang Chen opened his eyes after about a minute. At this moment, outside the seal, Feng was still shouting. Sanguinati, my patience is limited. This is your last chance. Hand over the rank 3 divine weapon, Feng said in a low voice. Feng kept staring at the seal, as if Sanguinati did not care about what he said at all. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Feng was prepared to enter the seal and kill Sanguinati. However, before he could take a step, the seal in front of him was gradually disappearing. What's going on? Why is the seal disappearing? Feng was very puzzled. Crash. The seal completely disappeared, and Fang Chen appeared in front of Feng Feng. The Fengtian sect's absolute seal technique is only SOSO, Fang Chen said with a grin. Impossible. Feng Feng roared in disbelief. However, Fang Chen did not give him any chance. The black iron rod in the little mouse's hand instantly smashed down. Immediately, the rod sent Feng Feng flying. Poochie. Feng Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was seriously injured. No, I can't accept this. Feng Feng roared and then used all his strength to perform the absolute seal technique. Crash. The absolute seal technique once again enveloped Fang Chen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Feng quickly fled. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen broke the seal. I can't let him escape. Fang Chen used the space-time true meaning and chased after him. After a while, Fang Chen saw Feng Feng's figure. Feng Feng fled in panic and actually came to the place where the disciples of Sword Mountain were. Hey, look, isn't that Fengtian sect's Feng Feng? Wang Da suddenly saw Feng Feng fleeing in a sorry state and cried out in surprise. The others looked over and found that it was indeed Feng Feng. Why is Feng Feng here? Who is chasing after him? To be able to make Feng Feng in such a sorry state, could it be a mid-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist? The disciples of Sword Mountain discussed with each other. In the blink of an eye, Feng Feng appeared in front of them. At this time, they finally saw the person who was chasing after Feng Feng. Sanguinati. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Sanguinati in disbelief. Senior brothers, please help me stop Feng Feng. Fang Chen shouted. Wang Da was awakened by Fang Chen's voice and took the lead to stop Feng Feng. Get lost. Feng Feng roared. The other disciples of Sword Mountain blocked Feng Feng's path together. Crash. Fang Chen came in front of Feng Feng. Junior brother Shui, what is going on? Why are you chasing after Feng Feng? Jiyu Fang asked. After I killed the red-robed martial artist, Feng Feng secretly used a sealing technique to trap me and kill me. Fang Chen explained briefly. Feng Feng, you are a disciple of the Fengtian sect. How dare you attack a mystic king realm disciple? Wang Da said. I have already informed the sect master. He is on his way. If you dare to kill me, the sect master will not let you go. Feng Feng said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The sect master of the Fengtian sect was on the same level as the sect master of the Jianxiao sect. Ha! Fang Chen sneered. He waved the hidden star sword and directly pierced Feng Feng's body. At the same time, the little mouse's rank 3 divine weapon smashed into Feng Feng's head. Crack! The Fengtian sect's genius disciple, Feng Feng, died instantly. Junior brother Shui. Jiyu Fang wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Junior brother Shui, you are too reckless. Jiyu Fang said. Feng Feng is a genius of the Fengtian sect. If you kill him, the Fengtian sect will not let you go. That's right. Let's leave quickly. If the Fengtian sect master comes, we won't be able to leave. Wang Da said. The others nodded and left immediately. The sect master of the Jianxiao sect and the 9 mountain lords saw everything clearly. When they saw Sanguinati kill Feng Feng without hesitation, the sect master of the Jianxiao sect smiled. He was satisfied with Sanguinati's actions, although it would bring unnecessary trouble to the Sword Firmament sect. However, Sanguinati's decisiveness satisfied the sect master of the Jianxiao sect. Sect master, Feng Feng has been killed. The Fengtian sect master will not let this go. The first mountain lord said. Once the Fengtian sect master goes crazy, the Sword Firmament sect will be in trouble. The second mountain lord said. The sect master of the Jianxiao sect nodded and said, no matter what, the Sword Firmament sect will protect Sanguinati. This was the sect master of the Jianxiao sect's attitude and the Sword Firmament sect's attitude. The sect master of the Jianxiao sect and the others did not leave and waited. Indeed, the sect master of the Fengtian sect appeared soon. Who killed the genius of the Fengtian sect? The sect master of the Fengtian sect roared in anger. Crash! The sect master of the Jianxiao sect and the 9 mountain lords appeared and landed on the ground. Sect Master of the Jian Xiao Sect. The Sect Master of the Fengtian Sect looked unfriendly and said coldly. Sect Master of the Fengtian Sect, Feng Feng tried to snatch the divine weapon of the Jian Xiao Sect's disciple but was killed instead. I hope that this matter will end here. The Sect Master of the Jian Xiao Sect said. The Sect Master of the Fengtian Sect would not let this matter go. What followed next was a great battle. The battle between the Sect Master of the Jian Xiao Sect and the Sect Master of the Fengtian Sect. No one knew what the outcome of the battle would be. Anyway, after the battle, the Sect Master of the Fengtian Sect turned and left without saying anything. The 12 disciples of the Jian Xiao Sect destroyed the sect that was controlled by the foreign tribes at a fast speed. In just a month's time, more than 20 sects of various sizes had been eliminated by them. Among them, the Demon Mark sect was the most difficult to deal with. The other sect were not as strong as the Demon Mark sect. Of course, with the cooperation of Little Mouse and Fang Chen, even if they encountered a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 4 martial artist, they could also kill him. The 12 disciples of the Jian Xiao sect felt very relaxed. There's still one more sect. Once we destroy this sect, our mission will be completed. Jiyu Fang said with a relaxed smile. The other disciples also had smiles on their faces. Yeah, it's all thanks to junior brother Shui's spiritual pet this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy. Wang Da said. The others nodded. Thinking of Sanguinati's spiritual pet, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The last sect was called the No Demon Sect. The No Demon Sect was just a small sect and the strongest person was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 1. To the others, it was easy to destroy the No Demon Sect. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the No Demon Sect, smoke lingered and death chi circulated. A martial artist with an ugly face was kneeling on the ground, currently sitting and praying. It was as if he was summoning the souls of the dead. Old ancestor, wake up. This ugly martial artist was a clansman of the Demon Blood Clan. In the past, the Demon Blood Clan had a war with the human race and suffered countless casualties. An ancestor of their branch had fallen in the forbidden area of the Sans Demons sect. This time, the Demon Blood Clan's frequent movements were to cover up their summoning of the old ancestor. The summoning of the old ancestor had reached the most critical moment. In the forbidden area of the No Demon sect, there was a skeleton at the front. Inside the skeleton, there was a little starlight shining. Beside the skeleton was the sect master of the No Demon sect. The Demon Blood Clan specially prepared a Heaven Star border body for the old ancestor, hoping that he could be reborn. Buzz. In the forbidden area, a series of runes flashed. The flickering light in the skeleton became more and more dazzling. Chapter 1039. No Demon Sect. Within the borders of the sealed Sky City, it was just an unremarkable little sect. However, it was said that during the peak of the No Demon Sect, the strongest one was even comparable to some of the top powerhouses. At that time, the No Demon Sect was very powerful. However, as time went by, no one could comprehend the true No Demon essence, which led to the No Demon Sect's decline. Until now, the strongest one was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 1. In the sealed Sky City, there were many young people who had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 1. The 12 disciples of the Sword Mountain were leisurely heading to the No Demon Sect. The No Demon Sect was the furthest place from the Sword Mountain. However, after a few days, Fang Chen and the others still came to the No Demon Sect. Who are you? Tell me your name. The guards of the No Demon Sect shouted when they saw Fang Chen and the others. The No Demon Sect betrayed the human race and should be killed. Jiyu Fang, who was the leader, shouted. Hearing this, the guards of the No Demon Sect were shocked. The leader shouted, "Enemy attack." Following his shout, there was a commotion inside the No Demon Sect. Then, all the martial artists were ready for battle. Crash. The Great Elder came out from the tower of the No Demon Sect. Disciples of the Sword Firmament Sect, what brings you to the No Demon Sect? The Great Elder of the No Demon Sect looked down at the 12 disciples of the Sword Mountain and asked. Chimph, you know the answer. Wang Da said coldly. The No Demon Sect colluded with the foreign race and betrayed the human race. They should be killed. Ji Fang said again. You keep saying that the No Demon sect colluded with the foreign race. Do you have evidence? The Great Elder said with a gloomy face. Evidence? Ji Fang smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, the 12 disciples of the Sword Mountain attacked. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The 12 disciples attacked together and directly blasted the tower of the No Demon sect to the ground. Damn it. Seeing this, the Great Elder wanted to escape. However, Fang Chen and the others would not give him the chance. Kill. The Sword Firmament sect proved that the No Demon sect had colluded with the foreign race and should be killed. Therefore, Fang Chen and the others would not be merciful. They used thunderous means to kill the martial artists of the No Demon sect. Poochie, wherever the 12 of them passed, corpses and bones were strewn all over the ground. At this moment, the first elder's heart was filled with fear. My lord, the Sword Firmament sect is here. The old man from the hodgepodge hurriedly transmitted his voice to the alien. However, there was no response from the outsiders. Die. Fang Chen was the closest to the Great Elder. His figure flashed, and directly arrived in front of the Great Elder. Then, the hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into the Great Elder's body. Poochie, the Great Elder, resisted with all his might, but it was of no avail. In the end, he was pierced by the hidden star sword. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his face paled. His body slowly collapsed to the ground. After the Great Elder was killed, the Supreme Demon sect was like a group of dragons without a leader. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Supreme Demon sect was annihilated. At this time, the 12 disciples of Sword Mountain retracted their auras and looked at each other. Mission accomplished, Ji Fang said with a smile. When the 12 disciples were about to leave, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something's wrong, Fang Chen said coldly with a solemn face. Junior brother Shui, what did you find? Wang Da asked hurriedly. The other disciples also looked at Fang Chen. In fact, it was not Fang Chen who found the abnormality, but Little Mouse who found the abnormality. Little Mouse told Fang Chen that there was a demonic blood tribe's aura in the Supreme Demon sect. Then, Fang Chen projected his soul out and sensed carefully. He found a place that was isolated from the soul. That place is isolated from the soul. Something's wrong, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Instantly, the other disciples looked at the place that Fang Chen was pointing at. Then, their faces slightly changed. Let's go and take a look. The 12 disciples quickly arrived at the forbidden area of the Supreme Demon sect. Boom! Ji Fang punched the stone door open. Immediately, a gloomy and bloody aura spread out. It's the alien race, Ji Fang shouted. The 12 disciples hurriedly entered the forbidden area. In an instant, they saw a shocking scene. An alien race was using his blood to communicate with a corpse. It seemed like he was trying to wake up a dead almighty. Stop him! Ji Fang shouted. The 12 disciples joined forces and attacked the alien race. Damn it! The summoning of the ancestor was at the most crucial moment, but it was interrupted by Fang Chen and the others. The alien race was furious. He tried his best to resist while summoning the ancestor. Bang! In just one exchange, the alien race was sent flying by the 12 disciples. His body crashed into the corpse of the Supreme Demon sect's sect master. His blood instantly poured into the body of the Supreme Demon sect's sect master. Hiss! Hiss! The blood of the Supreme Demon sect's sect master started burning. It was very strange. Not good. Ji Fang shouted. He rushed to the front of the Supreme Demon sect's sect master's corpse and slashed with his sword. Bang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Ji Fang's long sword was sent flying. At this moment, the alien race used a forbidden technique. He burned his own life to wake up the ancestor of the demonic blood tribe. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the alien race's body was incinerated. At this moment, the Supreme Demon sect's sect master's corpse seemed to be moving. A strange light entered the body of the Supreme Demon sect's sect master. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and gloomy aura filled the air. Foolish humans! The Supreme Demon Sect's sect master's body was occupied by the alien race's sect master. Alien race. Fang Chen was shocked. The alien race's sect master was obviously using a forbidden technique to summon the demonic blood tribe's almighty. Join forces and attack. Ji Fang shouted. The alien race's sect master had just been awakened, and his strength had not fully recovered. The 12 of them took the opportunity to attack. Rumble. The 12 of them were already the elite disciples of the Sword Firmament sect. When the 12 of them joined forces, their attack power had surpassed the Heaven Star Border Stage 4. Crack. Before the alien race's sect master could recover, the 12 of them attacked together and cut off one of his arms. Humans, you have completely angered me. The alien race's sect master said. Continue attacking. After the previous attack, Ji Fang and the rest realized that the alien race's sect master was not as scary as they thought. Immediately, the group attacked the alien race's sect master. Bang! After a series of attacks, the alien race's sect master was in a sorry state. He roared in anger, but the group ignored him. Bang! Bang! In the end, the little mouse also attacked. His attack was very powerful. The rank 3 divine weapon combined with his special ability instantly injured the alien race's sect master. At this moment, the alien race's sect master was enraged. He suddenly reached out with his only remaining hand. Retreat. Everyone knew that they could not fight him head-on. However, just as Fang Chen was about to retreat, he was suddenly suppressed by the alien race's sect master's hand. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Fang Chen's body was directly smashed into the ground by the alien race's sect master's hand. Boss! Little Mouse screamed crazily. The rank 3 divine weapon, Black Iron Rod, smashed into the alien race's sect master's body, crippling him. Then, the alien race's sect master drilled into the ground. On the ground, Ji Fang and the others attacked fiercely. After a fierce battle, they finally killed the alien race's sect master. I can't accept this. The alien race's sect master was filled with unwillingness. He had just woken up, but he was killed by a few Heaven Star Border brats. In the end, the alien race's sect master's soul completely dissipated. Where's junior brother Shui? At this moment, everyone thought of Sanguinati. Then, the 11 of them came to the pit to look for Sanguinati. Junior brother Shui is not here. Ji Fang said. I can't sense his soul. Where did junior brother Shui go? Wang Da asked. Could it be that there's another world under the ground? The group entered the pit and searched for a long time, but they could not find any trace of Fang Chen. Their faces were a little gloomy. There should be some mechanism under the ground. Junior brother Shui accidentally triggered it. A disciple said. Let's continue searching. Ji Fang ordered. The 11 of them continued searching for about an hour, but they still did not find anything. In the end, they gave up searching. Junior brother Shui must have had a fortuitous encounter. After a discussion, they decided to leave this place. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, everyone left. At that instant, a seal appeared at the bottom of the pit. Fang Chen was inside the seal. Boss, what is this place? The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and asked in confusion. He frantically drilled into the ground to look for his boss, but he was instantly sucked away by a terrifying force. Then, he saw his boss. There's a terrifying seal here. I think it's used to seal the alien race's sect master's soul. Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. After being blasted into the ground by the alien race's sect master, he did not expect to trigger the seal's mechanism and be trapped inside. Boss, how do we get out? The little mouse asked. Fang Chen had tried many methods, but none of them worked. This seal seemed to be stronger than the Fengtian sect's absolute seal technique. Fang Chen entered the Heaven's Link Peak and discussed with the weapon spirit. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, the weapon spirit felt that if he wanted to break this seal, he would need to thoroughly understand the method to break the absolute seal technique. This was because, so far, the strongest seal-breaking method in the Heaven's Link Peak was the method to break the absolute seal technique. thoroughly understand it. Fang Chen's heart trembled as he left the Heaven's Link Peak. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Fang Chen began to comprehend the method to break the seal. The entire Fengtian city had completely returned to peace because of the three top sects' thunderous methods. The alien race that had infiltrated the Fengtian city had been uprooted. From this, one could see how powerful the three top sects were. All the martial artists in the Fengtian city were in high spirits. Chapter 1040. It had been a month since the three top sect defeated the foreign invaders. The entire sealed sky city regained its peace once again. During this period of time, something happened that caused an uproar in the sealed sky city. The demon sword at the bottom of the beheading cliff started to move again. This time, the demon sword acted up and affected a large area. Even the three top sect of the sealed sky city were involved. Wang Wenlong and the rest who tried to communicate with the demon sword previously had improved their cultivation. Wang Wenlong, Jiyu Xingyun, and Pei Shi's cultivation had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 4. To be able to improve so much in such a short period of time, it was enough to show how strong the forces behind them were. As for Jin Tianzhan, who had a conflict with Fang Chen previously, his cultivation had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 5. The first disciple of the Sword Firmament sect, Shi Qing, had also successfully broken through to Heaven Star Border Stage 4. Many young prodigies gathered in front of the decapitation cliff and tried to communicate with the demon sword, but they all failed. Even Jin Tianzhan and the rest couldn't communicate with the demon sword, let alone the others. After everyone left, they didn't talk about the demon sword. It was as if they had given up on the demon sword. And now, it had been a long time since the demon sword acted up. The Sword Firmament sect regained its peace. The ancient Dao sect had always been mysterious. As for the Fengtian sect, it was very chaotic. After Feng Feng's death, the Fengtian sect leader made a huge decision. The young prodigies of the Fengtian sect would fight for the number 1 position. Whoever was the strongest would receive the full support of the Fengtian sect. This also caused the competition between the Fengtian sect disciples to become more intense. In the end, a martial artist who usually kept a low profile successfully fought his way out and became the new first disciple of the Fengtian sect. If it was in the past, no one would care about Feng Yu. Because Feng Yu's cultivation was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 1, which was considered above average in the Fengtian sect. And Feng Yu himself was also very low profile and had been cultivating diligently. Who would have thought that Feng Yu would be able to suppress everyone in this competition, shocking countless martial artists? It was only after the Fengtian sect leader saw Feng Yu's battle that he found out. Feng Yu had been secretly cultivating the art of Absolute Seal and had already reached a very high level. Heavenly Dipper Realm 4th layer Invincible. And his cultivation was only at Heaven Dipper Realm Level 2. Fengtian sect's sect leader was very excited to have such a talent in their ranks. Feng Yu was a wise man who pretended to be stupid. He was a late bloomer, and his future achievements would definitely be much greater than Feng Feng's. In an instant, he had become the new Fengtian sect's most valued disciple. The sealed sky city, which had been peaceful for a long time, became lively again because of a certain matter. The envoy of the Xiantian sect had arrived. The Black Heaven sect was one of the 6 top sects of Clear Sky Island. The 3 top sects of the sealed sky city were grooming talents for the Black Heaven sect. On this day, an envoy from the Black Heaven sect arrived at the sealed sky city. The Black Heaven sect's emissary has arrived. After hearing the news, the leaders of the 3 major sects were extremely excited and personally came to greet the Black Heaven sect's emissary. There were 8 cities on Tongtian Island, and each city had its own sect. However, no one could shake the position of the 6 great super sect. 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 imperial family, these were the 6 superpowers of Heavenspan Island. The 3 palaces were the Azure Sky Palace, the Ice Demon Palace, and the Thunder Palace. The 2 sects were the Black Heaven sect and the Pure Maiden sect. As for the imperial family, it was the supreme ruler of Clear Sky Island, the Xia clan. The Xia clan used to be an ordinary force on Clear Sky Island. However, an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier had appeared in the clan. In the end, He successfully led the Xia clan to become one of the top forces on Clear Sky Island. At that time, the Xia clan's power was even inferior to the 3 palaces and 2 sects. However, when the Xia clan's Emperor Xia became the island master of Clear Sky Island, the Xia clan's status soared and surpassed the 3 palaces and 2 sects to become the sole imperial family. As time passed, people began to describe the superpowers of Clear Sky Island as the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 imperial family. The Xia clan's leader, who called himself Emperor Xia, was also the island master of Clear Sky Island and a super elite of the heavenly body tier. The Black Heaven sect was called the 3 palaces and 2 sects. This was enough to show how powerful they were. Previously, the 3 superpowers of Sealed Sky City had sent many talents to the Black Heaven sect. This time, the envoy had arrived. In the center of Sealed Sky City, there were 2 middle-aged men on the highest floor of a pavilion. Their faces were full of smiles. Beside them were the leaders of the 3 superpowers. "I'm sure the 3 of you already know why we're here," the slightly chubby middle-aged man suddenly said. "We're ready," the 3 leaders replied. The other envoy nodded and said, "We're here to recruit talents. The standard is the 2nd stage of Heaven Dipper tier. We're recruiting 30 people, and 3 of them are commanders," the chubby envoy said. Hearing this, the 3 leaders' hearts skipped a beat. If they could obtain the position of commander, they could foresee that their name would spread throughout Clear Sky Island in the future. This was a chance for them to soar into the sky. "Go back and prepare. Send the name list to me tomorrow," the skinnier envoy said. The 12 disciples of Sword Mountain were eager to try. They all hoped to be selected by the Black Heaven sect's envoy. Among them, Shi Qing even had a chance to compete for the position of commander. "Senior brother Shi Qing, you have a chance to compete for the position of commander this time," Ji Yu Fang said with a grin. He had no hope. Not to mention the elites of the ancient Dao sect, he couldn't even compete with Feng Yu, who had recently risen to prominence in the Fengtian sect. "I definitely will." Shi Qing clenched his fists and thought to himself. Now that he had broken through to Heaven Dipper Tier 4, he was confident that he could obtain the position of commander. Not only the Sword Firmament sect, but the other sects were also preparing anxiously. After a night of preparation, the 3 leaders sent the name list to the 2 envoys. After the chubby envoy read through it, he said, "There are only 30 spots. The name list that the 3 of you gave me has a total of 35 people. Some of them need to be removed." In the end, the 2 envoys let the 35 people fight and eliminated 5 of them. After a morning of fighting, 5 people were successfully eliminated. Only 30 people were left on the list. During this time, the 3 positions of commander were confirmed. Shi Qing obtained a position with his absolute strength. Feng Yu from the Fengtian sect also obtained a position. Ji Yu Chen from the ancient Dao sect obtained a position. For the 3 sects, this result was not bad and they could accept it. "All right, we're done with the selection. We're going back," the envoy said. "From today onwards, the 30 of you will be members of the Black Heaven sect. Follow me back," the chubby envoy said loudly as he stood up. The 3 leaders watched as the 2 envoys led the 30 people to the entrance of the Fengtian city. However, at this moment, a voice entered everyone's ears. "I want to join the Black Heaven sect too." Then, Fang Chen's figure flew over from afar. Seeing that Fang Chen had returned, the Sword Firmament sect's disciples were extremely excited. "I told you that junior brother Shui would be fine," Wang Die laughed. Even the Sword Firmament sect's sect leader had a smile on his face. The 2 envoys were stopped by Fang Chen as they stared at Fang Chen. "Who are you?" the chubby envoy asked in a deep voice. He seemed a little displeased. "Lord Envoy, I'm a disciple of the Sword Firmament sect. I was out on a mission previously and was delayed. I wonder if you can give me a chance to join the Black Heaven sect." After being trapped in the seal for nearly a month, Fang Chen had finally cultivated the seal-breaking technique to the highest level. He then easily broke the seal and returned to the Fengtian city. Of course, Fang Chen had also gained something in the past month. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. Now, he could even defeat a martial artist in the 2nd level of the Heaven Star Border realm. "Envoys, This person has great potential. He's not any weaker than Shi Qing. He's someone that the Sword Firmament sect has focused on nurturing. I wonder if you can give him a chance, the Sword Firmament sect leader said at this moment. The two envoys who originally wanted to ignore Fang Chen nodded their heads. Since the Sword Firmament sect leader has said so, we'll give you a chance, the chubby envoy said. You can challenge any one of the 30 people. If you win, you can join the Black Heaven sect, the skinny envoy said. Fang Chen nodded his head gratefully when he heard the envoy's words. After he returned to the Fengtian city, he heard about the Black Heaven sect's envoys. He knew how powerful the Black Heaven sect was, so he was eager to join. Fang Chen scanned the crowd with his soul spirit and his gaze finally landed on a disciple of the Fengtian sect. It's you, Fang Chen said. This person did not expect Fang Chen to challenge him. Kid, you're courting death. The person's face darkened as he said coldly. You talk too much. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he unleashed the aura of a 9th stage mystic king and spiritual energy surged around him. 9th stage mystic king. Seeing this, the two envoys frowned slightly and were a little displeased. However, when they saw Fang Chen's fierce attack, they did not say anything else. 9th stage mystic king and his combat strength is comparable to a Heaven Star Border stage 2. His potential is too monstrous, the chubby envoy commented. I wonder if he can defeat this person, the skinny envoy said. Heart Illusion Sword Technique. Fang Chen executed the Heart Illusion Sword Technique against the Fengtian sect's disciple. Swoosh. The Fengtian sect's disciple retreated immediately. Then, he flicked his wrist and set up a powerful seal. Let's see how you can break my seal, the Fengtian sect's disciple said disdainfully. Standing inside the seal, Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. Everyone thought that he was sighing at the power of the Fengtian sect's seal. However, what they did not know was that the Fengtian sect's seal was useless in front of Fang Chen. Even the strongest seal of the Fengtian sect could be broken easily. How difficult could these weak seals be? Fang Chen flicked his wrist and the hidden star sword kept changing its trajectory. A beam of sword light flashed and pierced the seal at a tricky angle. Crack! The seal shattered instantly. With the seal broken, the Fengtian sect's disciple was defeated by Fang Chen without any resistance. Good, very good, the chubby envoy said with a smile. This kid has great potential in the Tao of Seals. He's an all-rounder, the skinny envoy said. Chapter 1041. Some were happy about Sanguinati's return, while others were worried. Of course, those from the Sword Firmament sect were happy. Especially the Sword Firmament sect leader and the 9th Mountain Lord. After knowing that Fang Chen had disappeared for no reason, they could not eat or sleep in peace. However, not only had Sanguinati returned, but he had also easily defeated the Fengtian sect's disciple and joined the Black Heaven sect. This made them even more excited. As for those from the Fengtian sect, they were worried. In fact, they were not worried. More accurately, they were furious. The Fengtian sect leader was the most furious. This was because he knew that the martial artist who killed Feng was Sanguinati. Back then, he fought with the Sword Firmament sect leader and ended in a draw. In the end, he left. In his heart, he was filled with killing intent towards Sanguinati. However, he could not kill him. Now, Lin Fan had defeated the Fengtian sect's disciple and joined the Black Heaven sect. Damn it! After joining the Black Heaven sect, it would be even harder to kill Sanguinati. Moreover, with Sanguinati joining the Black Heaven sect, Fengtian sect had one less slot. Damn it! The elders of the Fengtian sect clenched their fists and glared at Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen did not care about this. After all, he was about to leave the Fengtian city. Since he had already offended the Fengtian sect, there was no harm in offending them again. Alright, let's return to the Black Heaven sect immediately, the fat messenger said. Instantly, the 30 people left the Fengtian city under the lead of the two messengers. The reason why the three major forces nurtured talents for the Black Heaven sect was because the Black Heaven sect would reward the three major sect members with resources based on the number of slots they contributed. These resources were also the capital of the three major sect. The group left the Fengtian city and passed by the decapitation cliff. Once again, the demon's sword acted strangely. Buzz, a strange sound could be heard from the bottom of the decapitation cliff. Could the legend of the demon's sword be true? The fat messenger stopped in his tracks and stared at the decapitation cliff. No one in the world has seen the demon's sword. Perhaps someone deliberately spread fake news. The skinny messenger said. They found it hard to believe that there was a demon's sword at the bottom of Guillotine Cliff. The other warriors also stared at the headless cliff. The tremors below the decapitation cliff were getting stronger and stronger. Many people were filled with curiosity. Did the demon's sword really exist, or was it just a lie? At this moment, no one was more shocked than Fang Chen. Fang Chen was the clearest about the existence of the demon's sword. Because, back then, he had already communicated with the demon's sword. It was just that he was too weak to summon the demon's sword. And now, the reason why the demon's sword was behaving so strangely was because of him. Hurry up and improve your cultivation. It's been a long time since I've met a fellow that I approve of. The demon's sword's voice traveled into Fang Chen's ears from below the guillotine cliff. Only Fang Chen could hear it. No one else could. The demon's sword's voice was filled with an ancient aura. It had been waiting here for countless years. All this time, he had not been able to find a sword cultivator that he truly approved of. And now, one had finally appeared. It had a good impression of Fang Chen. Therefore, when Fang Chen and the others passed by the guillotine cliff, it appeared once again to communicate with Fang Chen. Fang Chen clenched his fists and thought to himself, one day, I'll make you appear on your own. The demon's sword let out a joyful sound when it heard that. Then, it went silent again at the bottom of the guillotine cliff. The tremors stopped instantly and the guillotine cliff returned to normal. What's going on? Does the demon's sword really exist? Some of the warriors sat down cross-legged and tried to communicate with the demon's sword. However, no matter how they tried, the guillotine cliff remained silent. There was no movement at all. I told you, the demon's sword is just a legend. The fat messenger laughed. Let's go, don't waste any more time. The skinny messenger said. Some of the warriors got up from the ground with a puzzled look on their faces. In the end, the group left. After walking for a long distance, Fang Chen turned around and looked at the guillotine cliff. Just wait, I'll be back. The Black Heaven sect of the 3 palaces and 2 sects was located in Golden Sky City. Golden Sky City was located in the center of Tongtian Island and was far away from the sealed Sky City. A month later, the group arrived at Golden Sky City. We're finally here. The group sighed. After a month, they finally arrived at Golden Sky City. The group of people entered Golden Sky City in a grandiose manner. The warriors from the sealed Sky City are here. Some people in the Black Heaven sect noticed the 2 messengers and discussed softly. I wonder if there are any outstanding talents among the warriors from the sealed Sky City this time. Soon, the group arrived at the Black Heaven sect. The entrance of the Black Heaven sect was simple and there were only 2 guards standing at the entrance. When Fang Chen's gaze landed on the 2 guards, his heart trembled. As expected of the Black Heaven sect, the guards' cultivation was at the advanced Heaven Star border realm. They were too powerful. This is the Black Heaven sect, let's go. The fat messenger said. The group entered the Black Heaven sect and an elder came to welcome them personally. How is it? The elder asked. Elder, we've recruited 30 people from the sealed Sky City this time. 3 of them have reached Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 4 and occupied 3 commander positions. The fat messenger said. Not bad. Bring them to the sealed Sky Palace. The elder looked at the group and nodded in satisfaction. The Black Heaven sect was one of the top forces in Tongtian Island. In Tongtian Island, there were only a handful of people who could match them. The huge sect occupied the entire Golden Sky City and had a vast territory. The Black Heaven sect was also divided into 8 palaces, corresponding to the 8 cities of Tongtian Island. The so-called Sealed Sky Palace was where the warriors from the Sealed Sky City stayed. The 8 palaces represented 8 forces. In the past, all the warriors from the Sealed Sky City stayed in the Sealed Sky Palace. Fang Chen and the rest were settled in the sealed sky palace. Jiyu Chen, Shi Qing, and Feng Yu were conferred as commanders. There were 2 palace masters in the sealed sky palace. They were the golden armor commander, the silver armor commander, the iron armor commander, and the junior commanders. Feng Yu and the other 2 were obviously just junior commanders. There were tens of thousands of people in the sealed sky palace, and they were basically all Heaven Dipper realm warriors. The 2 strongest palace masters were said to have reached the heavenly body tier. However, the 2 palace masters came and went like ghosts, and ordinary people couldn't see them at all. Each junior commander can command 100 people, the fat envoy explained. Fang Chen and the rest nodded. There was a small booklet in their hands that recorded the situation in the Black Heaven sect. After reading the booklet, they had a general understanding of the Black Heaven sect. After the 2 envoys finished speaking, they turned and left. Fang Chen returned to his residence. The hierarchy in the sealed sky palace was very strict. Those who were weak would not be treated as well as those who were strong. On the same day, the 30 people were assigned to their residences. Their residences were all human residences. As for the elders, they could live in human residences, and some could even live in heaven residences. The higher the level of the residence, the richer the spirit chi, and the easier it was to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. As expected of the Black Heaven sect, Fang Chen returned to his residence and read the booklet carefully. His heart was full of shock. The Black Heaven sect was unimaginably huge. If he could rise in the Black Heaven sect, his future achievements would be limitless. I have to break through to the Heaven Dipper realm as soon as possible. Fang Chen set a goal for himself, and that was to break through to the Heaven Dipper realm. Black Heaven sect, Sealed Sky Palace. There were several Sealed Sky sect disciples in Feng Yu's residence. Senior brother Feng, how do we deal with Sanguinati? One of them asked. Yes, Senior brother Feng, the sect master personally ordered us to find a way to kill Sanguinati in the Black Heaven sect, another person said. Everyone in the Sealed Sky City was basically in the Sealed Sky Palace. Therefore, Feng Yu and Fang Chen met almost every day. I'll meet him tomorrow, Feng Yu said with a smile. In the Sealed Sky Palace, they couldn't kill each other. However, they could challenge each other. In other words, as long as they didn't kill, they could even cripple someone. The next day, under Feng Yu's lead, many Sealed Sky sect disciples headed to Fang Chen's residence. Whoosh! When they arrived at Fang Chen's residence, Feng Yu immediately executed the absolute seal art and sealed off Fang Chen's residence. Senior brother Feng's move is amazing. He sealed Sanguinati so that he can't get out even if he wants to. A Sealed Sky sect disciple grinned. Fang Chen, who was cultivating in the courtyard, suddenly sensed that someone was setting up a seal. His face immediately changed. Sealed Sky sect's absolute seal art. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the seal was Sealed Sky sect's absolute seal art. Fang Chen's face darkened completely. Feng Yu. Fang Chen instantly guessed that the person who set up the seal was Feng Yu. Whoosh! He executed the absolute seal art and the absolute seal art was instantly broken. Outside the courtyard, Feng Yu and the rest were full of smiles. Sanguinati was trapped here and couldn't get out even if he wanted to. This way, his resources would be cut off and he wouldn't be able to survive in Black Heaven sect for a long time. Senior brother Feng is really smart. Senior Martial brother Feng's methods are truly admirable. A few of the Fengtian sect disciples were sucking up to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was also enjoying it and was smiling. Let's go. Feng Yu turned around and prepared to leave. However, right at that moment, with a bang, the seal suddenly shattered. Sealed Sky sect people are really despicable. Fang Chen's cold voice rang in everyone's ears. Hearing this, Feng Yu stopped in his tracks and turned to look behind him. At this moment, Fang Chen walked out of the courtyard calmly. Feng Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "You can actually break the absolute seal art in such a short time. Chen PH, Sealed Sky sect's seal is trash. Anyone can break it." Fang Chen said in disdain. "Kid, you're courting death." A Sealed Sky sect disciple couldn't stand Fang Chen's tone and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Feng Yu. Chapter 1042. On the 5th day after they arrived at the Black Heaven sect, Fang Chen and the others received a piece of news. A secret realm belonging to the Black Heaven sect had opened. This secret realm belonged to the Fengtian Palace. This secret realm wasn't too dangerous, so 30 newcomers were allowed to enter to train. The 3 junior commanders led the team. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard the news. The secret realm that many small factions could only dream of was just a tool to train their disciples in the eyes of the Black Heaven sect. In a certain square in the Fengtian Palace. Everyone, let's go to the Great Mountain secret realm now. The 3 junior commanders stood at the front and said. Then, the group of 30 people quickly left the Fengtian Palace. In a certain area of Golden Sky City, there was a void stone door that was guarded by an expert. Elder, we're bringing the newcomers into the Great Mountain secret realm. The 3 junior commanders spoke to the elder. This elder was also one of the higher-ups of the Fengtian Palace. He had already known about this and immediately opened the void stone door. The gravity in the Great Mountain secret realm is several times stronger than the outside world. Be careful. The elder reminded them. Then, the 30 people entered the Great Mountain secret realm. The flowers and grass were green and full of vitality. This was the situation in the Great Mountain secret realm. This was a small secret realm and the area wasn't vast. The Fengtian Palace's martial artists had entered this place many times. Most of the inheritances had been discovered. However, there was still a small portion of the hidden inheritances that had yet to be revealed. In the Great Mountain secret realm, other than inheritances, there were also demonic beasts. There were a large number of low-level Heaven Star border demonic beasts here. The strongest one was even comparable to a Heaven Star border stage 4 demonic beast. It was the most suitable place for newcomers to train. Let's split up. The 3 junior commanders seemed to have already discussed this and split up as soon as they entered the Great Mountain secret realm. Shi Qing led the Sword Firmament sect's disciples forward from the left. The gravity here is so strong. In the crowd, Jiyu Fang said in a deep voice. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Not only Jiyu Fang, but the others were also in the same situation. Only Shi Qing was slightly better. Gravity. Among the people present, only Fang Chen was unaffected. Fang Chen's physical strength was very strong, so he could completely resist the gravity of the heavy mountain mystic realm. What kind of joke was this? If it couldn't even withstand such a small amount of gravity, then how could it be called the strongest physique in the universe? Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body, and the sword energy covered the surface of his skin, making it easy for him to walk. However, Fang Chen didn't want to be too high profile. Therefore, he also walked very slowly. The Level Mountain secret realm was a secret realm similar to the gravity space. The gravity here was very strong. It was impossible to fly. Everyone found it difficult to even walk, let alone do anything else. Under such powerful gravity, even a Heaven Star border stage 2 demonic beast would find it difficult to deal with it, Shi Qing said solemnly. However, after walking for about 15 minutes, they still encountered demonic beasts. Roar! A beastly roar was heard as a huge demonic beast appeared in front of everyone. Golden-eyed ape. This is an ape. Heavenly Dipper Realm First Layer Level Ape. The golden-eyed ape's entire body was covered in fur. It swung its claws fiercely, and its face was filled with rage. Roar. Following the golden-eyed ape's roar, it started to attack fiercely. Kill. Shi Qing roared. He held his sword and stabbed at the golden-eyed ape. However, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. The golden-eyed ape opened its claws and slapped Shi Qing's body, sending him flying. How is this possible? How can a Heaven Star border stage 1 demonic beast be so strong? Gravity. It must be gravity, someone shouted. Suddenly, everyone realized that even though the golden-eyed ape was only at Heaven Star border stage 2, it wasn't affected by gravity and could move freely. Not good. The golden-eyed ape isn't affected by gravity, but we are. Jiyu Fang's face turned pale. At this moment, Shi Qing got up from the ground. He held his sword and emitted a terrifying sword energy. He attacked the golden-eyed ape again. Rumble. Everyone attacked the golden-eyed ape together. At first, no one could adapt to the gravity of the battle. However, as time passed, he finally got used to it. Kill. Shi Qing's combat power was the strongest. He slashed his sword at the golden-eyed ape's claws. A sword mark appeared and blood splattered in the air. Roar. The golden-eyed ape was enraged. It roared and slammed its claws on the ground. Its huge body rushed towards Shi Qing. Heart Illusion Sword. At this moment, Fang Chen used the Heart Illusion Sword. He was the only martial artist who wasn't affected by gravity. Therefore, his attack power wasn't affected at all. When the Heart Illusion Sword was used, a strong hallucinatory aura spread out and enveloped the golden-eyed ape. Crash. In an instant, the golden-eyed ape's body stood in the hallucinatory aura. Everyone was shocked when they saw the golden-eyed ape. The golden-eyed ape was trapped in an illusion. Kill. It was unknown who shouted this, but all the martial artists, including Shi Qing, launched their strongest attacks at the golden crystal ape. Fang Chen's Heart Illusion Sword turned into 99 sword lights and stabbed towards the golden-eyed ape. Poochie. When the golden-eyed ape struggled out of the illusion, it was already too late. Streaks of sword light pierced into his body. Roar. The golden-eyed ape was furious when it was stabbed by the sword lights. However, just as it was about to launch a counterattack, 99 dazzling sword lights pierced through its body. Even its head was directly pierced through. The golden-eyed ape fell to the ground unwillingly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the golden-eyed ape dead. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Sanguinati. Junior brother Shui, did you use the Heart Illusion Sword just now? Jiyu Fang asked. Fang Chen nodded. Are you not affected by gravity? Shi Qing asked. Sanguinati's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. His combat power should be at the 2nd level of the Heaven Star Border realm. The combat power he displayed just now was perfectly unaffected by gravity. That was why everyone was shocked. My physical strength is stronger, so I'm not affected much, Fang Chen said simply. Everyone was shocked. I see. If one's physical body was strong, the effect of gravity would be small. All this while, everyone had been focusing on their offensive power and had forgotten about their physical strength. It was only now that they felt helpless. It seems like we have to take care of our physical body too, a martial artist said. After resting for a while, everyone continued to move forward. Day after day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Fang Chen and the others killed countless demonic beasts. However, most of them were at the 1st or 2nd level of the Heaven Star Border realm. As for the 3rd level of the Heaven Star Border realm, they had yet to encounter one. The more they trained in the mountain-level secret realm, the smaller the effect of gravity. Although it was only half a month, everyone had gained a lot. The only regret was that they did not find any inheritance. However, one day, Fang Chen and the others found an important clue. In a valley, Fang Chen and the others found a few flowers that had been plucked. This. Everyone was shocked when they saw the branches. It was a branch of the Netherworld flower. These branches of the Netherworld flower have obviously been plucked, Shi Qing said in a low voice. Wherever there are branches of the Netherworld flower, the Netherworld flower will definitely appear, Jiyu Fang said. The Netherworld flower was a very precious flower. It was very precious even to a mid-level Heaven Star Border realm martial artist, let alone Fang Chen and the others. There are a few footprints here, someone said loudly when he found the footprints. Everyone followed the footprints on the ground below the branches of the Netherworld flower. These footprints did not seem to belong to a human martial artist. They were very wide and the patterns on the soles of the feet were very complicated. The footprints are different in depth. They don't seem to belong to a human martial artist, Shi Qing analyzed. However, they don't seem to belong to a demonic beast either. In the blink of an eye, everyone followed the footprints and arrived at the depths of the valley. The footprints disappeared in front of a bluestone in the depths of the valley. The footprints have disappeared. The footprints continued forward and disappeared in front of the bluestone. Fang Chen carefully observed the bluestone and suddenly found a few seeds of the Netherworld flower in between the bluestone. Fang Chen picked up the seeds of the netherworld flower and examined them carefully. What's going on? Why would the seeds of the netherworld flower appear here? Is there something strange about this bluestone? Someone asked. Shi Qing placed his hands on the bluestone and prepared to move it. However, he realized that he was unable to move the bluestone with his strength. What a heavy bluestone, Shi Qing said. The golden heart thumped rapidly. Fang Chen had a puzzled look on his face. Behind the bluestone was a cliff. There was no way forward. Where did the owner of the footprints go? What should we do? After thinking for a long time, no one found anything strange. Finally, Jiyu Fang looked at Shi Qing and asked. Shi Qing was a junior commander and the strongest person in the group. Junior brother Shui, you don't look right. What's wrong? Shi Qing did not answer Jiyu Fang's question. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was staring at the bluestone with a grave expression. He felt his hair stand on end. Run. In the next moment, Fang Chen seemed to have thought of something and shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen did not care about anything else. He directly used the true meaning of spacetime and quickly fled. Although the true meaning of spacetime couldn't be used in the secret realm, it was still much stronger than ordinary movement techniques. What's going on? Seeing Fang Chen's strange actions, Shi Qing and the others were puzzled. However, they still listened to Fang Chen's words and quickly left this place. This place seemed ominous. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they returned to the netherworld flower branch. Everyone panted as they looked at the bluestone in the depths of the valley. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. However, at this moment, the bluestone trembled slightly. Chapter 1043. Fang Chen and the others looked solemnly at the bluestone in the depths of the valley. At this moment, cracks appeared on the bluestone. As the number of cracks increased, the bluestone could shatter at any moment. What happened? Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. The golden heart began to beat even faster. Shi Qing and the others wore grave expressions. Who in the valley, a sinister gust of wind appeared. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared in the valley, enveloping everyone. So stifling. Everyone's hearts trembled. What exactly was in the bluestone? Why was it emitting such a terrifying aura? Knock knock knock, the golden heart was beating faster and faster. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. Fear rose in his heart and he wanted to flee. However, at this moment, the bluestone exploded. An earth-shattering wave instantly engulfed the entire land. After that, Shi Qing and the others disappeared from the valley. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After Shi Qing and the others disappeared, the terrifying waves in the valley gradually disappeared. Finally, peace was restored to the valley. The bluestone in the depths of the valley appeared once again, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Not good. After being enveloped by the terrifying waves, Fang Chen discovered that his body was actually out of his control. His surroundings were pitch black, as if he was in an endless void. How could this be? Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. It was as if he was shuttling through the pitch-black void. Suddenly, stars streaked across the surroundings. These stars were very small. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and the stars streaked across his palm. Shocking. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Where am I? Why am I touching the stars? It felt like 10,000 years had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Fang Chen finally felt himself disappear into the pitch-black void. White light appeared around him, and in the distance, there was a glimmer of light that seemed to pierce through the darkness before dawn. Crash! The stars in the sky instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a grey sky. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Was everything just an illusion? What kind of method was needed to touch the stars? Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared on the ground. There was no one around him. What is this place? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Why are Shi Qing and the others nowhere to be seen? Where did they go when he thought of Shi Qing and the others? Fang Chen hurriedly took out his communication jade pendant and sent a message to everyone. It didn't take long for Shi Qing and the others to reply. We seem to have been sucked into a mysterious place. It's very dangerous here. There's terrifying air currents everywhere. Heavens! Where have we come to? Why are there so many terrifying demonic beasts? Run! Run! It was the voice from the communication jade pendant. After Fang Chen heard this, he tried his best to calm down. It seems that we have accidentally entered a mysterious place. This place is very dangerous. Fang Chen analyzed. The other disciples spread out. Some were in danger, while others were not. It seemed that this mysterious place was very dangerous. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen found Fang Chen and continued forward. Dong. After arriving at this mysterious place, the Golden Heart's speed became even more abnormal. This caused Fang Chen to be very surprised. He followed the Golden Heart's guidance and moved forward quickly. Along the way, Fang Chen discovered many terrifying air currents. If he was surrounded by these air currents, he would definitely die. What is this place? The deeper he went, the more shocked Fang Chen was. Fortunately, he had the Golden Heart's guidance, which allowed him to avoid the terrifying air currents safely. If an ordinary martial artist came in and ran around randomly, he would definitely be attacked by the air currents. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist would not be able to withstand these air currents. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chen also encountered trouble. Not good. There's a demonic beast. In the middle of the terrifying air currents, there was a whirlpool. An 8-legged demonic beast crawled out of the whirlpool. This 8-legged demonic beast was filled with a terrifying aura. Roar. When the 8-legged demonic beast saw Fang Chen, it roared to the sky and attacked. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen executed the everlasting cloud annihilation path. In the sky, 2 snow-white handprints instantly pressed down on the 8-legged demonic beast. With a bang, the 8-legged demonic beast directly shattered the snow-white handprints. Its dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. I haven't seen an outsider for a long time. The 8-legged demonic beast spoke. Where is this place? Fang Chen did not rush to escape and asked. This was because he found that the 8-legged demonic beast was unusually strong. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. This is the place where my master died. Many outsiders have come here to search for treasures, but most of them died here. The 8-legged demonic beast said. Your master? Fang Chen was puzzled. My master is the most powerful existence in the world. When it mentioned its master, the 8-legged demonic beast's eyes were filled with passion. Fang Chen's heart shuddered upon hearing this. Who was the 8-legged demonic beast's master? At this moment, the 8-legged demonic beast said, due to the rules, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can defeat me, you can leave this place. Hearing the 8-legged demonic beast's words, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the profound king realm. If the 8-legged demonic beast suppressed its cultivation to the same level as him, then his chances of winning would be very high. Human, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. The 8-legged demonic beast said in a deep voice. Splash. As soon as the 8-legged demonic beast finished speaking, its huge body suddenly rushed towards Fang Chen. A terrifying aura spread out. Heart illusion sword technique. Fang Chen gave a low cry, displaying the heart illusion sword art. A majestic illusory aura instantly swept out and enveloped the 8-legged demonic beast. Die! The hidden star sword emitted a sword cry and a terrifying sword aura that pierced towards the 8-legged demonic beast. Splash! However, at this moment, Fang Chen felt the air become chaotic. He couldn't use his space-time true intent. Fang Chen vaguely caught a trace of the aura of the rules. The power of the rules. Fang Chen stared at the 8-legged demonic beast with his mouth agape. His heart was in turmoil. Bang! At this moment, the 8-legged demonic beast's 8 legs wrapped around Fang Chen's body. Although we are at the same level, your martial comprehension is too weak. The 8-legged demonic beast wrapped around Fang Chen's body and tightened its grip on Fang Chen's body. Damn it! Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and slashed at the 8-legged demonic beast. Sparks flew everywhere. The 8-legged demonic beast's limbs were too tough and couldn't be broken. Boss! The little mouse came out of the interspatial ring and roared. It immediately used its innate ability, extreme piercing. Whoosh! Behind the little mouse, a purple rat phantom opened its bloody mouth. The purple halo around its body condensed into a sharp ray of light that cut through the void and pierced towards the eight-legged demonic beast. Poochie! Extreme piercing was too powerful. The eight-legged demonic beast's 8 legs were instantly pierced by the sharp ray of light. Blood splattered across the sky. One of the 8-legged demonic beast's legs had been severed by extreme piercing. The 8-legged demonic beast let out a miserable cry of anger. While in pain, it instantly withdrew its 8 legs. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen instantly retreated to the little mouse's side. The little mouse's eyes were scarlet red as it stared at the 8-legged demonic beast like a madman. What a terrifying, piercing power! The 8-legged demonic beast's face was sinister as it stared at Fang Chen. This damned outsider had thoroughly infuriated it. Die! The 8-legged demonic beast launched a fierce and tyrannical attack that covered the sky. Innate ability, devour. The little mouse used its innate ability to devour. A terrifying attractive force directly blocked the 8-legged demonic beast's path of attack towards Fang Chen. Then, the rank 3 jet black staff smashed onto the 8-legged demonic beast's body. Crack! After being hit by the palm-sized little mouse twice in a row, the 8-legged demonic beast went completely mad. It raised its head to the sky and let out a furious roar. Let's go! Fang Chen roared and instantly brought the little mouse away. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The 8-legged demonic beast stood in the open space with a sinister expression. However, it was unable to chase after the outsider. At this moment, several figures appeared in the vortex within the terrifying airflow. There were both men and women. 8-legged, you're too weak. You actually let a human injure you. A woman laughed. The 8-legged demonic beast coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Another tall and sturdy man looked at 8-legged and said, 8-legged, that little mouse seems to be unusual. If it wasn't for that damned mouse, that outsider would definitely have been torn apart by me, said the 8-legged demonic beast. It wasn't easy to meet an outsider, but you scared him away, said the slender woman. They were all the protectors of this place. As long as an outsider intruded, they would attack. Forget it. Since he's already left the area we're guarding, let him be, said the woman who spoke earlier. A mystic king martial artist dares to intrude here. You're courting death. The 8-legged demonic beast coldly snorted and entered the whirlpool. After Fang Chen escaped from danger, he didn't find the 8-legged demonic beast chasing after him. His heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that the 8-legged demonic beast can only attack within a certain range? Fang Chen guessed. Boss, that 8-legged demonic beast is too strong. It's suppressed to the 9th level of the Mystic King realm, but it's still so strong. The little mouse took a deep breath and said. Fang Chen's potential was already heaven-defying. A 9th level Mystic King realm martial artist could defeat a 2nd level Heaven Star Border realm martial artist. However, that 8-legged demonic beast was so powerful that Fang Chen did not even have the chance to fight back when they were at the same cultivation level. Chapter 1045. After the battle with the 8-legged demonic beast, Fang Chen realized the danger of this place. At the same time, he gradually realized that the Black Sky sect probably did not know about this mysterious place. Otherwise, they would have definitely sent powerhouses here. This mysterious place seemed to be attached to the Mount Great Secret Realm. Who would have thought that there would be such a mysterious place in the ordinary Mount Great Secret Realm? The 3 junior commanders led their respective sect members to train in the Mount Great Secret Realm. However, only Shi Qing and the others accidentally entered the mysterious place. As for the other 2 teams, they were still training in the Mount Great Secret Realm. In a certain open space in the Mount Great Secret Realm, there were many corpses of demonic beasts here, and many cultivators were fighting. Poochie. After Feng Yu killed the last powerful demonic beast, everyone's faces were full of smiles. Everyone had gained a lot in this trip to the Mount Great Secret Realm. Although they had not broken through, they had already touched the threshold of a breakthrough. Senior Brother Feng, along the way, we've encountered many people from the ancient Tao sect, but we haven't seen any disciples from the Sword Firmament sect, a cultivator said. The Mount Great Secret Realm is only so big. If they're still in the Mount Great Secret Realm, we'll definitely meet them. That's right. The only explanation now is that they encountered a powerful demonic beast and were completely annihilated. At this point, everyone's faces were full of smiles. The Fengtian sect and the Sword Firmament sect had a grudge to begin with. If their guess was true, it would be best. The training in the Mount Great Secret Realm is about to end. We'll know when the time comes, Feng Yu said in a low voice with a sinister look in his eyes. I hope we won't see any disciples from the Sword Firmament sect outside the Mount Great Secret Realm, the Fengtian sect's disciples thought to themselves. In the following time, Feng Yu led everyone and continued to rush into the Mount Great Secret Realm. No matter how hard they searched for opportunities, they still could not find the mysterious valley, let alone the mysterious bluestone. It was destined that they would not be able to find that mysterious place. At this moment, in the mysterious place, Fang Chen racked his brains. After the battle just now, he had a preliminary understanding of this mysterious place. According to the eight-legged demonic beast, this mysterious place was the place where its master fell. Danger and opportunity coexisted. There must be a treasure here, Fang Chen thought to himself. This place was too dangerous. Even Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. Then, Fang Chen walked slowly. After using extreme piercing and devour consecutively, the little mouse was a bit weak and decided to rest and recuperate in a special spatial ring. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and walked forward. The fact that the eight-legged demonic beast did not chase after him made Fang Chen realize one thing. That was, as long as they did not step into certain territories, they would not be attacked by demonic beasts. For example, the eight-legged demonic beast could only attack within a certain range. Once Fang Chen left that area, he wouldn't be able to chase after him. This allowed Fang Chen to heave a sigh of relief. If the entire mysterious place was filled with dangerous existences like the eight-legged demonic beast, then it would be difficult for him to move around. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. Come to think of it, this was deliberately set up to test outsiders after the Almighty had fallen. After walking for an hour, Fang Chen discovered an iceberg in front of him. Around the ice mountain, there was an extremely dense true meaning of ice. Iceberg. Seeing the iceberg towering into the clouds, Fang Chen was shocked. Then, he quickly walked towards the iceberg. Before arriving at the iceberg, Fang Chen saw many skeletons. White bones. These skeletons were scattered all over the ground. They had been dead for a long time. The piles of skeletons were in the open space in front of the iceberg, but there were no skeletons on the iceberg. Could it be that they all wanted to enter the iceberg and died? Fang Chen thought. Then, he walked towards the piles of skeletons. Immediately, Fang Chen was shocked. All the skeletons were in front of the iceberg. At this moment, he saw a layer of ice below the iceberg. This layer of ice was very large, and there were 3 skeletons in it. Fang Chen was shocked. So many cultivators had died in front of the iceberg, and these 3 people were actually able to enter the iceberg. From this, it could be seen that these 3 people's strength was definitely very strong. Fang Chen didn't dare to continue approaching the iceberg. Instead, he stood at the edge of the iceberg and stared at the 3 skeletons in the layer of ice. The first skeleton was sitting cross-legged. There seemed to be some lightning around him. In front of him, there were some words on the ice. I, the Blue Thunder Emperor, came to the star ruins in order to find the mystery of immortality. After many hardships, I found a path, but I didn't succeed until my death. Hateful, lamentable. Before I died, I left these words here. I hope that the future generations will use me as a warning and not rashly step into the iceberg. Remember, remember. After reading the words, Fang Chen's heart shuddered. He raised his head and looked at the iceberg that towered into the clouds, and then looked at the peerless elite called the Blue Thunder Emperor. Called an emperor, he was definitely an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier. Even such a great elite had died in front of the iceberg. From this, it could be seen how dangerous the iceberg was. Fang Chen made a mental note of the Green Thunder Emperor Lord's name. He was too weak now, and he didn't understand the situation in the vast universe at all. In fact, he hadn't even seen many heavenly body tier elites, let alone those that surpassed the heavenly body tier. He had never heard of the Blue Thunder Emperor's name. However, he admired the Blue Thunder Emperor's courage. From the words left behind by the Blue Thunder Emperor, he clearly knew that this place was extremely dangerous, but he still stepped in without any hesitation. His purpose was to find immortality, to transcend life and death. The path of martial arts required a tenacious and indomitable heart. If one didn't even have the most basic heart of an elite, how could one pursue the peak of martial arts? Thank you for your teachings, Blue Thunder Emperor. I'll remember them. Fang Chen clasped his hands at the Blue Thunder Emperor, and said in a deep voice. The Blue Thunder Emperor wanted to leave behind these words before his death to warn the future generations that they wouldn't die here like him. After sighing with emotion, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the second skeleton. This skeleton was lying under the layer of ice. Its head was facing the direction of the Azure Thunder Emperor, as if it was looking at him. I, the Wind Master of the 9 heavens, traversed heaven and earth, and created my own mystical power. However, I couldn't take that step. In the end, the 3 of us decided to fight to the death. However, we failed. Successor, if you come here, you'll be connected to us by fate. The 3 of us didn't leave behind any inheritance, but we left behind some useful information for those who come after us. Go around the iceberg and advance 10,000 miles. The second skeleton belonged to the Wind Master of the 9 heavens. Fang Chen hadn't heard of him, either. However, from the fact that he could fight side by side with the Blue Thunder Emperor, it could be seen that he was definitely an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier. Fang Chen was extremely shocked. Even an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier had died here. Isn't this mysterious place a little too dangerous? However, the Wind Master of the 9 heavens had left behind a very important clue. Go around the iceberg and advance 10,000 miles. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen secretly remembered the Wind Master of the 9 heavens' words. Then, he turned to look at the third skeleton. This third skeleton was called the Chaos Element Demon Master. He was also an unparalleled elite. There were no words in front of the Chaos Element Demon Master. He didn't leave behind any words. From the name Chaos Element Demon Master, it seemed that this person was a Demon Dao cultivator. Fang Chen was very confused. Why could a Demon Dao cultivator fight side by side with the Blue Thunder Emperor and the Wind Master of the 9 heavens? Could it be that the deaths of the Blue Thunder Emperor and the Wind Master of the 9 heavens were related to the Chaos Element Demon Master? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this. However, he quickly rejected this idea. The Wind Master of the 9 heavens had already said it in his last words. The 3 of them had prepared to fight in the star ruins. However, they had failed. This meant that the 3 of them knew each other in the outside world, and their relationship should be quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered such a dangerous place together. The Blue Thunder Emperor, the Wind Master of the 9 heavens, and the Chaos Element Demon Master. Just like that, 3 peerless powerhouses had fallen without a sound. It made one sigh. Will I turn into a pile of yellow soil at the end of my cultivation? Fang Chen looked up at the iceberg and asked himself. His mood was a little emotional. The 3 unparalleled elites made him sigh. After a long time, Fang Chen's heart became more and more determined. His eyes were incomparably determined as he looked at the 3 unparalleled elites. No matter how dark the road ahead is, I must have the heart of an elite, Fang Chen said firmly. If he couldn't even believe in himself, then in this world, what else could he believe? Seeking immortality and the Tao was a heaven-defying path. The path of martial arts was to seek the realm of immortality, all the way to the peak of martial arts. Because of this, from ancient times until now, who knew how many martial artists had died on the road one after another? I don't know if I will reach the peak, but I know that even if I die, I will die on this path, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. In an instant, Fang Chen's body flashed with a dazzling luster. In Fang Chen's mind, his soul shook. At this moment, Fang Chen's soul was sublimated. Although he had not broken through, he had a kind of enlightenment. After a long time, Fang Chen grinned and laughed. He bowed deeply to the 3 unparalleled elites, then turned and left. When I have the strength to set foot on the iceberg, I will definitely give the 3 seniors a proper burial, Fang Chen thought to himself. No matter what, the 3 unparalleled elites who died in pursuit of the peak of martial arts were worthy of Fang Chen's respect. Fang Chen didn't climb the iceberg because he knew his own limits. Even the 3 unparalleled elites had died in the ice. Wouldn't he, a mystic king, be courting death? He could die, but he couldn't die without knowing why. He went around the iceberg and advanced for thousands of miles. Although the Windmaster didn't say it explicitly, Fang Chen felt that the former should be referring to a place of opportunity. Chapter 1046. After bypassing the ice mountain, they continued forward. On the way, Fang Chen didn't encounter any danger. This made Fang Chen even more grateful to the 3 unparalleled powerhouses. Although they had died, they had left behind words to guide those who were fated to come. After 10,000 miles, Fang Chen appeared on a plain. This plain couldn't be considered large. He could see the end of it. What surprised Fang Chen was that there was actually a lake on this plain. Within the lake, there was roiling spiritual qi that was incomparably dense. What dense spiritual qi? Fang Chen was shocked. There was actually a place with such dense spiritual qi in this world. It was simply a paradise on earth. However, just as Fang Chen was staring at the lake with a burning gaze, a figure in metal armor suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Human, I didn't expect you to be able to find this place," said the armored figure. "Senior, may I ask where this place is?" asked Fang Chen respectfully. This armored figure didn't emit any killing intent, which made Fang Chen sigh with relief. "This is the Star Spirit River. Many outsiders want to enter the Star Spirit River for a baptism, but they're unable to." The Star Spirit River. Although Fang Chen didn't know what this Star Spirit River was used for, he knew that this Star Spirit River was extremely useful. But from the armored figure's words, Fang Chen seemed to understand something. "Have other outsiders come here?" asked Fang Chen. The armored figure nodded and said, "Over the countless years, there have been countless outsiders who have entered the Star Ruins. There have also been many outsiders who have come here, but most of them have failed. Only a few have succeeded." "What's so special about this Star Spirit River?" asked Fang Chen. The Windmaster's last words were to bypass the ice mountain and travel 10,000 miles. The place he was referring to should be this Star Spirit River. Those who enter the Star Spirit River's baptism can enhance their physical strength. Most importantly, the Star Spirit River contains vital spirit and star force. Mystic King Realm martial artists have a chance of fusing with astral essence, while Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists have a chance of fusing with the power of stars, the armored figure said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The power of vital spirit could only be absorbed by Heaven Realm martial artists. However, this Star Spirit River actually contained vital essence and star power. If a Mystic King Realm martial artist tempered their body to the extreme, they would have a chance of fusing with astral essence. What does that mean? Once the power of vital spirit was integrated, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the Heaven Star Border realm. To Fang Chen, who was at the Mystic King realm, this was extremely tempting. Fortunately, the armored figure did not take the initiative to attack, so Fang Chen was not in any danger for the time being. Only by defeating me can you enter the baptism of the Star Spirit River, the armored figure continued. Fang Chen was startled and his face turned solemn. The armored figure seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts and grinned. Your cultivation is at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm, so I will suppress my cultivation to the 1st level of the Heaven Dipper realm. The armored figure said, if you can't beat me, you can admit defeat directly. This way, I won't attack again. Hearing the armored figure's words, Fang Chen's heart tightened. He couldn't even defeat an 8-legged demonic beast, but the armored figure in front of him actually suppressed his cultivation to the 1st level of the Heaven Dipper realm. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chen took a deep breath and said, no matter what, let's give it a try first. Then, Fang Chen prepared to attack. Kid, make your move. Let me see exactly how capable a fellow at the profound king realm that was able to make it this far is, said the armored figure. Crash. The perfect sword body erupted as Fang Chen performed the heart illusion sword art. Whoosh. In the sky, 99 illusory sword lights instantly condensed. Then, an extremely dense hallucinogenic aura emerged from Fang Chen's body. The illusory sword principle was released, and together with the 99 illusory sword lights, it exploded with a powerful force. Under Fang Chen's control, the 99 sword lights pierced towards the armored figure. Your physical body is not bad. The armored figure felt the aura from Fang Chen's body and was slightly surprised. As for Fang Chen's attack, the armored figure didn't care at all. Bang! Seeing the 99 sword lights about to pierce the armored figure, the latter clenched his fist and punched out. A tsunami of power surged forth and collided with the 99 rays of sword light. Crack! In an instant, the 99 sword lights were annihilated. Even the hallucinogenic aura in the air disappeared without a trace. Illusory sword principle cultivator, it's a pity that your sword principle attainment is too weak. The armored figure didn't take the initiative to attack, but said softly. Fang Chen's face was filled with a bitter smile. The armored figure was too strong. Heavenly Star Technique. Fang Chen executed the Starry Sky Technique, summoning a giant hand to suppress Qin Nan. At the same time, the true meaning of time and space was performed. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind the armored figure and slammed his hands on the armored figure's back. Bang! Caught off guard, the armored figure was hit by Fang Chen, and his body swayed slightly. His face was extremely gloomy, and his iron fist punched out, sending Fang Chen flying. I admit defeat. Fang Chen immediately shouted. Hearing this, the armored figure stopped in his tracks. His gloomy expression gradually eased up. Boy, you're not bad. You can actually touch my body. The armored figure said softly, no outsider has touched my body for 30,000 years. Fang Chen stood up, and his face twitched. No outsider had touched his body for 30,000 years. What did this mean? You just used the true meaning of space, right? The armored figure asked. Fang Chen was silent, and his mind was thinking about how to defeat the armored figure. Seeing this, the armored figure thought that Fang Chen had tacitly agreed. Immediately, he nodded and said, not bad. You can comprehend the true meaning of space at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Unfortunately, I still can't defeat you, Fang Chen said. Your comprehension is too weak. If it's stronger, combined with the true meaning of space, you might really be able to defeat me. The armored figure had a trace of interest in Fang Chen. Perhaps it was because he had not met an outsider for a long time, and he was very lonely. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head. With the armored figure's comprehension of martial arts, it was almost impossible for Fang Chen to defeat him. The armored figure pointed at a round platform at the edge of the Star Spirit River. You can cultivate or comprehend on this round platform. When you have enough strength, come and challenge me, the armored figure said. Fang Chen nodded and then sat cross-legged on the round platform. He did not want to give up because of this. Intuition told him that the star relic might be an opportunity for him. Let's cultivate the star heavenly art, Fang Chen said to himself. In the star relic, even if he used the star heavenly art, no one would discover it. He had already cultivated the heart illusion sword art to the extreme, and the eternal cloud annihilation Tao to the manifestation realm. Only the star heavenly art could be studied. As for the sky demon sword art, Fang Chen also wanted to study it. However, there would be no results in a short period of time. He might as well study the star heavenly art. Who knows, his strength might increase greatly. In the following time, Fang Chen began to study the star heavenly art with all his might. The armored figure above the Star Spirit River sat cross-legged in the void, glancing at Fang Chen from time to time. This kid is interesting. The armored figure grinned. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the chants of the star heavenly art. Both of his hands were constantly forming seals, and palms made of stars appeared in the sky one after another. Ha! Fang Chen gave a low shout, and the palms of stars suddenly swooped down, bombarding the ground. Soil flew everywhere. Time continued to pass. Half a month later, Fang Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Starlight flickered around him, and his aura shook the heavens. Star heavenly art, communicating with the stars of heaven and earth, absorbing the power of stars, and refining the secret technique. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His cultivation was only at the mystic king tier, and he could not absorb the power of stars at all. The reason he could cultivate it was because he controlled the heaven-connecting peak. Before the heaven-connecting island master died, he had left behind two great secret techniques. These two great secret techniques complemented each other. The reason why he could cultivate the star heavenly art was because he had to cultivate the void meteor annihilation to the extreme. It was because of this reason. If he did not cultivate the void meteor annihilation and directly cultivated the star heavenly art, he would not be able to cultivate it at all. Unless his cultivation reached the heavenly body tier. Stars, stars, at a certain moment, Fang Chen muttered. In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His black eyes were like stars, shooting out a terrifying light. Then, Fang Chen stood up, full of fighting spirit. In the void, the armored figure suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Senior, I have gained something from my cultivation, and I want to challenge you, Fang Chen said. The star heavenly art had already reached perfection. With his mystic king tier cultivation, he could not advance any further, so he simply stopped cultivating. He wanted to try and see if he could defeat the armored figure. Only by continuously trying could he find the armored figure's weakness. Okay. The armored figure nodded, and immediately punched out. Rumble. A fist light, like the weight of Mount Tai, appeared in the sky above Fang Chen's head. Star heavenly art. Fang Chen shouted, and a hand of stars fell from the sky, grabbing the armored figure's fist light. Peng, peng, peng. The armored figure's fist light was too powerful, and he continued to struggle. At the same time, Fang Chen found an opportunity to use the true intent of time and space, and once again appeared behind the armored figure like a ghost. The star heavenly art was used again. The hand of stars imprinted on the armored figure's back. Peng. As expected, Fang Chen was sent flying again. I admit defeat. Fang Chen stood up and grinned. Although he still failed, compared to the last time, he had improved a lot. Brat, your improvement is very fast, the armored figure said, staring at Fang Chen. Especially your true intent of space. The armored figure had always thought that Fang Chen's true intent was the true intent of space. 30,000 years ago, there was a genius cultivator who grasped the supreme true intent of time. With the true intent of time, he finally defeated me. You can develop toward the true intent of space, the armored figure said. Chapter 1047. 30,000 years ago, a genius martial artist who grasped the supreme true meaning of time successfully defeated the armored figure and entered the Spirit River baptism. This sentence contained a lot of information. Of course, to the armored figure, it was just a casual remark. However, when Fang Chen heard this, he was incomparably excited. The true meaning of time was only a supreme true meaning. His true meaning of time was a combination of time and space. It was a supreme true meaning that surpassed the supreme level. In the vast universe, there were very few supreme true meaning martial artists. Martial artists with supreme true meaning were even rarer. At least, Fang Chen had not met a supreme true meaning martial artist so far. At that moment, Fang Chen made a decision. Only by developing in the direction of the true meaning of time and space could he possibly defeat the armored figure. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks and returned to the round platform. The armored figure looked at Fang Chen and nodded. No one has spoken to me for a long time. I'm very lonely. The armored figure did not know that because of his words, Fang Chen, who originally had no hope of defeating him, had a lot of hope. If the true meaning of time can defeat the armored figure, then my true meaning of time and space will definitely be able to defeat him. Immediately, Fang Chen began to comprehend the true meaning of time and space. In fact, Fang Chen had comprehended the true meaning of space at the beginning. However, when he broke through, there was a mutation and it became a supreme true meaning. The true meaning of time and space was divided into two parts. Time and space. In terms of space, Fang Chen already had a very good foundation. As for time, Fang Chen was lacking a lot. The true meaning of time and space had reached the peak of 4th grade. Fang Chen had a hunch that if he could break through to 5th grade, he might really be able to defeat the armored figure. In the following time, Fang Chen fully comprehended the true meaning of time. Time was very difficult to cultivate. However, Fang Chen had already completely grasped the time stop. As for time acceleration, he also had a basic understanding of it. Therefore, it was much easier to cultivate. Buzz. Fang Chen's aura filled the air, and the space was extremely chaotic. This child's true meaning of space has already been cultivated to an extremely high level. In the void, the armored figure commented. After interacting with Fang Chen, the armored figure felt that Fang Chen had great potential and could defeat him. In the next half a month, Fang Chen continued to comprehend the concept of time. As long as he had a sudden epiphany, he would challenge the armored figure. However, every attempt ended in failure. Of course, Fang Chen's challenge was not without purpose. Every time he perfected a part of his understanding, he would use it on the armored figure. He wanted to see if there was anything lacking. Only in a never-ending battle would one be able to improve quickly. That was absolutely right. In just half a month, Fang Chen had crazily fought with the armored figure more than 30 times. It was equivalent to fighting twice a day. And the armored figure seemed to enjoy the process of torturing Fang Chen. Half a month later, Zhong Xian had already mastered most of the temporal acceleration. At this time, the true will of space and time had finally reached a bottleneck. It seemed that it needed an opportunity to break through to the 5th grade. Senior. Fang Chen stood up. Before he finished speaking, the armored figure knew that this child wanted to challenge him. Make your move. The armored figure said indifferently. Crash. The giant hand of stars instantly spread out. Combined with the true will of space and time, its power increased sharply. Space cut. Fang Chen used the space cut and instantly tore the void. The giant hand of stars suddenly appeared above the armored figure's head. The armored figure was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he grinned. In such a short time, this child could comprehend the true meaning of space to such a level. Ha! The armored figure let out a low growl and threw out an iron fist. Crack! Just as the iron fist was about to hit the giant hand of stars, Fang Chen's mind moved, and the temporal acceleration instantly spread out. With Fang Chen as the core, the surrounding temporal acceleration instantly increased. Crash! The giant hand of stars, which was originally extremely fast, suddenly accelerated again. This sudden turn of events caused the armored figure to be extremely startled. The temporal acceleration increased the speed of the giant hand of stars by 10 times. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed the iron fist and hit the armored figure. Bang! A handprint appeared on the armored figure's chest. This was caused by the giant hand of stars. Good boy! Seeing this, the armored figure quickly punched out several times and directly sent Fang Chen flying. He was almost defeated by this boy. Your attack just now, why did the speed suddenly increase by so much? The armored figure was puzzled. On the other hand, Fang Chen spread his hands helplessly. The armored figure's physical strength was too strong. It would still take some time to defeat him. It seems that I have to cultivate the true will of space and time to the 5th grade before I can defeat the armored figure, Fang Chen said to himself. The exchange this time had sufficiently made Fang Chen realize the heaven-defying nature of the true intent of spacetime. He sat cross-legged on the round platform and continued to comprehend. More than 2 months had passed in the outside world. The Great Mountain Secret Realm was about to close. The cultivators who entered the secret realm walked out one after another. Ha ha ha, we're finally out. The Fengtian sect's disciples laughed excitedly. Although some of the disciples died in the Great Mountain Secret Realm, the remaining disciples' strength had skyrocketed. It's the ancient Tao sect. The ancient Tao sect's disciples slowly walked out of the Void Stone Gate. There were very few ancient Tao sect's disciples who joined the Black Heaven sect this time. They even lost a few disciples in this trip to the Great Mountain Secret Realm. Now, there were only a few disciples left. Jiyu Chen's face was a little gloomy. He was obviously unhappy about the deaths of his disciples. After everyone came out, the void stone gate slowly closed. Where are the Sword Firmament sect's disciples? At this time, the Guardian Elder realized that something was wrong. Hearing this, the ancient Dao sect and Fengtian sect's disciples were stunned. Fengtian sect's disciples were immediately overjoyed. The Sword Firmament sect's disciples must have been wiped out in the Great Mountain Secret Realm. Ha ha ha, it's good that they died. The ancient Dao sect's disciples were a little surprised. The Guardian Elder's face was ugly. The fact that the Void Stone Gate closed meant that there was no one left in the Great Mountain Secret Realm. This meant that all the new disciples of the Sword Firmament sect had died, including the junior commander. This news instantly spread throughout the Fengtian Palace. Many of the Sword Firmament sect's elders felt that it was a pity. At the same time, they strongly requested to reopen the Great Mountain Secret Realm so that they could explore it. However, this request was rejected by the higher-ups. The Sword Firmament sect's disciples were all wiped out. This caused the disciples of the other two sects to mock them. However, this matter only caused a commotion in the Fengtian Palace. As for the other branches, it didn't affect them at all. The Black Heaven sect was one of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family on Sky Pass Island. They were so powerful that no one dared to imagine it. They didn't care about the deaths of a few Heaven Star border cultivators. Reality was cruel, and it was even more so for a big sect. The Great Mountain Secret Realm had closed, but Shi Qing and the others were unaware. They were struggling to move forward in the Star Ruin. After such a long time, the Sword Firmament sect's disciples finally gathered together. Of course, there were also some disciples who accidentally entered a dangerous place and died. Senior brother Shi Qing. On this day, Jiyu Fang met up with Shi Qing. Jiyu Fang, where are the others? Shi Qing asked. Jiyu Fang shook his head. I didn't meet anyone else. There were only 4 or 5 disciples beside Shi Qing. There were still some disciples that they didn't meet. What the hell is this place? Jiyu Fang couldn't help but curse. We seem to have entered a mysterious place. It's very dangerous, Shi Qing said. Then what should we do? How can we return to the Great Mountain Secret Realm? It was too dangerous here. Everyone wanted to return to the Great Mountain Secret Realm as soon as possible. However, there was nothing they could do. Compared to Shi Qing and the others, Fang Chen was luckier. Although he encountered an 8-legged demonic beast, he was lucky enough to escape. Then, he was even luckier when he encountered the 3 peerless powerhouses under the ice. Finally, he came here according to the Wind Master's last words. In front of the Star Spirit River, Fang Chen was comprehending the true meaning of space-time. Space-time energy filled his body as he accelerated time to the extreme. In the void, the armored figure was staring at Fang Chen. He sensed that Fang Chen's aura seemed a little familiar. Could it be that I saw wrongly? It's not the true meaning of space, the armored figure muttered to himself. The true meaning of space is clearly very dense, but why is there some time energy mixed in? The armored figure looked at Fang Chen with a deep gaze. Could it be the true meaning of space-time? Thinking of this, the armored figure was shocked. He couldn't believe it. It shouldn't be, the armored figure said. At this moment, a loud bang came from Fang Chen's body. Then, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He broke through. The armored figure's eyes had a trace of expectation. The true meaning of space-time has broken through to the 5th stage. Fang Chen was very confident that the true meaning of space-time had broken through to the 5th stage. Senior. The armored figure couldn't wait to fight with Fang Chen. Attack, the armored figure said. Crash. The true meaning of space-time was activated by the heavenly star art. Buzz. The true meaning of space-time at the 5th stage was very heaven-defying. As soon as it was used, it directly cut the space where the armored figure was. Then, the time acceleration allowed Fang Chen's figure to appear in front of the armored figure. Crack. The hand of stars swooped down. The armored figure couldn't resist at all. He was enveloped by the hand of stars and then suppressed. Bang. For the first time in a long time, the armored figure was sent flying by Fang Chen. The armored figure on the ground still couldn't believe it. Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, did I win?" The armored figure nodded heavily, his eyes burning. "Kid, what is your true meaning?" the armored figure asked hurriedly. "The true meaning of space-time," Fang Chen said. "There was no need to hide it here." Buzz. The armored figure's mind shook. He was very excited. It really was the true meaning of space-time. It was too shocking. Chapter 1048. Once upon a time, the armored figure thought that the true meaning of time and space only existed in legends. His master once said that any martial artist who grasped the true meaning of time and space would definitely shock the world as long as they did not die prematurely. And now, he really met a martial artist with the true meaning of time and space. The armored figure's face was filled with excitement. With a whoosh, he arrived in front of Fang Chen. Then, he grinned and stretched out his hand. "I didn't expect to meet a martial artist with the true meaning of time and space after so many years. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Iron Armor. What about you?" In the past month, the armored figure had never spoken to Fang Chen in such a serious manner. The person in front of him was a martial artist with the true meaning of time and space. His future was limitless. He sincerely wanted to make friends with Fang Chen. Fang Chen. Fang Chen also had a good impression of the armored figure. If not for the armored figure's guidance, he might still be immersed in cultivation. "Brother Fang Chen, you've comprehended the true meaning of time and space at such a young age. Your potential is too heaven-defying. Now that you've defeated me, you can enter the Star Spirit River for baptism." The armored figure laughed. "But before that, I want to tell you some things to take note of," the armored figure said. The Star Spirit River was completely composed of spiritual energy. The top layer was rich with spiritual energy, and the bottom layer was filled with spiritual pythons. Spiritual pythons were spiritual energy that had been refined to a certain level. Even the armored figure was amazed by its purity. Before you, the highest record for a mystic king realm martial artist was to capture 89 spiritual pythons and then melt them. Finally, he broke through to the Heaven Star realm, the armored figure said. Fang Chen nodded. He could not wait to enter the Star Spirit River. "I have a feeling that you will break this record." The armored figure had high hopes for Fang Chen. After exchanging a few words with the armored figure, Fang Chen rushed into the Star Spirit River. Splash! As soon as he entered the Spirit River of the Star, he could feel a vast amount of spiritual energy gushing in from all directions. What a rich spiritual energy! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there were so many outsiders who wanted to be baptized by the Star Spirit River. Humor series of vibrations were transmitted into Fang Chen's head. His body was completely enveloped by terrifying qi. His qi trembled, wildly absorbing the terrifying spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, his qi was full. At this time, Fang Chen gradually adapted to the Star Spirit River. He wanted to try diving. Capture the spirit python, Fang Chen said to himself. Although the spiritual qi in the upper level of the spiritual river of stars was rich, it was the simplest and most basic spiritual qi. Only the spirit pythons in the lower layer had the best refined spiritual energy. Absorbing a spirit python was comparable to absorbing a month's worth of ordinary spirit energy. Therefore, capturing the spirit python seemed to be a shortcut. Fang Chen dived down to a depth of 1,000 meters. His perfect sword body had already been pushed to the extreme, and he felt a trace of pressure. "Let's do it here." Fang Chen stopped and no longer dived. He looked left and right, looking for the spirit python. The surrounding spiritual qi was rich to a certain extent, and ripples of water appeared. At this time, the golden heart beat rapidly. In an instant, a roar resounded through the Star Spirit River. Fang Chen looked into the depths of the Astral Spirit River. There was a thick python pouncing towards him. This python was completely composed of spiritual qi, and its body was very transparent. What a pure spiritual qi! Seeing the spirit python, Fang Chen was shocked. No wonder the armored figure reminded him that the most important thing in the baptism of the Star Spirit River was to capture the spirit python. Seeing the spirit python, Fang Chen grinned. The capture of the spirit python began now. Fang Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and leaped. Even under the water, the true meaning of time and space could be used. The true meaning of time and space of the fifth grade realm was unusually domineering. The spirit python let out a furious roar. The 10 feet thick spirit python was unable to touch Fang Chen's body. Roar. The spirit python roared and swung its tail, trying to wrap Fang Chen. However, at this time, Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared on top of the spirit python's head. Then, time accelerated to the extreme, and the hidden star sword stabbed into the spirit python's head at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the spirit python struggled and screamed miserably. After a few minutes, the spirit python stopped struggling. The spiritual qi around the spirit python was quickly dissipating. At this time, Fang Chen began to absorb the spirit python. His sea of qi vibrated, and the spirit python was absorbed into Fang Chen's sea of qi. Buzz. The absorption of the spirit python made his sea of qi tumble. Worthy of the spirit python. After absorbing the spirit python, Fang Chen felt that his sea of qi seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. He continued to capture the spirit python. Time passed quickly. Fang Chen had been capturing the spirit python in the Star Spirit River. In the outside world, the armored figure looked at the Star Spirit River with a smile. Brother Fang Chen has the true meaning of time and space. Capturing the spirit python is a piece of cake for him. As the guardian of the Star Spirit River, the armored figure naturally knew the characteristics of the spirit python better than anyone else. The spirit python's attack power was very strong, but its speed was very slow. Fang Chen could use the true meaning of time and space to get rid of the spirit python's attack, kill it, and absorb it. In fact, Fang Chen's speed of capturing the spirit python was unprecedentedly fast. The armored figures were all dumbfounded. In just one day, Fang Chen had captured 45 spirit pythons. This result had surpassed most of the outsiders. However, Fang Chen still continued. In the Star Spirit River, after Fang Chen absorbed 45 spirit pythons, he suddenly realized that his sea of qi was expanding. This shocking discovery caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. After reaching the mysterious King realm, the sea of qi was completely fixed. And now, the sea of qi was expanding. What did this mean? Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Continue to capture. The highest record at the mysterious King realm was 89 spirit pythons, and he had only captured 45. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one after another, the spirit pythons were captured by Fang Chen and absorbed into his sea of qi. As the number of spirit pythons increased, Fang Chen's sea of qi was also gradually expanding. 3 days later, the number of spirit pythons that Fang Chen had captured had reached 89. In the void, the armored figure's heart was incomparably shocked. I remember that the record holder of the mysterious King realm seemed to have used half a month to capture 89 spirit pythons. After that, he was exhausted and had no choice but to end the baptism of the Star Spirit River. The armored figure's pitch-black eyes stared downwards as he muttered to himself. He couldn't help but sigh. The true meaning of time and space was truly domineering. Fang Chen only had the true meaning of time and space, but his speed of capturing spirit pythons was already so fast. Can I break the record? The armored figure's eyes flickered as he stared nervously at the Star Spirit River. For countless years, the highest record at the mysterious King realm was only 89. As for the other mysterious King realm martial artists, most of them only had 40 to 50. Could Fang Chen break the record? Crash. Just as the armored figure was pondering, Fang Chen captured the 90th spirit python. Without any suspense, the highest record had been rewritten. Fang Chen had become the first mysterious King realm martial artist to capture 90 spirit pythons in countless years. Moreover, he was the fastest person to do so. He had only used 3 days. What exactly is your limit? The armored figure stared at Fang Chen as he muttered to himself. Fang Chen, who was in the Star Spirit River, was still capturing spirit pythons. At this moment, his sea of qi had already expanded to more than 3 times its original size and was extremely wide. The amount of spirit qi that it could contain was also boundless. Tireless, Fang Chen captured spirit pythons day and night. However, after capturing more than 90 spirit pythons, each capture was extremely time-consuming. Of course, this did not stop Fang Chen from continuing to capture. On the 5th day, Fang Chen captured the 99th spirit python. In the sky, the armored figure was already so shocked that he was speechless. Heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. This was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen in countless years. 99. The armored figure's body was trembling. He clearly remembered that his master had once said that after the baptism of the Star Spirit River, a mysterious King Realm martial artist could only capture 100 spirit pythons at most. However, being able to capture 99 spirit pythons was already 1 in 10,000. Capturing the 100th spirit python was harder than reaching the heavens. Fang Chen, this godlike man, had forcibly raised the highest record of a mysterious King Realm martial artist by 10 spirit pythons. 99 spirit pythons. I wonder if I can do as Master said and capture the last one. The armored figure was incomparably excited. He was very happy to witness the rise of a genius. Inside the Star Spirit River, Fang Chen had already dived to a depth of 2,000 meters. From being suppressed at the beginning to easily capturing spirit pythons. 99 spirit pythons occupied his sea of qi, causing it to expand to 10 times its original size. 10 times. Seeing this number, Fang Chen couldn't help but cry out in shock. He didn't even dare to imagine what it meant to have his sea of qi expand by 10 times. It was like the difference between 1 pair of chopsticks and 10 pairs of chopsticks. Breaking a pair of chopsticks was very easy, but breaking 10 pairs of chopsticks was a bit difficult, unless your strength increased by 10 times. This also meant that if a martial artist in the same realm wanted to defeat Fang Chen, they would have to have 10 times the power of Fang Chen. This was too exaggerated. 99 spirit pythons were floating within his sea of qi. When his sea of qi expanded to 10 times its original size, it finally stopped expanding. But even so, Fang Chen was still extremely excited. The baptism of the Star Spirit River was too great, much greater than what he had originally expected. This was a qualitative leap, a qualitative transformation. Fang Chen could feel that he was transforming. Once the transformation was complete, he would reach a new height. After the shock, his heart calmed down. Fang Chen's eyes burned as he stared at the bottom of the Star Spirit River. I wonder if I'll be able to capture more spirit pythons, Fang Chen said with a burning gaze. While capturing the first 99 spirit pythons, Fang Chen had already absorbed a bit of astral essence. His body had been strengthened by astral essence. However, this couldn't compare to his sea of qi expanding by 10 times. Chapter 1049. What Fang Chen didn't know was that the limit of a mystic King Realm cultivator was 100. When the owner of the Star Relic built the Star Spirit River, he once said that no one in the world could catch 100 spirit pythons. It was still possible to catch 99 spirit pythons. However, countless years had passed. Fang Chen was the only genius who caught 99 spirit pythons. As for the others, they couldn't do it at all. Fang Chen searched for 3 days at the 2-kilometer mark, but he did not find anything. In the end, he continued to dive. At 3,000 meters, he didn't find any spirit pythons. At 4,000 meters, he didn't find any spirit pythons. At 5,000 meters, the perfect sword body was no longer enough to withstand the pressure of the spirit river. Fang Chen felt a great pressure. His body couldn't dive any further. Could it be that 99 daos is my limit? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although he had already broken the record, he was not satisfied. He had a feeling that if he caught the 100th spirit python, there would be an earth-shaking change. Therefore, he tried his best to find the 100th spirit python. He didn't want to end the spirit river baptism. It only took him 5 days to catch 99 spirit pythons. And it took him a whole month to find the 100th spirit python. During the month, Fang Chen kept searching. In the end, he even activated the golden heart, but he still couldn't find the 100th spirit python. However, just as Fang Chen was about to give up, the golden heart beat rapidly. Traces of clear currents appeared and wrapped Fang Chen's body. He dived for 1,000 meters. Fang Chen, who steadied himself, suddenly found a spirit python with a thickness of 30 feet in front of him. Spirit python. Seeing this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. After searching for a month, he finally found the 100th spirit python. Roar. This spirit python was much stronger than the previous ones. His stout body shot towards Fang Chen at high speed. When it got close to Fang Chen, it opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Fang Chen. The latter performed the heavenly star technique. Swoosh. A large hand made of stars struck the head of the spiritual python. With a bang, the starry hand shattered. Fang Chen was startled. This spirit python seemed different from other spirit pythons. After being hit by Fang Chen, the spirit python was furious and began to counterattack. Rumble the python's tail kept whipping Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, Fang Chen had the perfect sword body to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying. The battle continued for an hour. Fang Chen finally found a weakness of the spirit python. At the bottom of its stomach, there was a small white dot. This small dot was the vital point of the spirit python. Let's fight. Frantically activating the true meaning of spacetime, Fang Chen's figure appeared under the spirit python like a ghost. Poocha, the spirit python's tail instantly lashed out. The hidden star sword appeared, and the heart illusion sword was used. Instantly, 99 sword lights pierced the tail of the spirit python. Roar! A heart-wrenching cry came from the spirit python. The hidden star sword pierced the tail of the spirit python. While the spirit python was in pain, Fang Chen's finger suddenly pointed at the small white dot. Crash! The 10-meter-long spirit python was hit in the vital point. Like a deflated balloon, its body kept shrinking. Roar! The roar to the sky resounded through the Star Spirit River. In the blink of an eye, the spirit python shrank to the size of 3 meters. At this time, the speed of the spirit python's struggle became slower and slower. Fang Chen felt that the time was right. The Sea of Qi opened, and a terrifying suction force swept the spirit python and sucked it into the Sea of Qi. Dong. When the 100th spirit python entered the Sea of Qi changed dramatically. The 99 spirit pythons in the Sea of Qi quickly merged into the 100th spirit python in front of Fang Chen's dumbfounded eyes. Then, a golden airflow emerged from the golden heart, entered the Sea of Qi, and entered the 100th spirit python. Buzz. The spirit python was changing. Fang Chen's Sea of Qi expanded again. What's going on? In the face of this situation, Fang Chen was very puzzled. In the blink of an eye, the spirit python in the Sea of Qi changed. The power of vital spirit. When the spirit python turned into the terrifying power of vital spirit, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He could no longer suppress the trembling of his body and cried out excitedly. The spirit python turned into the power of vital spirit. Its aura was monstrous, and the Sea of Qi was expanding rapidly. 11 times, 12 times. When it reached 20 times, the Sea of Qi stopped expanding. Crack! The terrifying power of vital spirit instantly turned into countless fragments of vital spirit and merged into the Sea of Qi. Then, dots of light scattered all over Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt that his body was rapidly becoming stronger. What a terrifying power of vital spirit! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He did not expect that after capturing the 100th spirit python, such a change would happen. After a quarter of an hour, the Sea of Qi was calm again. At this time, Fang Chen's body was emitting a dazzling luster, which was even more moving. Fang Chen carefully sensed his own body, and he was shocked. The Sea of Qi has expanded 20 times. Fang Chen said softly, most importantly, after the baptism of the terrifying power of vital spirit, my body can actually automatically absorb the power of vital spirit of heaven and earth. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Fang Chen. Above the spirit river, the armored figure trembled with excitement. 100 spirit pythons. Fang Chen really captured 100 spirit pythons. Just as he was shocked, Fang Chen rushed out of the Star Spirit River. The baptism of the Spirit River was over. Brother Fang Chen, you've created a historical record, the armored figure said excitedly when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and nodded. 100 spirit pythons. My master once said that the limit of a mystic king realm martial artist is 100 spirit pythons, but almost no one can do it. The armored figure took a deep breath and continued, "But you did it." The armored figure's excitement could not be described with words. After hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was also moved. No wonder it was so difficult to capture the 100th spirit python. It took an entire month to capture it successfully. After a long time, the armored figure calmed down and looked at Fang Chen. He asked, "How is it? Has the Sea of Qi expanded?" It was more than expansion. It had expanded 20 times. "Brother Fang Chen, your potential is the strongest I've ever seen," the armored figure said in a deep voice. Fang Chen smiled and cupped his hands at the armored figure. The baptism of the Star Spirit River was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. However, Fang Chen felt that it was a pity that his overall strength had increased, but his cultivation had not broken through to the Heaven Star border realm. Seeing the regret on Fang Chen's face, the armored figure knew what Fang Chen was thinking. "Brother Fang Chen, luckily you didn't break through to the Heaven Star border realm," the armored figure said. Fang Chen asked, puzzled. "Ordinary martial artists will break through to the Heaven Star border realm when they reach the limit of the Mystic King realm. This method is not good," the armored figure said. "Is there a large amount of vital essence in your Sea of Qi?" the armored figure asked. Fang Chen nodded. The armored figure continued, "My master once said that a Mystic King realm martial artist can absorb 100 spirit pythons and their body will mutate. They will be able to absorb vital essence on their own. When your vital essence occupies the entire Sea of Qi and breaks through to the Heaven Star border realm, you will receive unexpected benefits. Vital essence fills the entire Sea of Qi and breaks through to the Heaven Star border realm." Fang Chen was puzzled. "That's what my master said. I don't know the specifics," the armored figure said. Fang Chen thought back to when he had just absorbed the 100th spirit python. Originally, his cultivation had hopes of breaking through the bottleneck. However, when his cultivation reached the limit of the Mystic King realm, he was suppressed by an aura at the critical moment, unable to break through the bottleneck. Now that he thought about it, the aura suppressing him was the Golden Heart. Could it be that the Golden Heart is suppressing me on purpose? Fang Chen was puzzled. If that was the case, then the Golden Heart was too heaven-defying. "I never thought that I would be able to meet a genius like Brother Fang Chen in my lifetime." The armored figure's voice woke Fang Chen up. A Mystic King realm martial artist could absorb 100 spirit pythons and possess the true intent of time and space. Fang Chen's appearance had shattered the armored figure's understanding of geniuses. "Brother Fang Chen, I can guarantee that you will become a peak existence in the future. You might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my master," the armored figure said confidently. "I hope so." The baptism of the Star Spirit River had changed Fang Chen greatly. The current Fang Chen's combat strength had soared. Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat a Heaven Star Border Stage 3 martial artist. "Brother Fang Chen, this is a small token of my appreciation." The armored figure seemed to have the intention of befriending Fang Chen. A map appeared in his palm. Fang Chen took the map and opened it. There were a few red dots on the map. "This is the map of the Star Spirit River. The red dots are the safe areas. This is all I can help you with," the armored figure said. Due to the rules, he couldn't provide any more help to Fang Chen. If it was an ordinary person, the armored figure wouldn't have bothered. However, Fang Chen was different. Perhaps he could become a peak existence in the future. Such an expert must be befriended. Putting away the map, Fang Chen revealed a smile. "Thank you, Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands. "All right, you can leave this place now." The armored figure said, "However, the star relic is extremely dangerous. Even some powerful experts will die if they enter the dangerous area. You have to be careful." Fang Chen nodded. Indeed, the star relic was dangerous. Even the Blue Thunder Emperor, the Nine Firmaments Windlord, and the Chaos Prime Demon Lord had perished in the ice. He was lucky that he didn't encounter any danger. "Senior, how do I leave this place?" Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen thought to himself. After the true meaning of time and space reached the 5th grade, it was even more powerful. Hiding in the void, even a high-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would not be able to detect it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Fang Chen said, the demonic beasts in the wasteland were as calm as ever. They did not notice Fang Chen at all. Half an hour later, Fang Chen left the wasteland. Then, he appeared. As expected of the star relic. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Although danger and opportunity coexisted. However, Fang Chen felt that the star relic was more dangerous than the opportunity. In the following time, he moved forward according to the red dots on the map. The Star Spirit River was the first red dot on the map, and the direction that Fang Chen was moving in was the second red dot. Continue forward. The distance between the red dots was not too far. While Fang Chen was moving forward, there was a fierce battle not far ahead. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize it. The figure in the battle was Fengtian sect's disciple, Wang Da. At this time, Wang Da was fighting with a demonic beast. Roar. The demonic beast roared, exuding a terrifying aura, and pounced on Wang Da. Damn it. Wang Da was furious, and the long sword in his hand danced. Exquisite and peerless sword techniques were executed in an instant. Streaks of sword light appeared in the sky one after another. Wang Da controlled the sword light and stabbed at the demonic beast. The sword light pierced the demonic beast, but did not hurt it. Instead, Wang Da was caught off guard and was sent flying by the demonic beast. Puff. Wang Da, who fell to the ground, vomited blood, and his face was extremely pale. In this mysterious place, his cultivation had broken through to Heaven Star Border Stage 3 by chance, and he thought that he could leave this place safely. He did not expect to meet a Heaven Star Border Stage 3 demonic beast. This demonic beast was very strong, and Wang Da was not its opponent. After dozens of rounds of fierce battle, Wang Da was covered in injuries. Am I, Wang Da, going to die here? Wang Da's heart was filled with sorrow. He did not want to die here, but he could not defeat the demonic beast. Roar. The demonic beast roared and pounced on Wang Da. Seeing this, Wang Da's heart was dead. He was seriously injured, and could not fight anymore. If the demonic beast rushed over, he would definitely die. At this time, Fang Chen, who was not far away, was suddenly alarmed by the demonic beast's cry. Then, his eyes flickered. He leaped into the air and stood in the sky. Looking down, he instantly found Wang Da. Wang Da. Seeing that Wang Da was seriously injured and facing danger, Fang Chen did not care so much. Using the space-time true meaning, he instantly appeared in front of Wang Da. Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! With Fang Chen's current physical strength, a full blow was very terrifying. Caught off guard, the demonic beast was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Wang Da, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly heard a loud noise. Immediately, he opened his eyes. He saw an incredible scene. Brother Shui. Seeing Sanguinati, Wang Da's heart was excited. Of course, he was more happy that Sanguinati sent the demonic beast flying with a punch. Let me kill the demonic beast first. Fang Chen took a step forward, took out the hidden star sword, and used the heart illusion sword technique. Whoosh! 99 rays of sword light instantly spread out. At the same time, the vital essence in the Qi Sea also instantly drilled into the hidden star sword. Poochie. The demonic beast could not resist Fang Chen's attack at all. It was stabbed by the 99 rays of sword light and was directly injured. Then, Fang Chen made a move and killed it. Neatly beheaded the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd layer level monster beast. This scene shocked Wang Da. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and came to Wang Da's side. Brother Shui, you're too strong. Wang Da cried out. Fang Chen nodded slightly, and then asked, why are you here? After we were sucked into this place, I was separated from the others. It wasn't easy for me to find a place of opportunity and make a breakthrough in my cultivation. As soon as I came out, I encountered this demonic beast. If it wasn't for Brother Shui, I would probably be dead. Wang Da sighed. In such a short time, Sanguinati's strength had actually reached such a level. He was really a monstrous existence. Fang Chen's heart was slightly moved when he heard this. "You're saying that the place of opportunity is nearby?" Fang Chen asked. Wang Die nodded and said, "Yes, it's not far ahead. But I didn't go deep. I only obtained some treasures in the periphery and successfully made a breakthrough in my cultivation. There are a lot of puppets in the inner area, so I didn't dare to barge in." Wang Die's words made Fang Chen's heart beat faster. "Bring me there." A place of opportunity that even Wang Die could come and go freely should not be dangerous. There were treasures everywhere in the Star Ruin, and Fang Chen did not want to miss it. "All right." Wang Die did not think too much and directly led Fang Chen to the place of opportunity. After walking for a while, Wang Die stopped and pointed to the forest in front. "It's here. I'll go take a look." "You stay here," Fang Chen said. Wang Die would be a burden if he followed, so he might as well wait here. Fang Chen came to the forest alone. It was a cave, a very large cave. He could see everything inside clearly from the outside. Fang Chen carefully entered the cave and looked around carefully. Wang Die should have obtained an opportunity in this cave, Fang Chen said to himself. He could see some traces of someone in the cave, which should have been left behind by Wang Die. Then, Fang Chen looked at the stone door in the depths of the cave. Is the inner area that Wang Die mentioned behind this stone door? Fang Chen's heart was filled with curiosity. His perfect sword body was activated, and his defense was raised to the highest level. He was walking towards the stone door step by step. Arriving before the stone door, Fang Chen thought for a long time before gently placing his hands on the stone door. Creak. The stone door opened instantly. Fang Chen immediately saw a dense crowd of puppets. Poochie. One of the puppets near the stone door instantly attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen's figure flashed and dodged the puppet's attack. "A puppet at the 9th level of the Profound King Realm," Fang Chen said. These puppets seemed to be unable to leave the cave behind the stone door. Fang Chen put some distance between himself and the stone door, and the puppet stopped attacking Fang Chen. When Fang Chen's gaze landed on the puppet, his heart was filled with great waves of emotions. This is the Heaven Puppet Race's method. Back then, Fang Chen was framed by the Demon Cloud State Lord and fled to the Heaven Puppet Race's territory. Later, he learned the Heaven Puppet Race's puppet Dao. He was very clear about the Heaven Puppet Race's methods. At this moment, he discovered that the dense crowd of puppets was actually the Heaven Puppet Race's method. Chapter 1051. While he was shocked, Fang Chen was also overjoyed. The puppets created by the Heaven Puppet Race were very strong. However, they posed no danger to Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen came up with a plan to control these puppets. Once he controlled them, they would be a great fighting force. Fang Chen also knew the secret techniques of the Heaven Puppet Race. Trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the cave behind the stone door. Behind the densely packed puppets, there was a throne. On the throne, there was a skeleton. In the skeleton's hand was a red button. With Fang Chen's understanding of the Heaven Puppet Race, he knew that the red button was the thing that controlled the puppets. Great! He hadn't expected to find these puppets by accident. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed and he instantly entered the stone door. The Heaven Puppet Race's puppets immediately attacked Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's figure kept dodging. However, none of the densely packed puppets could attack Fang Chen. I'm most familiar with the puppets of the Heaven Puppet Race. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. The Heaven Puppet Race's methods were very heaven-defying, but they posed no danger to him. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of the throne. Then, he picked up the red button and pressed it hard. With a forceful push, the puppet that was charging toward Zhong Xian came to a halt, as if it had been imprisoned in the void. As expected. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Then, he sat down cross-legged and held the red button in his hand. He started to use the secret techniques of the Heaven Puppet Race to control these puppets. This red button could only be controlled in a very simple way. Fang Chen knew that he could only control these puppets by truly communicating with them. This was not difficult for Fang Chen. In the following time, Fang Chen used the methods of the heaven puppet race to communicate with the puppets. About an hour later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. With a thought, a blinding light burst out from the red button. In the next moment, the densely packed puppets instantly disappeared. 1009th level Mystic King Realm puppets, Fang Chen said. After taking control of the puppets, Fang Chen clearly knew the origin of these puppets. The skeleton on the throne was indeed a member of the heaven puppet race. However, he had fallen a long time ago. Fang Chen cupped his hands at the heaven puppet race clansmen before leaving the cave. Outside the cave, Wang Da waited anxiously. It's been so long. Why haven't they come out yet? Could something have happened? Wang Da was very anxious. However, at this moment, Fang Chen calmly walked out. Brother Blood, did you discover anything? Wang Da asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, nothing. Let's go. Wang Da and Fang Chen left this place and arrived at the second red dot. Along the way, Wang Da knew that Fang Chen had a map that would allow them to leave this place safely. He was very excited. Brother Blood, you're really amazing, Wang Da said with a grin. He had already made up his mind to follow closely behind Sanguinati and leave this damned place. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Wang Da arrived at the third red dot. They were not far from the fifth red dot. Wang Da was very excited. They could leave this place very soon. However, on the way from the third red dot to the fourth red dot, the two of them encountered some danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sky in the distance was dark and filled with flying beasts. Let's go! Fang Chen roared. He immediately activated the true meaning of space and time and quickly led Wang Da forward. There were too many flying beasts. Fang Chen did not dare to stay here. Seeing Fang Chen escape, the flying beasts in the sky let out sharp cries and then spread their wings to chase after Fang Chen. Bang! Every time a flying beast approached Fang Chen, it would be killed by the latter. However, as time passed, the number of flying beasts increased. The flying beasts were furious when their companions were killed. They all surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen knew that he could not escape, so he stopped and prepared to fight with all his might. Let's go. Fang Chen threw Wang Da away and let him go first. Brother Blood, Wang Da roared. You go first. I'll catch up later, Fang Chen roared. Wang Da would be a burden, so he let Wang Da go first. Seeing this, Wang Da did not hesitate. He cupped his hands at Fang Chen and then quickly left. The flying beasts in the sky did not care about Wang Da at all. Instead, they surrounded Fang Chen. Roar! Sharp cries resounded through the sky. In the sky, countless flying beasts flapped their wings, venting their anger. Boss, let me do it. Little Mouse appeared and said in a low voice. In the next moment, it used its innate ability, Devour. Buzz! A terrifying suction force instantly spread out. All the flying beasts in front of Little Mouse were instantly devoured. Crack! The flying beasts swallowed them and directly crushed them with their hard teeth. Then, Little Mouse prepared to use its second innate ability, Extreme Piercing. However, it was stopped by Fang Chen. Using two innate abilities in a row would cause a backlash and harm to the body. Let me do it. Fang Chen held Little Mouse's shoulder and said softly. Seeing this, Little Mouse stopped using its innate ability and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen took out a red button from his chest. Then, he gently pressed the button. Voila! The button squirmed, and suddenly, a dazzling scarlet light shone in all directions. 1,000 puppets walked out of the red button one after another. Attack! Fang Chen ordered. Immediately, 1,000 puppets attacked the flying beasts. Puppets at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm were not to be underestimated. Even Fang Chen did not dare to be careless against 1,000 puppets. Puppets did not have intelligence and were not afraid of pain or death. They charged forward and attacked fiercely. In the blink of an eye, a large number of flying beasts died. These flying beasts let out sharp cries and were extremely furious. However, no matter how they attacked, the puppets would not retreat even half a step. In the end, the flying beasts had no choice but to spread their wings and hover in the sky. Looking at the densely packed flying beasts' corpses on the ground, Fang Chen ordered the puppets to advance. The flying beasts in the sky did not dare to attack. They seemed to be waiting for something. Fang Chen and the puppets advanced quickly. Buzz! Suddenly, a sharp sound resounded through the sky. Then, a 10-meter-long flying beast spread its wings and flew over. Every time it flapped its wings, it would cause the surrounding air to move. This flying beast was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the flying beasts. Chirp! These flying beasts seemed to be telling this huge flying beast what had just happened. After hearing this, the huge flying beast's eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at Fang Chen. Mystic Fire Bird King. Seeing this, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He did not expect to attract the Mystic Fire Bird King. The Mystic Fire Bird King was the king of flying beasts and was extremely powerful. Whoosh! The Mystic Fire Bird King flapped its wings and suddenly dove down. At the same time, it spat out scorching flames from its mouth. Voila! The flames instantly enveloped the 1,000 puppets. However, these puppets were the masterpieces of the sky puppet race and did not fear the flames. Human, why did you kill my people? The Mystic Fire Bird King came before Fang Chen and asked in a low voice. Mystic Fire Bird King, I had no intention of killing your people. They were the ones who blocked my way. Human, it has been a long time since an outsider has killed my people. The Mystic Fire Bird King stared at Fang Chen and prepared to attack. Fang Chen was a little afraid of the Mystic Fire Bird King. The fiery aura emitted from its body was very hot, making Fang Chen uneasy. With a thought, Fang Chen withdrew the 1,000 puppets. Then he looked at the Mystic Fire Bird King. Die! The Mystic Fire Bird King spat out a single word. Then, boundless flames poured down and enveloped Fang Chen. Star Sky Art. Fang Chen unleashed the heavenly celestial skill. A gigantic hand of stars came crashing down, trying to suppress these flames. What a powerful flame! Fang Chen said in a low voice. The vital essence in his sea of qi rolled and surged, instantly covering his body to resist the flames. The little mouse used its second innate ability, extreme piercing. However, it still couldn't hit the Mystic Fire Bird King. Die! The Mystic Fire Bird King was very confident in its flames. It thought that this human would die without a doubt. However, just as Fang Chen was at a loss, the golden heart beat rapidly. Dong dong dong! Immediately, the undying bird's blood essence in the golden heart was completely activated. A layer of red halo appeared around Fang Chen, directly blocking the Mystic Fire Bird King's flame attack. The next moment, black flames appeared and began to counterattack. If it were just black flames, it would never be able to devour the Mystic Fire Bird King's flames. Unfortunately, this was not just a black flame. It contained the characteristics of the undying bird, and it was also fused with the undying bird's blood essence. Buzz! The undying bird's aura instantly spread. The flames around Fang Chen were directly devoured. In an instant, the bodies of the birds in the sky began to tremble. The depths of their souls were trembling and turbulent. What's going on? Even the Mystic Fire Bird King felt frightened. Its soul was trembling. What is this aura? The Mystic Fire Bird King had not felt fear for a long time. Its eyes stared at Fang Chen. Splash! The undying bird's blood essence surrounded Fang Chen, and a terrifying bloodline aura spread out. At this moment, the Mystic Fire Bird King's body involuntarily prostrated on the ground. No! The Mystic Fire Bird King roared and struggled to stand up. Bloodline suppression, this was bloodline suppression. It discovered the aura in Fang Chen's body. It was the aura of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. How can you have the aura of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird? The Mystic Fire Bird King cried out in horror. The ancestor of bird-type monsters was the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. The undying bird's bloodline was the most heaven-defying among the bird-type monsters. Even an expert like the Mystic Fire Bird King could not resist it. Fortunately, it was only the undying bird's blood essence, and it had been stored for too long, so its aura was much weaker. If the undying bird came in person, its powerful aura alone would be enough to kill the Mystic Fire Bird King. Chapter 1052. The mysterious fire bird king was completely intimidated by the undying bird's blood essence. Although it struggled to stand up, its heart was incomparably terrified. It had never dreamed that the human in front of it would have the aura of the ancient undying bird. No. The mysterious fire bird king felt that it could not stay here any longer. Its body kept trembling, and the large number of birds hovering in the sky had long prostrated themselves on the ground. Fang Chen deliberately used the golden heart to suppress the aura of the undying bird's blood essence. Suddenly, the mysterious fire bird king felt that its chance had come. With a flap of its wings, it flew up into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. As for the large number of birds on the ground, Fang Chen ignored them and quickly disappeared with the little mouse. After walking for a long time, Fang Chen slowed down. Fortunately, he had the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from the mysterious fire bird king. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had escaped. It seemed that the armored figure was telling the truth. Although the 5 red dots on the map were all safe areas, there were also dangerous areas between them. Let's go to the 5th red dot as soon as possible. Fang Chen thought to himself. Immediately, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed forward. About an hour later, Fang Chen saw Wang Die in the safe area. Wang Die, are you all right? Fang Chen asked. Wang Die was anxiously looking into the distance. Suddenly, he heard Fang Chen's voice. He was overjoyed and said, "I'm fine. How about you, Brother Blood?" Fang Chen spread his hands, indicating that he was fine. "Brother Blood, thank you so much this time." Wang Die was very grateful. If it were not for sanguinity, he would have been dead. "Why are you saying this?" Fang Chen grinned. The star relic was too dangerous. Fang Chen wanted to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not waste any more time and quickly moved forward with Wang Die. There was a short distance between the 4th red dot and the 5th red dot. On the way, Fang Chen remained vigilant, afraid of encountering danger. However, after walking for a quarter of an hour, they still encountered danger. 2 powerful demonic beasts. Roar. One of them was a huge demonic beast with 3 eyes on its forehead. It roared at Fang Chen. Beside it was a giant python. This giant python was blood red in color and had lightning flickering around it. Scarlet light python. When Fang Chen saw the giant python, his heart was filled with shock. He hadn't expected to encounter a scarlet thunder python here. Fang Chen said helplessly. The crimson thunder python was an expert in the art of thunder and lightning. It was said that it could summon the thunder and lightning from the 9 heavens. However, Fang Chen had never seen the demonic beast beside the scarlet thunder python before. "What is this 3-eyed demonic beast?" Wang Die cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, at this moment, the 3-eyed demonic beast suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Its aura shook the heavens. A terrifying suction force came from its mouth, as if it wanted to devour heaven and earth. "It's a heaven-devouring beast." The little mouse arrived in front of Fang Chen with a whoosh. Its body was covered in a purple glow, resisting the heaven-devouring beast's suction force. The heaven-devouring beast's 3rd eye opened and shot out a ray of light that enveloped the little mouse. It was clearly surprised. This palm-sized fellow was actually able to resist its suction force. What heaven-devouring beast? Fang Chen's mind shook when he heard this. The heaven-devouring beast was a demonic beast that was even stronger than the scarlet light python. The heaven-devouring beast had an innate ability that was similar to devouring. It was said that a heaven-devouring beast that cultivated to the peak could devour heaven and earth. However, the heaven-devouring beast in front of him was clearly only in the heaven starborder realm. The little mouse stared at the heaven-devouring beast, its eyes filled with provocation. In front of the heaven-devouring divine rat, the heaven-devouring beast dared to claim that it could devour heaven and earth. What a joke! After a moment of shock, Fang Chen calmed down. His gaze fell on the scarlet light python. He could leave the heaven-devouring beast to the little mouse. Their innate abilities were similar. However, Fang Chen knew that the heaven-devouring beast was definitely not a match for the little mouse. Therefore, he only needed to stop the scarlet light python. Wang Die, step back. Fang Chen reminded. Brother Shui, let me fight alongside you, Wang Die insisted. Sanguinati had saved him time and time again. How could he stand by and watch when he was in danger? Although he could not help much with his strength. Seeing Wang Die's determined eyes, Fang Chen nodded. Do it. Fang Chen growled and activated the space-time true meaning. He instantly pounced to the scarlet light python's side. Before the crimson blood thunder python could react, the hidden star sword directly pierced towards it. A strong hallucinatory aura instantly swept out from Fang Chen's body. At the same time, 99 dazzling sword lights were suspended in the air. They gathered together and stabbed at the scarlet light python with the aura of a sword hero. Roar. The human took the initiative to attack and completely enraged the scarlet light python. It nodded at the heaven-devouring beast and opened its bloody mouth to attack Fang Chen. Rumble. 99 sword lights stabbed the scarlet light python's body in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, the lightning on the scarlet light python's body became even more dazzling. Crack. When the 99 sword lights touched the scarlet light python's body, they were directly shattered by the power of lightning. Whoosh. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and stabbed at the scarlet light python. Kill. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword carried a majestic power as it pierced the crimson blood thunder python's body. A crackling sound rang out. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The power of lightning circled around the hidden star sword, causing him great pain. Bang! Fang Chen was sent flying by the power of lightning on the scarlet light python's body. The hidden star sword stabbed into the scarlet light python's body also shot out in an instant. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the hidden star sword. He stared at the scarlet light python. Wang Die, who was at the side, also wielded his long sword and slashed at the scarlet light python. Roar. Being stabbed by a human martial artist, the scarlet light python was furious. Although it wasn't injured, it was humiliated. In an instant, the scarlet light python and Fang Chen once again engaged in a chaotic battle. At the same time, on the other side, there was an earth-shattering battle. A battle of innate abilities. Devour against devour. A purple luster surged around the little mouse's body. The power of its bloodline instantly spread out. Behind him, the shadow of a purple rat that was several feet tall condensed. Crash. The purple rat phantom opened its mouth and a terrifying suction force instantly burst out. Opposite the little mouse, the heaven-devouring beast's third eye opened and shot out a terrifying light. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and began to emit a suction force. Dong. In the sky, the devouring force collided with the heaven-devouring beast's devouring force. The two forces collided, causing the earth to shake. Roar. The heaven-devouring beast let out a furious roar. Its innate ability was extremely powerful. There were few who could match it. And now, the innate ability of the palm-sized mouse was actually a threat to it. The heaven-devouring beast was extremely furious. Its devouring force became even more tyrannical. It wanted to suck the little mouse into its mouth and devour it. However, the little mouse opposite it was very leisurely. You dare to call yourself heaven-devouring in front of me, the heaven-devouring divine rat? The little mouse snorted coldly. The purple luster around its body became more and more intense. Suddenly, the devouring force strengthened and completely suppressed the heaven-devouring beast's devouring force. Roar. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring beast roared into the sky. However, it was unable to stop the little mouse's innate ability. From the beginning being evenly matched to the current being completely suppressed, only a minute had passed. The heaven-devouring beast was unwilling to give up. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring beast's devouring force was devoured. The terrifying devouring force directly enveloped the heaven-devouring beast's body. Rip! The little mouse's expression was extremely solemn. Its heaven-devouring ability was pushed to the extreme. A look of struggle appeared on the heaven-devouring beast's face. A trace of fear appeared in its heart. Whoosh! Its third eye constantly shot out an incomparably intimidating light as it tried to struggle. However, how could the heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability be so easily resisted? Ah! As the heaven-devouring beast roared, it was finally swallowed into the mouth of the purple rat phantom behind the little mouse. Crack! The heaven-devouring beast was bitten to pieces and finally digested. Hiss! After killing the heaven-devouring beast, the little mouse put away its innate ability. The scarlet lightning python that was fighting Fang Chen was shocked to see the heaven-devouring beast killed by the palm-sized little mouse. Roar! The scarlet lightning python roared and swung its tail at Wang Die's body. Poochie! The scarlet lightning python's body was too hard. The strength of its tail was incomparably tyrannical. Wang Die was hit. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. "Wang Die!" shouted Fang Chen. He took out the red button and released 1,000 puppets. In an instant, the 1,000 puppets surrounded the scarlet lightning python. Fang Chen hastily arrived in front of Wang Die. "Wang Die, are you alright?" Fang Chen placed his palm on Wang Die's body and poured spiritual qi into him. However, Wang Die's soul had already been shattered by that heavy blow. Right now, he was only hanging on by a single breath. "Brother Blood, run!" Wang Die was telling Fang Chen to leave even with his death. After saying that, Wang Die closed his eyes and lost his life. "Wang Die!" roared Fang Chen. However, Wang Die had already died. Fang Chen's heart was in chaos. Within the Sword Firmament sect, he had the best relationship with Wang Die. On the way here, he had formed a friendship with Wang Die. Wang Die, who had fought alongside him, had died at the hands of the Scarlet Lightning Python. Fang Chen put down Wang Die's body and stood up. His eyes gradually turned red and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. "Boss," called the little mouse when it saw that Fang Chen's mood wasn't right.